to today's edition of Get to the Point here on Flashpoint, our beautiful pre-show. I'm Monte Cristo. Joining me today are Thorin, Sean Gares, and Potter. Welcome.
Hey, and we were talking before the show about Arkansas. So 13% of adults ages 16 and older lack basic literary skills in Arkansas. So don't be like them. Learn some stuff from us. We'll probably, we're not going to be able to teach you how to read because that's not the type of show this is, but we might teach you a thing or two about CS.
That's true. I can also tell you that 80% of people on Reddit and social media lack reading comprehension skills from my personal experience. At least 80%.
At least 80. Well, I can also tell you that 63% of stats are made up on the spot live on Twitter.
There you go.
And you shouldn't trust any of these numbers.
You looked it up, though, so your stat might be valid.
Maybe.
Mine's just anecdotal personal experience of pleb esports fans.
Anecdotally, I would say that number should be way higher than what I've thrown throughout. And yours, for that matter.
All right, we're going to take a look at our group, Snakes and Ratters, to start it off, which we did see Team Envy eliminated yesterday, MIBR with a very strong 2-0 result. So each of you, can you give me one parting message to Envy? What do they need to do to improve before phase 2 of Flashpoint when we see them again?
Obvious answer, just bring the real lineup. Obviously, they were lacking their better players. In theory, they had to use the coaches to stand in. So, jokes aside, it is the real answer. Like, they might have had a chance if they'd had the real 5-man lineup, I think.
Fair enough.
I guess figure out a way to bring all players to be more consistent, because we spoke about how much did these guys actually overperform and how much did they underperform yesterday. So I guess getting Nifty a little bit more involved creates some sort of consistency, because he was popping off on that day one, and yesterday it was underwhelming.
Yeah, I think obviously having their full lineup, but also developing a style, right? I don't even know what we were watching yesterday. I couldn't tell you if they're trying to play loose Counter-Strike or tactical Counter-Strike. Either way, they missed on both fronts, in my opinion. So I think, determining if they are going to have that loose style with a bunch of international aimers, I think that's what they're going for with this lineup. They need to structure their tactics in such a way where they can even achieve that. Because what I saw yesterday was them almost trying to be a strawless, but it looked awful.
Yeah, fair enough. And MIBR will now advance, so the loser of our game today from Snakes and Ratters, which will be either Gen.G or Chaos, will be meeting them. And that will be facing the winner of Gen.G versus Chaos in our grand finals. But we have big news from Chaos, which is that Smooya is no longer going to be playing. He couldn't get a visa extension due to the coronavirus outbreak. So what does this mean for...
Just generally, by the way, he doesn't, just in case we have to clarify, he doesn't have the coronavirus.
No.
General situation.
Yeah, the general situation with people in the States right now, a lot of people don't have the option in order to stay longer at the current time. But beyond that, what does it mean to not have Smooya here? How big of a loss in the game is it, Potter?
It's certainly got to be a huge loss for these guys. I just thinking about this Chaos's success and failures pre-Smooya, it was pretty much leaning a lot more towards the failures. I know they attended a DreamHack Open last year, fell very short. Then since Smooya's addition to the team, it seems like his vocalness, his energy, all of these factors really pushed Chaos over the edge and allowed them to start putting up some W's, and now we're seeing them here on this stage. So I think Smooya's departure is going to be hugely negative for this Chaos side, but on the positive side of things, Steel, we know how vocal he is and how structured he can be. So potentially with Smooya's departure, he's going to have a lot more of a stronger voice, a lot more tight-knit unit within his squad. So maybe that could be the positive in this.
Yeah, I think someone like Smooya, you don't really know what you're missing until he's actually gone, right? And it took me a long time in my career to understand the value of a player like that. It wasn't until Misfits where I didn't have like a Freakazoid, or I didn't have a nothing on my team to basically lift the spirits of the team, and it was just me talking. And we had 2 French players, a young player in Sick, and then Shazam, who was on the AWP, he laughs, but he's not really like one to crack jokes, right? It's so important to have someone like that can take you out of that hyper-competitive mindset you're in. Just, after you win a clutch, to say something funny or loosen the mood when things aren't going your way. And I think now that he's gone, Chaos is going to struggle a lot like how we saw them struggle before Smooya joined. That's why he initially came in this team, right? Because they were floundering and looked terrible. So I think they will struggle.
I even think in the game they're actually going to have issues, because one of the things about Smooya's game is he is actually a better player than the level of Counter-Strike that Chaos is at, because the only reason he's in Chaos basically is due to, let's just say, behavioural mismatch with past teams, and he's got a bad reputation, etc. He's actually a better player than the level that he was competing with and against most of the time in Chaos. So I would say in the server, it's not that his stats are always that crazy, but you always see the impact. Like, he definitely makes things happen, makes plays. He's a very confident player. So you're not really going to replace that with the standard at this point in time. As we speculated yesterday, I'm pretty sure even when Voltage comes in, if he's going to op, he's going to be doing it in a different style this Smooya.
So as you can see on your screen right now, we don't have a picture of him because he is a stand-in. It will be Logan Long, a.k.a. Voltage. Sean, what do you know about
That is a
Voltage?
brilliant comic book name, though. If
Yeah.
this was like 1960s Marvel,
Yes.
Logan Long obviously goes, he gets, electrocuted, comes Voltage.
Voltage.
Exactly.
It's good. It is good. So what do we know about Voltage? Relatively unknown player, right, Sean?
Who ironically recently beat Chaos in a best of 3, and they knocked Orglis out of the minor. So I mean, Triumph has had a lot of success. People don't really know much about these players because tactically they don't really play a very good style of CS. They're aim-based FPL players, young. Maybe they'll probably branch off and go in different areas. Probably Voltage going towards Chaos for now. Maybe he gets the call up somewhere else. I don't see Triumph as a team, breaking through. If they do, it would be similar to this Cloud9 lineup where they have a few pieces, but they're kind of lacking in areas. Voltage is like the king of the cream of the crop of those FPL players on that team.
Yeah, and we do have to talk about Gen.G as well because their initial appearance was a bit disappointing, right? And now, all of a sudden, Daps is back in Canada, which is going to probably create a massive ping issue for this team.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm really looking towards Hansel Ferdinand Bentet over here. I did expect a slight dip in his performance since his joining the squad. We know that in the first month and a half throughout all those qualifiers and even DreamHack Open Anaheim, his performance was amazing. It was legendary. But now that he's had a little bit of time to marinate within the squad, fit into the DAPS system, I do think that dip is to be expected for him to figure out exactly how much value he can bring within those rounds, within that system. I'm just curious to see exactly how involved he can be with such strong names in Automatic and Som to his left and right. So I'm hopeful that Bentet finds that sweet spot. He's able to really, really come alive within the squad.
So how is Bentet fitting into them as opposed to his previous teams like Tyloo? What's his role on Gen.G these days, guys?
I still think he's taking the same roles on this team. I don't think they're trying to, jam the square peg into the round hole with him. I see him playing that same style. He's a very aggressive rifler, and we heard in previous interviews, Daps will tell him not to peek, and he'll peek. There's some communication issues, but also that's just his style, right? That's the style of the Tyloo lineup. He's going to take fights. He's going to take as many fights as possible, and he's not going to play a super clean-looking style of Counter-Strike, but he's going to win the engagements that he takes, which is incredibly annoying to deal with when you're an in-game leader, right? Because he's just playing based off feel all the time, right? It's a very simple-esque style of play, except Simple does it to a much higher degree.
Sure.
Than Bentet. But it's a very like fluid style where he's just doing whatever he feels like.
Yeah, the issue I see with the Bentet edition is kind of like Sean was alluding to there. Because he was in Tyloo, and in fact, at one point in time in Tyloo, he was even the IGL, even though he was having to IGL in English to a bunch of players who don't speak English. So it was kind of a nightmare scenario. What they basically had to do is, as a simple framework to have a team, because they had this massive communication, like basically mismatch where people couldn't communicate with each other. They just simplified the game and made it a lot of rushing, a lot of like fast-paced tactics, people playing individually. But as a result, that's not in any way the Western meta of how you play the game. And especially if you're going to play with an in-game leader like Daps, he has a whole way of playing the game, a philosophy. So I feel like at the moment they probably have to integrate Bentet into that. But it also could be a positive that he himself has some experience being outside of that system, because some of the other thing in Daps' teams is I think the reason why they get really consistent but don't go beyond a certain level is you've got to kind of let the superstar players do a little bit of what they want. You can't just have a game plan for them always.
Yeah, I think it's always important to have your superstar players have freedoms, which is great that Bentet's in this team. The problem is that it's going to take freedom away from Som, who's a young player who hasn't really fallen into a system like Daps is yet. So he's not familiar with playing very structured Counter-Strike. And if two rifles on your team are just doing whatever they want by feel, it's going to be... you're in for a really bad time. It worked out in Anaheim because both of those guys went off in ways that, I never foresaw. Like, I never saw them doing that. But can they do it again? So far, honestly, it's looked a little sketchy. If I'm being honest, I don't have faith that they can repeat it.
All right, well, that's going to wrap up our conversation about our second match of the day. We've got to take a little break, but when we come back, we'll be talking about Copenhagen Flames versus Mad Lions.
Next is Mad Lions coming up. They have an old IGL Asilion, so that's going to be a really exciting match for the whole team, especially us that has played with him.
Flames is a way more strategic and calm team. It's going to be a lot more mentally exhausting due to Danes versus Danes. You know how they react to certain things, you overthink your situations a lot. That's something we're going to have to prepare for.
Asilian's coming on a new team who plays completely different than us, so I think that's going to be pretty hard for us.
No matter what team we're playing, we're going to beat them.
Asilian should definitely watch out. I will come for him in the match and kill him every time.
We're going to come into the match with full fire.
It's going to be easy.
Welcome back. We're here to talk about our first match of the day. It is a losers match, which is surprising because we're seeing Mad Lions in it. Mad Lions obviously coming into Flashpoint as the highest seeded team here in this tournament series, but they really struggled and ended up being taken out by Havu after getting rid of Hunden, adding Asilian. So what's our early judgment of Asilian versus Hunden, Sean?
Oh, Asilian right now is trying to fill the shoes of a very, very good in-game leader, a tactical in-game leader that was part of the pack, right? He's always part of those T-side hits, which basically means he's calling on the fly based on what he sees, right? If the CTs throw a smoke in a certain way, he'll likely devise a solution to that you can't go over in a practice server. It requires a lot of on-the-fly reads, and when I went back and looked at Asilian's stats, they were pretty good for the series overall, but if you look at his T-side stats, he was always on the bottom of the scoreboard. Big time on all three maps that they played. That's going to be a problem, right? Because they brought him into the team to basically be a firepower upgrade. They know he's not going to call strats better than Hunden, but they hope that he'll have enough firepower to negate what they're missing with Hunden. And what I saw in that first best of three against Havu was him trying to do that same style as Hunden, but not doing it as well, and still not having the firepower because he's not used to calling like that.
Yeah, definitely. And I got to say, I think I think I like the idea of what they're going for. If they felt that they've reached the max potential with Hunden and they do have to move on, sure, fine. I'm not sure that they have enough of a structure and foundation to just start plug and play and just go off right off the bat with it. But I am looking, and I'm very excited for Bubsky's performance. I think yesterday when I mentioned in the blind spot that he's going to take this match a little bit more personally, I do expect him to do just that. I think at DreamHack Leipzig, it was a Danish derby. He played versus North, then he played versus FPX, and he dropped like 120 ADR in both of these matches. And in the interview afterwards, he did specifically say that, you know what, I know these guys on a personal level, and there's no way I was going to lose in either of these series. So I think with Copenhagen Flames, especially with Asilion being their old in-game leader back on their squad, he's going to take this series just as personally, and I'm expecting him to come out swinging right off the bat.
Yeah, I would also look for Bubsky to have a really good series, but that's not because, I think he understands these teams more than the others. I just think he's the lurker on the team, and the people that are going to be confused are in that pack with Asilion. So he's able to play his own game, and hopefully he's able to shine. Now, if there's not enough cohesion between him and the pack, that's when he's going to struggle. And we kind of saw that a little bit in the Havu series. But I think against players he's familiar with, like Christine said, he'll be able to find openings as the lurker all over the map.
So I have a question that's a little bit loaded. Is Copenhagen Flames the worst team in Flashpoint?
Oof. I'm going to let
Problem
Duncan
is,
answer that.
Here's the thing. In theory, they should be. I think even in the order of the teams we had to invite, because obviously they were invited at the end when we were figuring out the whole founding members thing. But the problem is that I also think on paper, Havu should probably be around. It should basically be like probably Havu, Auglis, and them, I think, on paper are the worst. But then Havu won the first series, so hard to say that. Like, it's actually what's interesting at the moment is because of all the online qualifiers, like obviously Copenhagen Flames had some success in the minor qualifier, coupled with how weirdly the year's begun, where you've had all these big names kind of fall down. They actually might on paper be the worst, but that doesn't mean much in practice at the moment. Like, you've seen the amount of parity this year has been ridiculous compared to past years in CS.
Well, there's also the fact that they, like you're saying, they did perform well online in the minor qualifier, right? They had the big upset over Heroic, now Fun plus Phoenix. So is online going to help Copenhagen Flames?
I think it will, because these players are really inexperienced. I don't think they're the worst team in the tournament.
Who is?
I think Orglis might be.
Seems like it, just from your eye test.
It seems like it. It's hard to say. Now that it's online, though, I don't know. Like, the inexperienced players, they can shine here. And I think, players like Tessus and Refresh aren't too inexperienced. They've had a chance at the top of the scene. And I have faith in those two players in particular to stand out. The other three on the team are just, they're a little bit rough around the edges, but I like the roles that CPH Flames has, and I think they have everything they need to succeed.
I have to agree. I like the roles as well. I do think that they are the weakest team here. I thought DDK yesterday at the Blind Spot After Show had a lot of great points, bringing up the fact that this young team is so scrappy. They seem to be really hungry to get some W's on the board, and I like that. That sort of desperation plays that you constantly see out of these guys in that server. I just don't think they have quite enough. But I am curious about Farlig on that nuke match, on that first day in that series. He seemed to have a lot of great looks. They had a lot of nice boost plays down in that secret yard. You actually don't get to see those kind of boost double peaks in the secret lower half of nuke very often. So I really appreciated these plays from Copenhagen Flames, but firepower-wise, I'm not seeing it.
Well, we're going to see if they go ahead and actually get that nuke again, so we can see if they are going to repeat some of these plays. We've got to get into our map vetoes right now. Flames are going to ban Mirage first. What do you make of this?
I mean, this is a fairly obvious one. Like, the Mad Lions map pool basically is it's like the old Luminosity one. It's Overpass, Train, Mirage. So it's one you want to take out in this scenario.
Yeah, especially because it's an easy map to call on. It's what they picked in the previous series, and they're one map they've won so far. And
similarly, Mad Lions taking out Inferno, in theory, one of the best maps for Copenhagen Flames. So Dust 2 is the pick there. It's not like it's a great map for Mad Lions. They're more of a tactical team. They do have good firepower.
I will say, Mad Lions in the past with Hunden, he would play by long A. They would have this excellent retake setup on the A bomb site, where they would push through long, kill a lurker in mid, and then retake the A bomb site. They would give up A. That's very rare to see. Only a couple teams in the scene do that. So look out to see if they do that.
And Train is going to be the first map selection for Mad Lions. Preferential, Potter?
Yeah, I like the train pick. I'm curious about this Dust 2 coming out of Copenhagen Flames, though. In my mind, I thought that they would actually veto that one out. I saw Bubsky just one of those maps versus the Danes North was on Dust 2, and Bubsky got like 120 ADR on that map. So
He's really sick at the B-bomb site.
he's really
good there.
He's hopping around on Dust 2, so this is going to be curious. I like the confidence, though, for Copenhagen Flames to come out and pick that map and say, you know what, aim dual map, we're going to take you on it.
And Copenhagen Flames have banned Vertigo, Mad Lions banned Overpass, and that means the final map will be Nuke. So if we go to that map 3, we might see some of those plays you were talking about.
Yeah, I know Dan compliments Copenhagen Flames about how they play on the server, but holy shit, their decision-making out of the server is terrible. As far as bringing contact into this group, the way that veto just unraveled before my eyes.
All right, let's talk about this. They also swapped Havu into their group and then lost to them.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to go out there right now. Yeah. I'm literally going to go out there and just say that they're going to get 2-0.
Wow.
I don't, unless they have so much anti-strat work prep for these 3 maps, I think they just gave the 3 maps that you don't want to play Mad Lions on. Like, I don't even understand. I couldn't believe that the 3rd map was just on Nuke.
I assumed from the veto it was going to be Vertigo, because you would think, right, if they've just replaced their in-game leader, it's not like Vertigo was the favourite map of Mad Lions anyway. Why not play it? Like, why not make it increase the variance for the 3rd map? So that does actually suggest, that Copenhagen Flames just probably can't play the map, unfortunately.
I actually really think Bubsky and Shush at B-bomb site on Dust 2 are one of the better duos right now in the top of the scene. So CPH Flames must see some kind of weakness.
I surely hope so, because I have to agree as well. And it just seemed like even in their first series versus Contact on that Nuke, although it went all the way to OT, it was really all about Contact missing a lot of shots, missing a lot of opportunities. And sure, Copenhagen Flames capitalized on those moments, but in this moment on Dust 2, how fast-paced it's going to be, I just don't know how Copenhagen Flames are going to actually be able to turn and convert.
All right, guys, we have to get into our predictions right now. James and Dan up first with their predictions, and they're going to be casting the game. So who do you guys got?
Gonna go first, James? Or should I get in there? All right,
okay,
I'll get in
this
there.
already? You were supposed to go first, Dan.
Did we agree
We said this at the beginning.
Okay, well, it's a good start. I think I'm actually going to go with the upset here for a couple reasons. 1, because of the online factor. 2, because I mean, I feel like Asilian is struggling massively, not on board with the Hunden choice. And also because I think Dust 2 is kind of, I think it's up for grabs here for CPH Flames. It's a more simplistic map. If Mad Lions get off to a bad start, I can definitely see them winning that. And then for me, it could be 50-50 that CPH Flames could pick up another map. So I think there's a good chance for the upset.
Okay, I don't know who to pick out of these two, because, I mean, the data on Dust 2 is really weird. I think CPH Flames have picked into Mad Lions' statistically worst map, which is 40%. So I think this going to be really strange, but I'm going to pick Mad Lions. I think they'll be able to. I think they'll be able to overcome. Again, they should be. The Asilian thing, like in the short term, might be a problem as well. But so I'm really not confident either way. But I'm going to pick Mad Lions.
What is wrong with him? Why did he literally agree with Bardoff when Bardoff said, like, I think Mad Lions should overcome, and Dan goes, like, yeah, I think they should. Predicted the other team. Like,
all right. What are your predictions? No one's going to say Copenhagen Flames here, are they?
No, I'm going to go with Bardoff on this one. I think Mad Lions wins this one. I actually think the Dust 2 angle means they could even get a 2-0, so I think this is really dangerous for CPH Flames.
Yeah, I know Dan has a girlfriend, but I feel like he has a side piece on Copenhagen Flames. This is weird. I'm going Mad Lions.
I'm going Mad Lions as well, although I'm looking at that Dust 2 pick. I hope Copenhagen Flames picked it. It's their confidence pick, and they're about to hustle all of us, but surely this has to be Lions 2-0.
I mean, you say that, but it might also just be blackmail, Sean. There's many different reasons that this could be.
Reasons for Dan to pick Copenhagen. I don't know any of it.
It's because he looks at that logo and he just gets fond memories. Like, oh, I remember when there used to be a league like that back, and then there isn't anymore. So get over it.
All right. Mad Lions, the heavy favorites for the fans as well. Thank you, everybody. We're going to get back into the game with James and Dan.
R.I.P. ECS.
Sorry, Dan.
This Dust 2 is going to be an interesting one again. It looks like CPH Flames might not be necessarily playing to their strengths, because they haven't played Dust 2 in the last 3 months in an official.
It's a really simple map though to play, James. It's like fundamentally really easy. It's not like an overpass.
I know,
it's
but
not
if they're
Inferno.
choosing not to play it by default, and now they're deciding to play it, like, it's It's murky waters.
Yeah, but I mean, of any map that you could possibly like not be in your map pool and then put in your map pool, Dust 2 should be the one that's quickest to get in there.
Okay.
I would say personally, because it's such a simplistic map and it's so solved strategically. There's we'll see how it plays out. We're off already. Mad Lions on the T side, CPH Flames on the CT side, and we'll see already Shush getting a little bit of damage down towards the double doors. It's going to be a B rush for Mad Lions. There's a couple of defenders here already. Tessus is there. He just can't find any kills though. It's getting a little bit hairy, but there you go. They are correcting things.
Mad Lions with the FaZe Clan pistol rounds. Moving into the D-bomb site now. 2 players remain. Asilian has a smoke grenade. One's been deployed to the door. So you can redeploy later. But look at the push as the bomb gets planted in. Only one person's got a gun in his hand. They're flying all over the place now, making it as awkward as possible for Asilian. And CPH will take the pistol. So there was a pistol run from FaZe Clan a long time ago where Olofmeister was bunny hopping backwards into the site to try and draw the fire of the CTs while hiding his head. Because obviously, especially if you have Kevlar, it can take like 6 bullets to kill someone if you can't find the headshot. So that was a FaZe Clan pistol round there, which is pretty cool to see. Didn't quite work out for them, but it wasn't too. I like the attempt there.
Yeah, and I mean they get the bomb down, so they get the option to get a Krieg. They get the option to pick up some scouts and really cause some economic pressure and damage, and potentially win a round. It's a really dangerous round to play on the CT side because it's where do you put your players? You're afraid of maybe fast B plays. You're afraid of like fast mid splits. You're afraid of the long takes. So typically you would see teams play this like quite passively, just like 2 to the B bomb site, cover that B rush timing, 3 to long, make sure the T's don't steal long straight away. And even if they get good long spawns, the T side, it's still very difficult to hold that. You got to have all the perfect timings to your nades. So this is dangerous territory for CPH Flames. But if they can win this round, they can definitely get off to a good start. But it is going to be tough, I think.
In case you guys can see this massive bruise on my arm, and you're wondering what it was, I was carrying 5 tables on a trolley in the rain, and I slipped, but held onto the trolley, so all the tables smashed me on the arm. But the bruise looks a lot worse than it actually was. It just like I bruised like a peach, I suppose. Taking a long time to go away.
So you weren't in a fight?
But there we are. Wasn't in a fight, no.
Okay.
Just the tabletops as well. Not the
when was the last time
tables.
you were in a fight, James?
I don't know actually. I have no idea. But there's fights and skirmishes. Might be a bit grim to get into that right now. Anyway. We're back into the game. CPH Flames successful on the pistol round. We've got the triple FAMAS for CPH, prioritizing the rifles. This is a map full of range, so that will definitely be a good idea. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the burst fire in the FAMAS has the fastest fire rate of any rifle at about 800 RPM. Not that anybody uses it, but if you did, there's some information for you.
You can see in Mad Lions, they actually got a bad spawn for a long timing, and they wanted to. It seems like they wanted to entertain the idea of going there. And CPH Flames did the classic thing: you flash for the first guy who throws the incendiary into the double doors, and they smoke behind it. They've actually re-smoked it as well. So interesting because it's Mad Lions just going for a delayed long take. And again, they want to get the Krieg and the AK, the Galil, into position here. Nodius is in a very important position. Got to be so careful there with the scout. He spotted a foot too, so he has no help here though, James. He's in so much trouble if he doesn't take a more defensive position. Trying to play that off angle, but will it work out for him?
Yeah, Farlig has made his way over to the flashbang. Oh, he gets 2 out of it, and it's a scout to try and trade. That's super awkward. Is that a scout? No, it's a Krieg. What am I talking about? Either way, he's done a good job so far. Now, they might think that's the same person. Well, we've got Nodius. Yeah, he's baiting now. So it's the same gun, it's the FAMAS. And his teammate can try and pick some more plays off. Indeed, Roger is taken out now by Farlig. So everything's collapsing, but Asilian's on a huge flank on the A-bomb site. But how many can he really expect to get? Faced by Tessus. 2 more now. This is super awkward. The bomb is still... Acor still has the bomb in long doors, and he's going to push... 25 seconds. He's got to try and race up short. He can't really make that long play. That would be suicidal. However, look at the CTs now coming in. Oh, they were, but they're falling back. This is getting super weird. Asilian trying to run distraction. Maybe Acor can run to the site, but Farlig's on the way. This is a very unusual game around on Dust 2. That's a big frag for him, but can he make it to the bomb? Yes, just about. He could actually win this one somehow. 8 HP. He will be denied, though.
The bomb plant's pretty huge. But I think they'll probably just half buy this next round so that they can get that big buy in the following on. But the setup on long there was pretty precarious for Nodius. He was taking that committed off angle, and it did work out because he had a teammate able to swing through. Farlig was able to post up in that really advantageous position, and they had no idea that he was there. It's a super strong right eye spot against the left eye peek. You have so much advantage. It's just absolutely perfect. And they seem to read James as well, that Mad Lions were likely to play for a delayed long push. They were, as CPH Flames are playing pretty standard, and Nodius read the situation pretty well. And indeed, it's just a sort of half buy here, just get some deagles in there, keep the damage going.
That's painful. Nothing worse than running down suicide, getting spotted by CT, like, oh, I'm not going to make it. He does on this occasion, however. Well, this will be the round of dry peaks. That said, there was a pop flash play, but that's the only flash they have, so now it's just a dry peaks now with these deagles. Warframe starts off well. Numbers game being abused by the T side. They've got an opening kill. Making their way towards B. Can they go through the door and the window at the same time? They'll be covered around the door. And it looks like this will get cleaned up for the most part by CPH Flames. Just one knock will be fantastic, and indeed it is. So, not too much damage done. They'll be happy with that. 3-0 for the Flames.
Yeah, this is a really good spot to be in. I think they really need this. Again, they are the underdog. I chose them because I feel like there's enough sort of mitigating factors to the greater experience and greater individual skill of Mad Lions to, I think, allow CPH Flames to have a look in on this series. And Farlig's going to pick up the AWP. He is a dedicated AWP for this team. Now, we're going to have 4 players starting long here, so CPH Flames worried about that fast long play. Giving up B at the beginning of the round, they got the smoke on upper tons. And now they need to go back into more default positions, as we'll see HooXi making his way towards CT with the Krieg, so he's got mid under control, and now Farlig is the B anchor with the AWP. So a pretty robust setup to begin with. And Mad Lions will take that cap control around 1:15, so pretty decent timing, pacing on this. And now they're just set up on Cat. They can do all kinds of things. They can pressure Cat, throw some smokes, bait out some utility, and start to work out which bomb site they want to attack. Pretty standard default setup here for them. Farlig's going aggressive in upper tons, it looks like.
Yeah, the chat makes me think that there might be an issue here.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay, well, there's going to be a reset of the round. There was no damage done in the round, so whatever it was, there'll be a reset, so no harm done there. I was curious as to how far the AWP would go, but we'll have to find out on another day. Well, 3-0 for CPH Flames. There's a reset for whatever reason. I'm sure there's some kind of technical issue that was that called for the reset. Hopefully we'll be back into the game soon. Just internet things.
One thing that was interesting there about that push is that
which push?
If you're Farlig with the AWP and you're pushing the extremity and the other team's defaulting, if it's a heavy default team, you're fairly reliably probably getting kills. But in the Krieg meta, where you have the Kriegs able to hold those pushes, it's actually really dangerous because the Krieg with the scope actually makes a lot of difference in terms of holding these kind of walk peaks with the AWP. If you have an AK that's not, a gun that's not scoped in, it's a lot harder, I think, to actually see those pixels as they start slowly swing. So I was a little bit worried by that because if Farlig dies there with the AWP, I think they that position of the B bomb site can just be taken. So it's like almost a save situation. So we'll see if Mad Lions are going to play another default or if they'll try to get into the head of their opponents. That's the only damage you're saying about damage done in having resets. Sometimes it's really problematic when if you've run a play, even if no one died, you did still show an opening, which was just a default in this case. Now you're going to do it again, or are you going to do a rush? Maybe you have different spawns, So who knows? Yeah,
we're going to have a quick look at some highlights from the first 3 rounds while we wait for this issue to be resolved. I think it's a ping issue with one of these players. But again, this was, I forget what match it was where FaZe did that play. Maybe they didn't originate it, but that was the first place I saw it where the front man is bunny hopping backwards into the bomb site to absorb all the bullets essentially and allow his teammates to swarm. So it's pretty fun. Olaf did a good job of bunny hopping backwards. That's not an easy task, but he did a pretty good job there a while ago. I made a video of it because it was the first time I saw it, but it wasn't so successful for Mad Lions. I like their logo though. Mad Lions logo is pretty good.
It's pretty cool. It reminds me of sort of when you're walking around London, you have like these like big kind of lion statues and kind of the regal kind of theme around it. It reminds me of that. So it's quite cool. Definitely a good logo. There's quite a few decent logos here. I do like the. I think that might be my favorite logo actually. Thinking about it, because I was looking around the studio.
The Chaos one's cool.
Yeah.
I like the Fun Plus Phoenix one as well.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see whether or not they'll be able to actually recover and bounce back in this game. Obviously, a lot of mic checks in my ear right now.
Yeah, please stop doing that. Thank you. Sorry, we've got sound in our ear that we don't need.
Yeah.
There we go. Look at this. I was flying around here yesterday with my little drone. I flew into one of the cameras, Dan. Don't tell anyone though.
Well, bounce right off is fine. Camera was unharmed.
It's a great studio. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is nice.
If you're the OCD type, I think the mirroring is very nice.
Symmetry.
This place, when we went live on the first day, like I came in here a week before, and it was literally concrete and nothing apart from toilets. It was concrete and there was nothing else. And they made this in 1 week, which was unreal. To be honest with you, absolutely unreal that they turned that around in 7 days. It's bonkers. They did a fantastic job.
Apparently they filmed the first season of The Office here.
Yeah,
pretty epic. If you're a fan of The Office, I watched all of it recently. It's amazing.
The US one? I haven't watched the US one.
It's better.
You think it's better?
I think it's a lot better.
Damn, that's high praise.
Yeah, it is amazing. It is actually amazing.
Yeah, the color scheme is awesome. Of the studio, the general color scheme of Flashpoint, obviously. I want to walk through the tunnel, Dan. I want to walk through it. I want to feel special. I want the lights moving around and the music. You know, I want to feel that. I want to have that emotion. It's like Oh,
hey, there's your music. Get out there, James.
No, I'm not going to do it now. No, I'm shy. Leave me alone. Production making me go do it.
The production are calling him
out.
You
should do it, Dan.
They called you bluff, James, and you've been found to be a coward. So.
Can't put me on the spot like that, man. You're making me uncomfortable.
So now people just know they can't trust what you're saying. They can't trust what you tell them anymore.
So why are Copenhagen Flames going to win, Dan?
Well, as I said previously, I think it's not necessarily that I think they're definitely going to win. I think it's a good bet for an upset. I believe in this team having good potential going into the following months. I think they got a lot of development to do, of course, to kind of tidy up mistakes. But some of the things I have seen, the way that they have approached, I think it was in particular their Nuke T side in the qualifier, because I hadn't really seen the team playing before, this iteration this year. And I saw that and I was like, they're actually doing some stuff that's actually quite complex. It's has very good theory behind it, and it's very well coordinated. So they're obviously putting the time in. They've got, there is a good head on the shoulders of their in-game leader in terms of the calling and the mid-rounding, and their preparation is obviously there as well. So they're definitely working hard, and they're a bunch of Danes, so we know they come from a great Counter-Strike culture in terms of how they view those things. And on top of that, I've seen like flashes of brilliance in terms of the individual play. Now I'm just kind of, again, for me, it's a team where I'm thinking they could be great. They could grow a lot, I think, and I think that's what I see with this team, and so that's why I'm putting faith in them. And in this series, as you said, James, Dust 2 is kind of is kind of an interesting one. They don't have any stats on it, and Mad Lions statistically aren't great on this map either. But it's a really easy map to do the fundamentals on. So I think this is a 50-50 for me.
I think Copenhagen Flames are the kind of team that you and I enjoy, like an up-and-coming team of young, hungry people, like an ATK or plenty of other teams we've seen. But we'll talk about it more when we come back. We're going to head to a break while they wait for this ping issue to be resolved. When we're back, we're going to have more action for you here on Dust 2. We'll see you soon. We are waiting for Mad Lions to reconnect to the server. I think they've reset their intertubes, their internet service providing, so we may be a minute or two away from resuming this game. I love these mixes, man. I don't know how many of you are familiar with like UK garage music. I used to DJ, not like in clubs and stuff. I was a bedroom DJ, but I was a good DJ.
Who did you DJ to?
Just to the man-dem. To the man-dem.
I mean, it's really therapeutic, actually, and it's like quite easy to get the basics down. You can obviously
Yeah, it is,
be really
it is,
advanced with
it
it, but
is, it is,
just
man.
like beat matching and just like making your own mixes and stuff. Really, I think it's like therapeutic. I want to get some decks to do that. Just
Yeah,
as like a
I missed
therapy time.
Yeah, I missed the vinyl because it's, you know, with the Pioneer decks, it's like pretty straightforward, but it's not really, you know, in these times of limited space, especially in London, it's not really realistic to. I have enough hobbies. If I did like vinyl garage to that, I'd literally need to do it in a garage.
I could never get into the idea of vinyls. It's like there's just so. I mean, you have
It
to
was
be,
awesome, man.
You
It's
have to be really
awesome.
serious. You have to be a collector type as well.
Yeah, it
and
depends, but there's like playing a vinyl. But if you're just mixing vinyls, it's like it's a lot more. There's a lot more feel to it than just like beat matching on Pioneer decks, where you don't really necessarily need to do anything. You know, you just like slow things down. I don't know, man. Technics 1210s were the ones. Anyway, it is 3-0 to Copenhagen Flames, and Mad Lions are connecting back to the server as we speak. So fingers crossed, we should all be good to go. I think Mad Lions, again, on paper, they're a favourite. Dan was saying, talking about the like why he picked Copenhagen Flames to get to this point. The veto is very interesting. We see that they're both on the ropes at the moment. Mad Lions and Copenhagen Flames, they're in a loser's bracket trying to fight their way forward. Not even sure who they're going to be playing just yet, but it is last chance saloon for these chaps in this bracket. If they want to get deep and make that money, they better perform now. The in-game feeders bracket. I love that.
Yeah.
I think we under pressure, you know, we had like 15 minutes to create these names. I think we did a very good job.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's definitely an interesting bracket. I think they're all very interesting, just because, as mentioned, because there's so many so many different factors. We don't really have a clear expectation behind what the results should be in a lot of games, and all of these teams are also building as well. And a lot of them are making mistakes. Some of the favorite ones, you know, I think it's been pretty clear that there's not a single team in this entire bracket that's not making mistakes that are glaring in some cases on a lot of maybe their entire map pool. So that does create opportunity for any team that they're playing against. So situations like this, Mad Lions and CPH Flames, it's another one of those kinds of dynamics. You've got the young team who is working really hard, who needs to get that experience and show their growth and potential, versus a more tenured team but they just made a huge lineup change. Like it's not just we swapped our AWPer or something, and it's like a style difference between the AWPers of old and the new one. No, it's like we swapped out the in-game leader who built this system and built everything basically, and now we're replacing him with somebody else who doesn't have the same kind of like expertise or even close to that. So it's a huge change. So I fear for Mad Lions and their trajectory with this change.
In terms of form, I mean, the form's not spectacular for either team. But I think it's worse recently, slightly worse for Mad Lions. They lost, although I think their level of competition might be a little better. They lost 2-1 to Havu, they lost to Mouse Sports 2-0, they beat Virtus Pro 2-1, lost to EG 2-1, and I think they may have lost a second time to Mouse Sports.
So they beat VP.
Yeah.
And that's a VP that's like obviously really weak
right
now.
They've just gone straight into the bin as well.
Yeah, they've done the Furia.
Yeah. So we're back into the game. We're going to resume, but quick notes. Copenhagen Flames recently lost to Contact 0-2. They beat Heroic, and Sprout lost to Godsend and Chaos. So it's up and down for both these squads.
There's definitely I think people are making this out to be a little bit too Mad Lions favored, but we'll see. That's why I picked CPH Flames. I feel like they're a good bet. Underdog bet here. Either way, we resume things, and it's a quick long take coming through from Mad Lions as Refresh holds this angle I was talking about extremely strong as they swing, but the smokes are there to cover as they make their way across. Refresh can't get the transfer, and it's a 3v3 now as Mad Lions have gained control of long. And of course, that's going to initiate this flank we're seeing out of Tessus. And if Mad Lions slow things down dramatically and Tessus plays his cards right, there's a huge opportunity here for CPH Flames to really do some serious damage, as Mad Lions are going to be forced to make a decision here. And their decision is to actually back away out of the long, and there might be a timing here for Tessus. Absolutely, the lineup's there for him, and that's going to be a terrible situation now for Mad Lions to play out of. They've just got A-Core left.
1 versus 2 with 1 minute on the clock. If he slows things down, he might get a 1v1. Now, both players on Copenhagen Flames have 2 different directions to worry about, long and short, for the A player Farlig and for B. Well, as you can see, Copenhagen Flames, aware of these issues, have taken forward positions to try and limit their variant. So if there is a play up long, then it is a 2-man retake for Copenhagen Flames. And through mid, A-Core goes. 28 seconds now. He has to walk to B, really, otherwise he's got to run somewhere. Hooksy staying in a tunnel for the time being. Ooh, he's missed a shot. Now he's got 16 HP. Second attempt won't hit the mark there, and it's 4-0 for Copenhagen Flames. There's no answer from Mad Lions just yet.
So that's interesting. You know, A-Core, who's one, we look to him to be the absolute beast, you know, star type player for Mad Lions, with the AWP especially as well. And that's the first whiff okay, but the second one, I would have expected him to miss that second shot there. And I think, you know, credit to Hooksy. I think pushing the upper tunnels actually was a really smart, it's a risky play, but I think it's a smart choice. And it did pay off for him. So it's 4-0. CPH Flames, you know, bust the first big buy of Mad Lions. And look at the setup here for CPH Flames. They go super standard, which playing it safe. 2B at the start for the rush timing for B. 3 towards long for the rush timing of A. Really standard. Hooksy spots a couple over towards Cat and so on. You don't need to try to really take fights here and risk getting picked. You just want the info.
So much utility on the Mad Lions squad. I think A-Core could have afforded a P250 here, considering its maximum loss bonus. If he ends up in a situation with the Glock. Sometimes you've got to headshot a player 3 times with the Glock to kill him. It's that bad versus armor, full armor. So I think a P250 would have been worthwhile. Maybe trying to avoid some grenades from CPH Flames. HEs or mollies. The jiggle, the crouch peek. The Virtus Pro grenades look to be lined up, it seems. There we go. Incendiary from the CTs. Nothing too aggressive from the CTs. Shush has managed to get a frag between these smokes, almost getting a second one on Hooksy. Things get a little awkward here for CPH. Farlig now, he must deliver. Doesn't have much in the name of help. Notice has got 1 flash for him, that go above his head. And there we go, that's just in time. Alex gets the USP kills. Kept it mostly in CPH Flames' favor, but maybe there's a weapon to be collected here. Maybe not actually, I can see it on the ramp.
There we go. They'll finish things off. CPH Flames quite nicely. Not really anywhere for Mad Lions to go, but they do get 2 kills and a bomb plant. As you mentioned, James, they got that max loss bonus now coming through, and they spent just enough in this round. And you know, you can see that CPH Flames, they pretty much knew what Mad Lions were doing. It's the most common answer. It's like one of the best plays you can make is this, the T side, to go for a short plant typically and just use some utility to get yourself across to that short plant, guarantee the money, maybe get some damage across in the way, and that's pretty much what happened. So the big buy comes in again. Double ops now for CPH Flames. We'll see Hooksy also picking one up, and the Creed kept by Nodius. And here is a fast timing down suicide for 2 players. Will they go through double doors or up to Catwalk? Looks like as we up to Cats, and that's a good pick onto Tessus. Refresh has to be careful.
Oh, ooh.
Shush will survive, yeah.
Oh, that's really unfortunate.
Yeah.
Just not far enough. That would have been spectacular damage if it just went a few inches further, but such is life. Hooksy waiting. Mad Lions have been really good with the flashbangs as part of their default. They've left no stone unturned in that respect. There's nice. Farlig with the push that we saw earlier before that round reset came in. And it was Roger who was waiting for him, and Farlig's got the better of him on this occasion. So now there's no lurker towards B, there's no information towards B, which will be worrisome for Mad Lions.
Yeah, there's some points to be made about that before, and I was talking about Farlig's pushes and why it's strong to do it in the way that he was doing it before, but there can also be exploited by Mad Lions in the future, and we'll go into that point in a moment. As CPH Flames are readying themselves here for everything. It's a 4v4, not really ideal. You can see that they are going to give up the A bomb site mostly. They'll have some defense from Car. That's Hooksy. He's got one of the two AWPs, of course. He is the A orb defender. And he's really relying on Refresh to keep him safe from long as the push comes through. Nice first connection. That's the bomb down for just a moment as Hooksy tries to hold on to things, buying himself some time. Refresh. Ooh, that's a prolonged spray through the door there. That's definitely a risky one. But there's still 3v2, and the time is indeed against Mad Lions here. He called takedown Farlig, but again, it's about the time here. He's got to get the bomb planted. He's going to have to just go for it at this point, and the CTs know it. There is the cover, though, from Bubsky, and the bomb's going down. Hooksy in a 1v2.
Knows where both players are now. Switching out to the Deagle. Looking for that one headshot onto Acor, who's creeping back. You spot him jumping up. Here comes a trade fragger as well. They're lining up for him, and one Deag is hit. Oh my god! He's shut it down, and there's still no round for Mad Lions. Denial by Hooksy, the 1 versus 2. They lined up for him perfectly. The 1 Deags were there, and it's a solid 6-0 for Copenhagen Flames.
That was sick. Oh man, he knew that he'd have to, that played through his mind. Like, he knew exactly what he had to do before it happens, and just so calm. So damn calm. Oh man, Hooksy coming out huge there. What a round to win. That's so huge, James. I mean,
that's a massive clutch.
Mad Lions got the 5v4 to begin with. They know how to play the 4-man situation. Well, rather the 4v4, I think, at that point, when they actually attack the site. It's usually the fact that the CTs will have to either give up the site, or they're going to be isolating one on the site, and one's going to be isolated on long. So they had a really strong attack. CPH Flames clutched it, though, and that's it's a big moment. This could really get out of hand for Mad Lions. They're on 5 AKs now, so life is not good for them.
Yeah, still looking for their first round. It has been brutal. They've planted the bomb 4 times, but they just can't convert the round. That was really unlucky for Mad Lions, but I mean, it wasn't really a case of luck. It's just a great clutch, really. Things lined up quite literally for CPH Flames, and they are still 6-0 again. No data on this team, as they haven't played this in the last 3 months. So Mad Lions are in the dark. Making their way into the B bomb site now. We've got some counter grenades, and I'm sure there'll be some flashbangs over the wall as well to help test us out. So far, so good. The spot plays to his right, wiping them all out almost. Great hold so far from Testes, falls to the Flames. Now there's a 3 versus 2 for CPH. Roger trying to create some space to maybe plant the bomb here.
So much utility for the CTs for this retake. This is going to be very hard for Mad Lions to hold this. A safe plant to get that bomb down. They had to smoke the window as well, which is never particularly ideal, but it is a fairly deep smoke at least, so that's actually a good one. And Bubsky's there. They're going to have to make an aggressive play. Bubsky, now his position's known. That's a problem. Let's see what CPH Flames can do here. Quick jump molly to flush Bubsky out of position. Now it's just one to deal with by Car. Oh, Farlig is going to connect that one, and this is looking pretty crazy right now, James, because that's a great defense there. That looks so confident from Testes. The guy's been on deathmatch, that's for sure. Doing his best Magisk impression on this B bomb site, anchoring it beautifully. I didn't expect Hooksy to be just owning everyone either. Mad Lions are getting bombs planted, but we can see that the bombs going down pretty much every round. The CPH Flames are just confidently retaking.
Yeah, where's that first round, Mad Lions? It's all good planting the bomb, but you've got to convert that round. 7 round from 7 on the CT side of Dust 2. It's pretty good going for CPH Flames. Not a good look so far. Refresh now, holding on to the long position. There's no help because of the Molotov. What do they do now? An exchange of grenades, but Mad Lions are forced to back away. Stunted at the beginning of round number 8. Hooksy spotting the cross, sees the bomb as well. A lot of utility being thrown out now. No more flashes for Mad Lions. We saw their default in previous rounds where they use all their flashes to get up Cat. They've got no flashes left.
Yeah, I think the general lack of utility was a problem towards long as well. They didn't want to smoke that Molotov on the doors and just burst through. We can go more into that point in a later situation, where we don't have quite as much action brewing, because Mad Lions are trying to set themselves up here for attack onto the A bomb site. It's a really big issue though, because CPH Flames have such a strong defense towards long as well. That's going to allow for a really solid retake. Oh, they're actually going to try to fake the push towards the A site, throw some nades in, push a player there, and actually go for the B play through tons. Lots of time here. Bubsy's got a lot to do. He does get that kill, and that's going to create some issues. Testis is looking towards mid. He's expecting players to come out the double doors, but most are coming through tons. But there is a smoke down, and they're not pushing it just yet. They're going to have to go through that smoke, and the timing actually works out. Testis missed pretty much all of his bullets through the smoke, and will get punished for it. So, wow. Mad Lions really doing a great job. They were in a terrible situation, and they've converted things nicely.
Yeah, it's about damn time as well. Not too late to get some momentum going for sure. Plenty of rounds to be won in this first half. And even though this is the first round they've won, look at the money for CPH Flames. They don't have a lot going on. Their loss bonus is going to be in the bin. So they're going to have this AWP, and then maybe they can muster the odd thing here or there, but it should be pretty rough for them going forward. So
yeah,
Mad Lions should have a run here.
This is a really interesting spot, because on a lot of maps, like an Inferno or something, you could just force buy in this situation. But on Dust 2, I actually think that CPH Flames might just want to full save so they can actually have a proper buy round in the following rounds and just play this off. Just find a good spot for it, maybe recycle it a little bit.
Nope.
They're gonna force it up, but I think the fact that
it's a pretty good buy.
It's decent, but it's Dust 2, James. I feel like you really want that AWP in play, like the second AWP in play. You're gonna want a maximum buy. But
yeah, but if
they'll go for it.
I know, but if you're crushing your opponent and you've won almost every round, I think there's an argument to be made for playing the confidence game as well. Yeah. Psychological warfare, Dan.
I definitely don't think that it's a bad choice. I think you can definitely make this work as long as they have the plays for this, because you have to know how to get aggressive with it, and that's one of the reasons why it's a more difficult map. On most other maps in the pool, you have a lot of good options as a CTs aggressively that you can make. You can make those aggressive pushes safe. You can convert them well. You can find those close and medium ranges. But on this map, if your initial aggressions don't go too well, suddenly the T's can really control the pace of the round. They can get lots of long ranges. They can really outgun you pretty heavily. So a little bit worried for CPH Flames here. We'll see if this buy works. They'll go for the cap boost. What is that?
There it is. we saw one of the Brazilian teams trying that, but they were getting caught from their demos. Maybe they were inspired by watching that game, CPH Flames. Nice opening frag from them, and they have a man advantage in this 4 versus 3. So far, so good with this force buy. Cillian going to take some damage. Not too much, though. He's all right.
Oh, stand corrected. They had the gimmicks, James, and it works.
Gimmicks. Daytona. Was it Daytona?
I think so, yeah. It was definitely, you're right. It was definitely one of the 2 Brazilian teams. Yeah. Oh, the legs was just spotted there for sure.
Show me the legs. Well, again, Mad Lions have got one flashbang on a Cillian who's got the bomb. He's trying to creep up towards long. He's going to get away with it as well. Manages to creep around the corner just before Farlick starts peeking. And where is he headed? They don't know the status of long. Do they use this flash to take long? It's their only flash. It will telegraph their intentions. They may have to gamble so as not to give their full intentions away, but Hootsy's just creeping up short. Does this make them think it's B, though? No, because Roger is here. He wins the duel. I don't see the bomb, however, so it's still not clear as to what's going on. He might be offering a fake. Again, they haven't used that flash towards long. They've gone in silently, and that could really, really help them. Testis is by the car in B, so he doesn't have information. You can see Farlick heading towards the B bomb site, but he's watching the cross as well with the AWP. 17 seconds on the clock. Roger moving up that short position. Farlick now is going to be really important. There's no smoke. Down goes the bomb. It will be collected, though. They just about make it. The HE, though, will do minimum damage.
Oh, tonight. That was so close to being maybe a double kill. And here they go up catwalks. The bomb goes down. Nice pick off from Farlig, looking for the next one. Shush is playing the goose position, goes for the swing, and that lack of utility, James, really hurt Mad Lions. No smokes for the cross or anything like that, and the defuse will come through. And another defuse, another bomb plant, another retake. But that force buy, it works out, as you say. You know, that the gimmick to open the round up, to get the initial pick, get the initial trades, seemed to catch Mad Lions off guard at the worst timing, because that could have been the start of Mad Lions really building momentum. But
4K from Farlig, 10 for 3 now.
Damn.
That was devastating from Copenhagen Flames. Again, just playing the confidence game. They are very much in control of Dust 2. So why the hell not force buy? Great gimmick over the smoke. Nothing going the way of Mad Lions at the moment. So many bomb plants, but only one round. Off they go again. It'll be a late attempt towards long, it seems, but they'll have to be somewhat delayed as there's a lot of junk being thrown by Copenhagen Flames. Should seem like he's going to make his way in alone. He's alive for now, but there are flames beyond those smokes, so he can't really go anywhere. He's being tagged out, being hurt by Nodius. He gets a kill onto Farlig though, and he's able to fall back. I don't know how he's achieved that, but that's quite something. He's running distraction actually. He was a sacrificial lamb. Meanwhile, Mad Lions take the A bomb site, but Refresh has an AWP as well.
Yeah, it's a tough decision to try to make that peak or not. And with that kill, it does give a lot of options here. But there is an off angle, I think, that's being held by Shush. He's trying to look for any other players to go towards the longhouse. But Hooksy's got a lot of work here. If he gets a kill here, that'd be huge. He gets one on the catwalk, another 1v1. It doesn't go his way, but he's lightened the load here for CPH Flames as they move forward. For some extra information, they know another player is catwalk as well, but there's one that's unaccounted for. Here he comes in the flank, Shush with one, and there's no trade just yet. No trade at all. Shush is doing it all, and there's no kit. Tessis is going to get a kill, but there's nothing left to do here. It's going to be a round for Mad Lions as he tries to get out and save this AK, which he'll do. And Mad Lions they'll pick up the round, but they'll go down to their last player. But look at the money for CPH Flames. It's not good at all.
Yeah, they've been broken, properly broken this time. The AK is in the hands of Tesses, but it's not an AWP. And again, let's not forget Farlig's 4K in that previous round. I don't think that's going to happen this time. He's got a scout. They are buying up once again, CPH, but it's going to be a much harder task on this occasion. Making a play towards long. They've got the molly out. Very, very nice. So they've taken their initial map control, even with the limitations they have. That's pretty important. Very deep grenades, but Bubsky's ahead of it. Looking for a kill. You can see Nodius creeping. If he goes down, that's a big kill because he's only got one of the very few rifles, but he's ready for it. He's not even touched.
Yeah, that's a good start. I mean, they will see that it's going to be a B split, and they can't do much about it. They've only got one player on the site. Testis, he gets one with the AK. Needed more, I think, though. Oh, actually, that said, that's the bomb down. Just for a moment, it's going to slow things down. They'll go straight through the smoke here. Akor's on the other end of it. They can trade him maybe with the AWP, but they can't punish him on the reload. A flashbang through again to try to find a way to get him dead, but this is awkward. Both stuck by scaffolding. What a strange situation, but Akor, more damage from him with that orb. Looking for another kill. Maybe he's going to get it. Farlig, he's going to find one. The scout, but there's the trade. Roje through the smoke. That is just absolute chaos.
Look
down to the last man again.
These rounds are for Mad Lions to win.
Yeah, that's some serious damage.
It's really wild. But again, they could still get 7 rounds out of this. At some point, Copenhagen Flames are going to have to eco, and I think that point is now.
Yeah.
So everything will start to calm down. You can see, I get the impression Mad Lions are aware of this. They've got Shush on the Mac 10 now. There's the fastest way to deploy a smoke towards Cat for Xbox.
I'm glad we saw that. I forgot that yesterday, and now I've relearned it.
Yeah, it's an easy one to pick up. Here we go. A charge up Cat from Copenhagen Flames will not work out for them. This will be a comfortable round, the first comfortable round for Mad Lions. But again, it's never too late. Fresh air with the USP will get taken up by Shush, gets the bonus money with the SMG frag, and off they go to the next one. Mad Lions now with 3 rounds in a row. Okay, so this is it. This could change. I mean, the narrative so far has been that they've been just getting dominated. But a 7-8, that's not something that's crazy to think that Mad Lions could achieve. So we'll see if they can get there. Akor's on the AWP, that's always a dangerous prospect.
Throwing the smoke through, denying Molotovs, getting position. Long's been given up, which means that they know there's a setup here on Catwalk. There has to be. There's nobody on Long. Where else would the CTs be on A? And here's the setup. Oh man, walking straight into it, but there's no punish. Farley tries to get that punish. He goes into the flames, takes significant damage.
Mad Lions now. They've got eyes on the A-bomb side. There's a gap for Nodius. Misses the first one. Spots 2 crossing there, maybe even 3. So that's a lot of information for the CTs to play off of. But Bubsky creeping in the smoke. Who's going to get the opening frag in this game? Starts to fall back. Nodius still by that smoke. This is going to explode quickly. Refresh knows that somebody was on Cat. They're backing up all the way towards Gong, it seems. And now the CTs are completely exposed. Nodius taken out. Hooksy in no man's land. And Acor has the angle. Mad Lions have been patient before they advance towards the A-bomb site. They have no grenades whatsoever, but Bubsky gets a blind kill. It's a 5 versus 2.
Yeah, there's no hope left here for CPH Flames, and they'll get finished off, put out of their misery. And Mad Lions are indeed well on their way to a comeback in this half. There's still more work to be done. 5 rounds on the T side of Dust 2 is really, you know, you would say, I think, that it's not really good enough. So for their sake, they do need to try to get more rounds on the board. The CT side is, I think CPH Flames, if they don't get any more rounds, they're still going to be like pretty happy with what they've achieved in this half. But of course there is prospect for more after this save round.
Oh no!
Ooh, 5 HP.
Oh, he's alive. That's a problem. Acor has been an issue in some of these rounds, so the grenades are good, but if he's alive, he's still got issues, man. Pistols for Copenhagen Flames. Bomb will be kept out of harm's way. Still waiting for that flashbang to come through. Now will it be a split of the B-bomb site? Tess is creeping and he's been taken out. Roger was waiting for it, but the CTs trying to swarm in CT spawn, but they'll be dealt with for the most part. Switching for the AUG. So there's no reloads. Nodius, oh, he's going to ring that bell. But he won't do more than that. 6-8 Mad Lions on the comeback. They're starting to make the beginning of this look irrelevant now, as the score looks very close towards halftime.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And Dust 2 is a weird one too, you know, from the perspective that you can see very swingy. It can be very swingy, like, you know, it's not one of those maps that can be very simply, oh, this is just a super T-sided map. Typically tends to be the case, but matchups dependent as well. Some construction going on Dust 2, James.
Yeah.
They're trying to destroy the double doors.
That was a very, very nice flashbang. Roger going for the 1v1. Hooksy got away with that pretty nicely. 70 HP, just took 1 hit. They had 4 auto snipers. They hit him once. That's a pretty bad job. Solo towards B with the AWP. Hooksy's comfortable for now. He averted the initial attempt. So Mad Lions have to play the long con. Bubsky again going through that smoke, trying to catch players off guard, and indeed he does. Nodius didn't know what hit him.
Yeah, it's definitely a pretty aggressive maneuver to go for that really forward smoke. Added risk. And now there's a lot of problems, just 2 players left. This is the last round, of course. And Farley's going to have to do a lot more than that to save this one. Tessus is going to hear them all running and rotating, so that will be some info for Farley, but he's so far away. Tessus is alone against so many players here. I don't know what he can possibly do. He's going to try to get the line up. Oh, it could be huge, but it's just 1. James, is that enough? I don't think so.
I don't think it will be, no, because Acor's still in that mid position. I'm not sure if he got any sound cues. You saw Bubsky just run up long, took some risk to get the information, and there we go. Mad Lions with a great comeback in the first half. There's only 1 round between them. So that was pretty good so far. I mean, it was a great start for Copenhagen Flames. It looked like it was going to be a complete shutout, but Mad Lions have turned things around, and now I even more so don't know which way this one's going. We've got another half of Dust 2 to come. That's after the break. We'll see you back here shortly. Welcome back. CPH Flames now picking up the gauntlet on the T side. We'll see if they can have a run and try and put a stop to the push of Mad Lions late in that first half.
Yeah.
There's definitely some pros to be said for both sides, but it's Mad Lions with the momentum now as they move to the CT side. 4 sets of Kevlar, Asilian with 2 flashes and a defuse kit. There's only 1 player towards the A-bomb site for Mad Lions. They have put a lot of people in the B-bomb site, but Shush gets taken out by that P250. That range, baby!
But there's 2 players, Carl, will they? I expect it's in it. The one is here. Bubsky does a good job. Roger as well. And now it's looking rather difficult for CPH Flames. They started off well with the P250, but it's fallen to pieces. They lost the bomb. No bomb control. They could try to slow this down and reset the round. They've got lots of time to play with, and that would really seem to be the most wise choice here. See what Refresh can do. But there's so many eyes pointed at his direction. They've heard him. They know that he's here. But I don't know. I think he should probably try to wait until that smoke goes away so his teammate can capitalize upon his distraction. But instead, you know, that smoke was not really up, so Farley couldn't really attack at the same time.
He's doomed.
Yeah, doesn't look like there's much to do. So there's the pickup of the pistol. And there was, importantly, there was no bomb plant. That's the problem here, is that there was no bomb plant, which means that CPH Flames, there's not a huge argument to force in this round. They could still go for it. You can make it work, but I think it is wiser to wait for the following round where you get the AKs.
Yeah, there wasn't much of anything in that round. No, it's worth noting, though, Copenhagen Flames picked up 2 P250s in that pistol round. Again, the P250s have longer range than the USPs for a one-shot in a pistol round. It's much better than the Glocks. The last 2 players, though, were left with the Glocks, which made things even worse. But there were too many man for position. Copenhagen Flames racing towards the site. Take a bullet for the president. Don't be shy. Don't the choke point. Go, go, go. The HE grenade's a little late. The flashbang will be perfect. And it is a shooting gallery. Ooh, rich men, hunting game.
A-call. Just pulls out the USB. Pop, pop, pop. And his score is suddenly looking much more respectable. He had a tough first half, I would say. Hooksy quickly went 12. I think he was like 10-2 or something like that. And then he just, when obviously they started to lose rounds, partly it was because they, I think CPH Flames were falling off individually, and they were playing some risky spots. I wasn't always agreeing how they would play their aggression long for Nodius, but here comes the long take. Somewhat delayed. They're going to wait for those pre-nades. That smoke's very deep actually, and Tessus will get the trade almost immediately. This could fall apart for Mad Lions actually.
Slowing things down towards A. Risks taken towards B. It's a 2-man push, though. Nodius is expecting it. See how the first player jumps to try and avoid getting fragged for free, and they'll do that. That forces Nodius away, but they know there's a 2-man push, so they are 3 versus 2 worst case scenario on this A bomb site. A-core manages to get a kill stuck in the corner of a scout. He was so close to the headshot there. Doesn't quite get it, though. Second smoke goes up towards long. There's a Sicilian gamble on the push. Both players here. Goes for the spray. Some harassment with grenades towards the site, but CPH Flames have the time to be careful. But that time buys time for Bubsky to rotate towards long. A big frag from Tessus, leaving Asilian alone now in CT spawn. They know exactly where he is. He's walking into a crossfire. How on earth could he possibly do this?
Yeah, he already gave up his position, as you said, James, so he's made his own life very difficult here. And they're just waiting for the perfect moment. What a beautiful crossfire there. Farley would have gone down if there was a world where that would happen. Asilian would have been shot in the back, and I'm not sure that he should have shot any bullets there. I think he could have just sat in the smoke. He knew he had his teammate rotating through towards long. If he sits in the smoke there, waits for his teammate to take contact, he gets a trade, and then maybe there's a chance to win the round, but he tried to spray through the smoke, James. There was nothing he could have accomplished with that. And that's CPH Flames back already. And there was no time to build money for Mad Lions, so this could get dangerous.
Ooh. CZ taken out immediately. That was the only real threat here. The B bomb site is taken for free. Low tunnel is in their control. Copenhagen Flames. And all is good in the hood. Deathmatch for Tessus, looking for a anti-eco ace. Haven't spotted Shush just yet, although they may have heard him be tagged through the smoke. He'll be taken out. 10 rounds, CPH Flames. The first team's double figures. The score's still close, though. And now the buy comes out for Mad Lions. What will their defense look like here?
Well, they've got some... They can work... CPH Flames can work the 3 players they have towards long here. for a long take, and then just kind of go from there. And with those double orbs, life can get complicated. We'll see, though, how this long action goes. And Mad Lion should have the incendiary on the doors. Okay, they weren't able to get it off. There was a smoke there from the T side. That's going to work out nicely. And you can see that dynamic. The CTs will time their flashbangs to allow their first player to get the incendiary on the doors. The way to counter that for the T side is to get a smoke on the doors, so your whole team can swing, and then you can overwhelm the CTs unless they fully commit, which in this case they did not. But they lost one player in the effort, so it's a pretty rough spot.
Mad Lions ran away from long all the way towards short because you've got to have one of them, otherwise you are effed. Asilian now by that smoke once again. There might be a boost by the wall actually to stop the plant from happening. Asilian's kind of lined up for that, but also people just advancing. He could get sprayed though through that smoke. TeSeS will take Bansky out and follow the traces to take out Asilian as well. This is really going in the favor of Copenhagen Flames. Picking up in the second half as they started the first. Acorn now in a 1 versus 3. He's fired a shot and he's walking into the hands of Refresh. He's got to be real careful. Now, if he somehow gets this kill, never mind. Refresh will pop him. Another round in the bag for Copenhagen Flames. Large and in charge.
So one of the things I was talking about before, James, is, and one of the reasons why I was saying that CPH Flames would have a good chance, even if this isn't typically in their map pool, is, and they did a great job on the CT side, but it's the T side fundamentals that are pretty easy. If you play the long spawns, you know the dynamic, which we just saw there. Like we saw that they knew to throw the smoke on the double doors if they're going to all swing out together to counter the molly that's always thrown, and just basics like this. And it's pretty easy, the decision making as a team. It just comes down to hitting your shots after that. So they're off to a good start, that's for sure. It's a nice find by Hooksy. Just USPs mostly though. There's the stack. And they're losing some players here, James. This might get a little bit worrisome.
But if they can control these choke points, they've got 3 smokes for that door and a molly again for the window. And if they're careful, maybe there's an argument. Oh. Oh no! Ooh. Oh my god, Farlig. Given life somehow. God knows how he survived that. That would have changed everything. Now, how much do you want to invest into this when you could hold on to this AK? There's another smoke to come after that. TeSeS doesn't need to move. So once that third and final smoke comes in, maybe that'll be a wrap. Shush has found the AK-47, but he'll be hunted now. They know exactly where he is. He's not going to make it. 12 rounds to Copenhagen Flames.
I think, James, in the last 3 rounds, TeSeS has got something like at least 8 or 9 kills in the last 3 rounds. He's just been entry fragging, cleaning up ecos, just aggressively just pushing everyone down with his AK. He's really come alive in this second half. And that's great because they need somebody to come alive. And he's been doing a good job with that. And I'm just looking at the spawns here. Right now, and CPH Flames do not have a long spawn in this round.
They have a B spawn.
They have a B spawn. They could decide to just go default, or they could do like a delayed long take. I think long's been working out so well for them that there is an argument for them to give that a go. But maybe they'll just go into a cat default and then figure it out from there. So we'll see how that plays out.
1 AWP for A-Core for Mad Lions. No second AWP on this round for the CT side. TeSeS going through suicide with the flashes through the middle doors and the molly towards short as well. Plenty of pressure, and indeed they do take that B spawn. Refresh is here to trade. Acorn makes his way towards the window, but it's high risk. And that will slow him down somewhat. He's got no one to flash for him either. His teammates are isolated from him and having to gamble through that smoke in CT spawn. TeSeS looking for something. Oh, he's going for the spray, and that is shut down as well. 1 versus 3 for Mad Lions.
TeSeS, man, he's so hungry for these kills. So yeah, they played the B spawn. I didn't actually expect them to have the balls to go for the B spawn, James, and actually just run into the site with full buy. But they did it, and Dust 2. This is what I'm talking about. Sometimes like Dust 2 helps you by saying, giving you an argument. The rush timings on the spawns are really strong on the T side. If you just play the spawns, you can get quite a lot out of that, and it really takes out a lot of the guesswork if you don't know how to call things. And this is brutal. This is so brutal. This was a round where Mad Lions, they had just saved a round prior to this. They got their 4x out, the AWPs and everything. Didn't even get a chance to use them.
Copenhagen Flames just running a train right now.
Yeah.
Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bollocks. Speed. Remember that film? That film was awesome. 3 rounds away from the first map are Copenhagen Flames. A master stroke, it seems, picking Dust 2 unless Mad Lions can turn it around. And there's still time. Maybe not this particular round, but Acor has an AWP, and a hero AWP can always be very powerful. Okay. Ooh, going for that crouch peek, but Tessus is ready for it. And the AWP is long gone. That's not going to be recovered anytime soon. That's got Mad Lions on a pilgrimage through those middle doors, and they found something. Molotov weapon can be protected for the time being. Tessus will deny access to that AWP. In the meantime, Copenhagen Flames also got control of long. They know where the last player is now from the trajectory of that HE grenade, so they're in a comfortable position, and it feels like they've always been in a comfortable position in this game here, Copenhagen Flames.
Just some good Dusty fundamentals. And the cool thing about Tessus there in that fight with the AWP, he saw Acor get the info of where he was standing, so what he did was he took an off angle that's kind of going a bit wide, and so when Acor swings, kind of pre-firing a deeper position, before Acor's ready to shoot, Tessus is already going to be able to react to him swinging, and he gets the advantage there. So Tessus playing some good CS right now, that's for sure. And they're playing the spawns, James. They are just playing their spawns. That's the caller. The caller is Dust 2 right now. And they're going to trade out, it seems. Bubsky misses the flick, and that's probably the round. They've got no control. Hooksie's hunting them down already before the bombs even had a chance to be planted.
Yeah, at this point, I think Mad Lions need to consider this a warm-up because they need to come into the next one hot. And maybe they're a bit cold here. Shots being missed. Must be a frustrating game of Dust 2, just being victimized constantly.
Yeah.
Roger and Sicilian desperately trying to hold on to what they can, but it's a rough one.
Yeah, again, this map is there's a few different things. I might make a video about it actually, but like in terms of what you need to know to play it well, and then what it comes down to in terms of like where the individual ability has to be. And I think it is also quite fair to say Mad Lions had a cold start on their first half on their T side, and CPH Flames were hitting their shots like really hard in the first half at the first like 10 rounds or so, and that really has set Mad Lions back so much. They just don't have any room to work with on this second half to kind of recover and right the ship. So they're definitely not having fun at the moment.
Yeah. They're not out of it just yet, but they may soon be. And if you look at all those rounds in a row for Copenhagen Flames, doesn't feel likely that Mad Lions are going to make a comeback here, but let's make no assumptions. Incendiary and long once again. Roger will play close to the NT9 as he pretty much has to. The Mad Lions smokes on long will be more reasonable than the ones we saw in the first half from Copenhagen Flames.
The CT's just burned all their smokes. And they're all gone now, pretty much. They're all dissipating, so they're gonna have to fight it out now. And here comes the pop flash to take long. Roger close to the doors. Ouch.
Yeah, that's a painful one. Playing anti-flash for the MP9, but he can't play anti-frag, it seems. They're just getting taken out for fun now by Copenhagen Flames. Bubsky and Shush remain. No opening frag yet for Mad Lions. There's no. There is a kit, sorry, on the last 2 players on Bubsky. The bomb will fly over. Style point perhaps. Not on the bomb pad itself just yet, but there is a player on Goose. That was Tessus. And now Bubsky's alone. 1 versus 4. Bomb being planted. There are only flashbangs left for Copenhagen Flames, but there's plenty of personnel. Refresh with the instant trade. 16-9. It feels very dominant. It feels more dominant than the score suggests.
Yeah, I think it's. I mean, obviously the T side was really good for CPH Flames, and this is kind of what I was afraid of for Mad Lions, because CPH Flames didn't really need to default, and it's not that they chose this gambly style of CS. They just know how to play Dust 2 quite well, because Dust 2 does give you really strong timings from spawns. Obviously, you don't know what spawns you're going to So you always get this decision, okay, what can we do with these spawns given the context of our opponent's economy and the rest of it? And also, CPH Flames, I don't know, what it is, but it seems like they've definitely been warming up effectively because a lot of their players in this game looked way warmer than the Mad Lions individuals.
Yeah, Mad Lions kind of got hammer-fisted by Copenhagen Flames there. Thoughts of the desk coming up after the break.
Well, we have one map down of map versus Copenhagen Flames, and so far, what we've seen is a pretty dominant performance from Copenhagen Flames on Dust 2, which goes against everybody's predictions so far. Not to say that you'd be wrong in the end, but you're trending towards wrong.
Definitely trending that way. That looked pretty rough from the get-go, right? Losing the pistol round, the force buy, lack of trading at long A, First gun round, all 5 people go along A. They get flanked. Second gun round, I want to say, that was the 1-on-2 in the A bomb site that Hooksy won with the D. Basically, they went down 0-7 at the start of this game. They ended the first half with 7 rounds, which means that once that craziness kind of leveled out, they got back into the game. But it was embarrassing at the start of the game. Honestly, the rounds they lost were all due to lack of teamwork and preparation and in-game leading, in my opinion. This loss is on Asilion in that first half.
Yes.
The second half was rough, but CT Dust 2 can be rough. The first half is inexcusable.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk about the Krieg lately, and we were discussing this during the game. With Dust 2 being a T-sided map, and so you have that Krieg advantage going in, and you've got these kind of long-range sight lines in which the Krieg can excel, and then you go down in your first 7 rounds on the T side, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the worst look possible, and 1 being a good look. Where are we on the bad look scale right now?
We're on a 10 here, Monty. We're absolutely on a 10. What Sean mentioned when they were down 7-0, they won 1 post plant out of 6 in the first 10 rounds. So they were getting into the sites. They were utilizing those Kriegs. They just weren't able to defend those bomb sites in post plant scenarios. And we even saw a failed run boost. We saw failed nades. There's a lot of things that happen. Sure, Copenhagen Flames, they look like a team with a bone to pick. We heard Tess's talking about it in his interview. Anywhere Asilion's going to be, we're going to go out and find him and kill him. I like that attitude coming out from them, but I got to say this was absolutely failures coming out of these guys.
Yeah, I will say that 1-on-2 Hooksy won with the D. I mean, it's definitely going to be in the highlight reel coming up. Or I think we actually passed it, but it was a nice clip by him.
Those were nice shots.
He hit 2 1D. But Bubsky was on Cat. A-Core was in the site. They could have played 2-on-1s there, and also Bubsky wasted a Molotov by Molotoving CT spawn before Hooksy even came up and was spotted from long A. A Molotov in a post plant in the A site when the bomb is planted for you is the most valuable piece of utility you can have, and he just dropped it into spawn. I have no idea why. And then the very next round, they took the B-bomb site, and he wasted a Molotov by Molotoving through the window smoke. That's just stuff you don't want to see. Like, as someone that picked Mad Lions to win that game, I don't believe I would have seen that with Hunt on the team. It's hard to say because individuals tend to take over when they're in the clutch situations, but that is a huge misplay in that 1-on-2.
Yeah, I mean, the big concern for me in this particular setup is obviously when you watch Mad Lions, the whole time we're using this as a control group to figure out what did Hunden do, what was his impact. And part of the issue is, like Sean said earlier, because he's an old school in-game leader, he does take a lot of the responsibility on himself, seemingly, to call during the round. It's not like he's just trained everyone with a playbook that he can just give them while he goes off and then they just run it without him, because you're not seeing any of the stuff pretty much that you saw when he was in the team. They looked way better and controlled on their T-sides.
And another thing they did with Hunden was create spacing really well, right? Like, Hunden is that whole W gang player that will just wide swing out around corners. The younger players coming up today, they like jiggle peeking. They've mastered that art of, making people miss and then swinging out wide afterwards. Hunden has that old school mindset where he's going to wide swing around the corner, and he's probably going to die. I'm not going to lie, because it's a bad way to peek corners if you want to win a fight. But it allowed spacing in such a way where teams didn't double kill his teammates, because it creates space between the first and second guy. The second guy trades the kill, and then they would snowball into the bomb site. What I saw in this game was a lot of multi-frags going in the favor of CPH Flames because that spacing didn't exist.
And we talked about how Copenhagen Flames have been seeing some decent success against top 20 teams online. Is this another example of how, when they're in an online situation, that they can really perform?
Absolutely. I'd have to say so. And this goes back to their scrappiness. Once again, we saw another boost coming out on CT side, far leg, getting almost a triple boost towards that double doors to peek over that smoke. They're doing a lot of gimmicky style plays in order to get and convert Ws, convert kills, and doing everything and anything they can in order to make it happen. And you can see that sort of scrappiness from them within those chaotic rounds. And more often than not, they're coming out on top because they're doing whatever it takes to get the kills and whatever it takes to win the round.
I think one of the reasons I also have my concerns going forwards for Mad Lions, obviously we're going to come to their map pick now, is if they'd have been a team where they had one new name, and like A-Core, for example, and he just looked really good, he's an AWPer, so you could rationalise maybe he just did all that himself and he just happens to be in the team. But the idea that they got 4 players who mostly were unknown, Bobsky's sort of known a bit, and then they all are at like career peak form, that makes it sound like the IGL was not only finding the talent, but then figuring out how to use that talent, how to adapt with it, because the odds that someone just rises right to the top with no sort of like experience experience curve. It's so low in our game. So basically, it's not over. They've still got great talent, but Asilion has a lot of work ahead of him, obviously in a short span of time. And the fact that you were getting out-fragged by a team that in theory is from the same region but should have worse players does make me concerned as to like essentially like the head of the horse, as it were, on the Mad Lions side.
Tessus was the best player in the server just now. He dominated that game by far. Yeah, and you would think Bubsky or Acor would be those players, but they've been MIA so far this event.
It should be a great map for Acor if you have the right T side.
Should definitely be. It should be an entire event for Acor. Like, he came into this so hot, and he looked good in the first series against Havu. They just fell short. This game, he was kind of missing, if I'm being honest. And Bubsky hasn't really shown up at all yet this event, and he was one of their star players.
He was, but with Train coming up, I'm expecting once more, I don't know if this hope is misplaced or not, but it's Train, Acor, his opping abilities has been fundamental for their success. So I'm expecting him to come up, and I'm really looking at Roy. He's been a player, you know, he's 26 years old. He's an older player. Last year in the DreamHack Open circuits, I mentioned that it was so impressive that a 26-year-old rookie would come into the scene, into the competition, and turn heads and make people realize, dang, he's a contender. With Hunden's departure, I've seen him consistently towards the bottom. He's the entry fragger for these Lions guys. He needs to be able to find some success to open up those holes and find the spacing that Sean was talking about that Hunden had so much success in.
All right,
That's
well,
a new segment. Dang, he's a contender with Potter. Dang, look at that. Dang, man.
Very good, very good. We're going to see if they can do a little bit better on Train. And of course, casting this game will be two gentlemen dressed like frat boys from 2002.
Polo.
They got us there, James.
I guess they did. 78% for Mad Lions on Train, and for CPH, it's about 67%. I think it's close enough between these two teams in this vacuum.
Like coin flippy?
It's a bit coin flippy. Yes. We'll see what they're able to do. Roy. We knew it was Roy.
Did we?
Not Roj.
Because we weren't saying it, so I don't think we did, James.
I know.
You just got to cop to it, man.
We said it before, but it's like, you know, you're saying Roj, and it's like, I'm pretty sure the J is a Y.
Yeah, I was thinking that's the
I know I've pronounced it Roy before as well.
Okay.
But there we go. Mad Lions will be starting on the T side, and we are off to the races. No P250s for Mad Lions. We've got Bubsky, Roy, and Shush with Glocks. Asilion and Acor, the Grenade Men. Roy has made his way. Shut up. Has made his way towards Olafmeister. We've got one player Hell, one player Ivy, and this pistol run is getting off to a roaring start. Refresh taken out, but Farlig has seen a lot of players towards the B bomb site, trying to buy time. A little jiggle, information, show some legs, and head towards the A bomb site. Do Mad Lions.
Yeah, this is really tough to deal with. They are locked out of the choke points. The Molotov will be deployed as well. And the CTs will be making their way through the back lines. Maybe didn't need to burn the molly there just yet, but I don't know that CPH fans have really any position to work from here. This is going to be very difficult. There's the first kill, but now it's down to Farlig to get, well, the ace clutch to find a way to win this round. I don't know that that's going to be happening for him here. He's trying to search for these players, but this is such a hard site to retake because there's so many nooks and crannies where the T's can be hiding. That's another nice kill, but also time is a concern. There's no kit for Farlig, and so he might just fall back indeed and save this Kevlar. It has been tagged a little bit. Another kill. Making that money, James. He is the AWPer, so he's going to get 4 kills there. It's $1,200 for him in kill bonus, so that, yeah, that's going to help him get an AWP out. And Kevlar and Snades a bit earlier, perhaps.
Nothing bought from CPH just yet. We'll see if they make any investment into this run whatsoever.
Good Mad Lions, though. They've gone mostly SMGs to get a boatload of utility.
Okay, here we go. So there's 4 scouts.
Yeah!
All
let's
right.
do it.
I was thinking Farlig could have considered falling back to just hold on to his Kevlar for this round. But either way, he chose not to. Because again, the Kevlar's 650, it kills 300, sorry. So there is sometimes a decision to be made there, but it depends on what your intentions are. 4 scouts on deck. Often a B play will be able to avoid some of this. Nice molly. Nodius will stand in the molly for a while, hoping for a peek, but there's no peek.
He just fire a shot to give presence as well. Scouts there. But can they understand that there's 3 more scouts on the map? And this is the utility coming in from Mad Lions. So trying to run a utility-based Antica, which is going to be really effective against the fact that there's so many scouts. You can see they have no vision. And if the bomb goes down, I don't think the scouts can really do much to retake. We'll see if it goes, though. And they'll be forced all the way back here. Refresh will find a kill onto Roy. Nodius there with his scouts, seeing if he can find anything, but it's difficult to get a look in onto this bomb site. And another kill coming in from Refresh with that scout. There's Nodius with a headshot as well. It's a 3v2 now. I don't think there's a kit here, so they do need to speed things up, which may be difficult.
Acor. Oh, it's so awkward. Scoped in already. 2 versus 2. How much more damage can be done? Nice peek from Acor. Now, maybe it's time to fall back for CPH. They can use these scouts in the next round because they'll be on eco anyway. But Nodius is at the point of no return, and maybe Farlig's the only man who will hold on to one. Maybe he is not. Peeking to do some more damage. So they prioritize doing damage towards the end of that round rather than holding on and trying to kind of reset the situation with more places to fall back and do damage in this round.
Yep.
2-0 for Mad Lions. They get off to a good start. They had a nightmare on Dust 2 for the most part, but now they've got an opportunity to do better. They're starting off well, winning the pistol on their T side, pretty important. They've won that consecutive round, as worrying as 4 scouts can be.
Yep.
So far, so good.
I mean, if you want to be nitpicky, you can make a pretty good argument that they could have saved 3 scouts there, but they're going to go for this push here towards E-Box, pretty much everybody, and Roy's going to take a great position. That's really strong maneuvering, resetting after the first kill. They're going to try to chase him down, but he's got the MAC-10. He's going to make us so much money here. The gun is more than paid for itself with that SMG bonus, $1,800 straight to the bank as the bomb gets planted.
I think he saw both players on the kill cam as well. So there's a lot of information to be had as to the whereabouts of the remaining players. Refresh will hear some sound cues here. And he's got a chance to make himself some money if he's fast enough, but he won't be on this occasion. Just 1 play loss for Mad Lions, and we are at 3-0 now. So the first buy round for both squads is coming through. How many AWPs will we see? Just the one. Farlig, of course, with the AWP. And 3 M4A4s, and Tesses going for the AUG. Not as popular, but people like Carrigan like to still pick it up. And Tesses here as well. Just a few here and there, though. It has fallen out of favor significantly. A lot of junk being thrown towards the A bomb site, trying to maybe stop players getting towards areas like ladder, but Refresh will get there with ease, it seems.
Mad Lions looking to go inner, it looks like, at this point. They've got most players towards the halls, and they do have that lurk set up in Bubsky towards Ivy, but everybody else is towards that B bomb site already. And Nodius is here on the bomb train himself, but he's fairly alone, although there's a rotation coming from Refresh, but he's only got 20 HP, and there's the push. Nodius picks up 1, but the trade comes in immediately, and Refresh goes down as well. It's not a good look here for CPH Flames. Set piece style is working out for Mad Lions.
Yeah, they got dismantled pretty quickly, Flames. Trying to hold on to what they can, but how likely will that be? That's a huge save. Or maybe it's not actually, because Farley got the kill. I thought Hootsie did, but never mind. No save needed in that respect, but they will have to save overall. Still looking for their first round. Mad Lions exacting revenge now after a difficult game of Dust 2.
Yeah, I think what's interesting to me is that I think that CPH Flames, I think we're going to see generally like better T sides and CT sides from them, given what I've seen from them in the past on Nuke and Train and so on, given that those are the remaining maps. So I think, you know, if they're at least getting 5 or 6 rounds, I think they're going to be, you know, in a decent place, like good enough. And you know, to the point of them getting those 5 or 6 rounds, you know, Mad Lions, as I mentioned, playing a pretty heavy set piece style at the moment, and it seems to be working really, really well. Like CPH Flames are not able to really shut it down just yet.
A light investment from Copenhagen Flames. We've got the scout coming out for a refresh. Everybody committed to the A bomb site at present, but there'll be a fallback as there's no surge into A from Mad Lions. I've called that a few times. It's always been the wrong call, every single time. Now they go to a more traditional setup. Besides Farlig, who's deep. He's halfway down Ivy with the AWP. Acor takes a fresh shot in the meantime. Scout collected by Tesses. He can still try to show some presence. He's seen the barrel of A gun as he is towards stop sign. Farlig now has made his way through Ivy, but he's been tagged. He's at 26 HP. Testes with a headshot in the meantime. Maybe buy time for a rotation. Spots Bro James attack, but no frag. There's the frag. And now we've got big problems for Mad Lions. They're not responding to this.
Testes looks so dangerous, my god. And Hooksy's above them. There's nowhere to go for them. They're going to be stuck in the ladder room. Oh, they've got to go out into the CTs. There's nowhere to go. Although there are smokes providing some coverage, and also Acor's out there by Sandwich with the AWP himself. But Testes is still alive, and again, he's looking pretty hungry. The Deeg, the Scout, been putting in that work, but he'll finally get taken down after his 2K. Hooksy's stolen the Krieg. You'd really want to save this Krieg, I think, in this situation. He's maybe looking to do some damage, though, first. And he's been found, and that Krieg's been lost. I really think the Krieg is, if you can keep a Krieg, especially on the CT side of the train, I'm sad when I see it, not save games. I'm very sad about that.
Well, don't look to me for consolation, Dan. 5-0 for Mad Lions. Copenhagen Flames are on a good buy there. They've got maximum loss bonus, and they've got a big buy. They've got a HE. They've got the AWP on file. I just saw Bubsky get rid of a HE and spawn to buy a second flashbang, I presume, or something along those lines. Way fast out into the A bomb site. Will we see that common push towards Sandwich through the smoke from the CTs, which we see oh so often? Indeed we will, but they'll exchange positions, it seems. They've got no idea. Roy's basically on the bomb site now. Where's the first target? We've got Blaze in Connector and on the bomb. 3 frags in 1 second, and Copenhagen Flames are in bags of trouble, but Farlig's still alive and still delivering kills on the A bomb site.
This off angle, this is also right eye versus left eye. It's just so strong. I don't think that Nodius can really challenge this. Farlig's not really in a position to help him out either. I mean, he will have to do so by just getting kills. And, well, Nodius is going to beat Roy in that position, even though he had a huge disadvantage. And now Asilian's alone. I need to try to clutch this one out. He's got plenty of time to get the bomb planted, and he's going to get some info by going on atop the train here before he goes for the plant. Just to try to get some additional understanding of, where is safe for me to plant at this point. He wanted that side plant, he's going to get it. There's the molly to slow down rotation through connector, but little does he know that already Nodius is out there. Ooh. Some damage received, but he's not going to go down just yet. He will be able to reset the situation, but straight into Farlig, who whips the shot. James, this is so desperate now for Asilian.
There's a lot of utility for the CTs as well. If he can stay hidden for a few seconds, oh, now he really has to jump with the Molotov up top. They have no idea where he is. He has a chance now. The side plant's going to be brutal. There is a smoke for Farlig, but that surely won't help him with Asilian so close. He could be anywhere, and Farlig's like, nope, and having to run away. 6-0 for Mad Lions. Taste of your own medicine for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, that's one misestimation of the positioning of Asilian by Nodius. That was everything. Well played by Mad Lions, by Asilian, to get the clutch to complete that, because it was looking rather desperate, and it's going to keep CPH Flames on the back burner for now. They will force it up around the AWP, it seems. I was wondering, actually, how much investment will they put behind this? They haven't actually fully committed all their money just yet. So actually, they'll half buy around the AWP, which I think makes a lot of sense. The scouts will be coming out in force again.
Yeah, they want to keep the money together so as not to ruin their full buys in the rounds to come. So there'll be bits and bobs, pots and pans, mainly the AWP though. Or I say that, but there has been some output from these scouts, but to no avail really. There's big fat 0 on the scoreline here for Copenhagen Flames. Mad Lions with some pressure towards Ivy. The scouts can be heard. Very tight run boost, not a normal one you see. Smoke up to deny information. That's also a scary prospect, though, for Mad Lions to approach that smoke, because you know it's a desperate situation for Copenhagen Flames, and sometimes those are the most difficult to deal with.
So they open up the back lines for themselves as the smoke goes away. You can see that they will be able to move towards that position, but refreshes around the corner with the scouts looking for a headshot here. If he gets one kill out of this, that'd be huge. Oh, he whiffs completely, I think. I don't think he got any damage there. Either way, they'll be making their way quickly to CT spawn. Here's the next test. Nodius with the Deagle in hand. Can he prevent the flow of Ts as they make their way around the spawn?
Oh
wow, they
beautiful.
Owned him there, and he doesn't even try to go for a fadeaway shot.
What we're seeing from Mad Lions is 2 sets of players just buddying up, moving together, trade fragging and so on. You're always going to have one odd guy who I think has mostly been a but it's very well played, very simple stuff from Mad Lions, but done well. Bubsky now might lose the Krieg to Nodius, but he's low. So he may try to hide in plain sight here. We'll see if he is able to survive. Maybe that will be the difference maker in the next round should he make it there. But he is being hunted, and he will make it nowhere at all. Dies in CT spawn. Mad Lions 7, Copenhagen Flames 0.
So CPH Flames are getting pretty wrecked right now by more or less everything that Mad Lions are doing. It's going to be difficult, I think, for them to adjust, because it doesn't seem like, I mean, if they were going to have adjustments, we would have seen at least 1 or 2 different looks, but it's been generally the same look from them, and they're just sort of playing passively, and Mad Lions are abusing that massively by just getting free setups. And perhaps CPH Flames need to find ways to have some more aggressive setups, take away team main, get more pressure there, go for an Ivy play, go for a more aggressive inner play, get that information, and then react off of the information that you find. I think they're being a bit too passive. The double ops come out. We'll have to see if that's going to be the difference maker.
Oh no, that doesn't help, does it? Shush from 78. Well, it could be worse. Mad Lions are 7-0 up. 7-0, and you know the score, as people would shout in the UK. Bubsky lurking towards Ivy. He has Hooksy for entertainment. In the meantime, there's a potential burst into the B bomb site. Farlig is on B with the AWP, as well as Nodius, who's up close. Seems Farlig wants to take an aggro position. He might catch somebody off guard here. They're very expectant now. For some reason, something's given him the idea that there might be an approach towards upper B. 2 of them here. There's one, there's both. Not a good start for them. Farlig now focusing on the low ground. The flashbang will be a problem. Misses the flick. Mad Lions in trouble in round number 8. Turning things around though. 3 versus 3. Nodius trying to hide in the smoke. That's going to be a problem. But Bubsky's on the rotation.
Maybe this round should already have been over. If those AWP shots would have connected, this would be impossible for Mad Lions most likely, but instead now they have a chance to reset the situation with the time that's remaining. And CPH Flames, they played aggressively. They took away one part of the map control. They got T main and they got deep smoke on it. That's how they knew that the B play was coming. And that was one of the things I was hoping to see from them. Just get that information, play reactively from it. And okay,
really?
This is, yeah, I agree, James. This is an optimistic reset, but they don't want to go through T main because they assume that T main is still taken by the CTs.
I know, but look at the time. There's
I agree
15
with you.
seconds and they have to walk.
I agree.
So then, oh no! Oh! It's actually going to work out.
My brain!
It's actually going to work out. They've suddenly taken all the position on the A bomb site. Wow. More fool me. 3 versus 2 now for Mad Lions as they've really turned this one around.
Oh, James.
Refresh quickly onto the A bomb site. Spots one by Hell, but they're a superior position for Bubsky, and there's nothing for Nodius to do now.
Oh man, that is just, this round is so brutal for a few different reasons. Like, firstly, like CPH Flames do the correct things and they get the information. They stop the upper push. Nodius is there next to the smoke. They knew it was coming. But then there's like these 2 whiff shots on the players coming T ramp with the AWP. And Mad Lions are able to kind of reset. And then Mad Lions pick the longest possible rotation, which means that they basically can't have a single thing go wrong. And then they make all the sound cues because they have to run. And then the guy who's defending that position with an AWP, I think it's Hooksy, switches to a grenade, even though he had plenty of warning that they were coming, which allows him to get an instant kill and a bomb down. I don't get it, James. This is madness.
It's Mad Lions there. 8-0. Where's the first round for Copenhagen Flames? Will we see one in this half? Will we see one in this game? You start to wonder. Pistols and HE grenades for Copenhagen Flames. They've got the odd grenade here and there as well. Smoke molly flashes. You can see them on the HUD. Nodius alone on the B-bomb site, and look at them there. Zip up the body bags. Nodius with the rifle is the main thing here. He's the main beacon of hope. Refresh with an off angle with the Deagle. Doesn't quite get there. Now it's just Nodius, and again, maybe you save for bonus money? I don't know. What can he really do here? All he's got is sound cues as people race towards the B-bomb site. tough spot for him. Acor dancing with the AWP. You don't want to give that up. He will spam though and be annoying. I think he's trying to bait him to push up the ladder with the AWP, pull the CZ out, but there we go. No deaths. They're all good in the hood. Mad Lions with a big fat 9-0.
And although I think CPH Flames will have a better time on the T side, I
can't have a worse time.
I'm starting to worry that they won't have even any to play with. I think like just some of the situations that we've seen, I think it just goes to show like the lack of preparedness on this map, the lack of confidence, routine, and everything else. Oh man, I'm just thinking about that round still. You know which one I mean.
Let it go. 2 AWPs for Copenhagen Flames. Will this be the difference maker? Hooksy picks up. He's 0 for 8. Looking for his first kill, nice. And there is the transfer from Roy. The uglified Krieg. Now we've got a 3-on-3. Farlig is in action. Hooksy still looking for his first kill. Could be quite the impact frag if he can find one in this round. Nodius on the B bomb site. He's got some sound cues, surely. Rotation beginning now from his teammates. He's spotted almost all the information. Asilian up high, looking for him. Being real careful, catching Asilian off guard. And Acor's the last man now. Hooksy gets taken out, no kill for him. 0 for 9. Acor making his way back towards A. Smoke towards connector. Switching out for the 1 versus 2. 50 seconds on the clock, but he's giving the CTs time to rotate. He's looking for a frag. He wants the 1v1 before he goes for it. He's seen Farlig, but has Farlig seen him? I think he has. Yeah, we can see the speedy rotation from Nodius. The CTs... Surely he saw him, or did he not? Maybe he didn't. Anyway, Acor now. That clock is running low. Oh, the jump. He's giving the opponent information. Farlig may have seen him after all. There we go. There's the headshot delivered by the AWP. And there's the first round on the board for Copenhagen Flames.
They need to get all the remaining rounds, I think, to have a chance. So see if they're able to pull that one off. And it's good to see them find a way to convert that, because there's been more than 1 3v3 in this half. And generally speaking, it hasn't really gone... I mean, obviously, they didn't win any of the previous ones, as that was their first round. But I don't think they were playing with confidence in a lot of those spots. There's definitely a lot to say if you want to be critical of CPH Flames' CT side so far, but here comes a fast play. Farlig repositioning that, or rather changing his opening, I should say, mixing things up with the AWP. Always good. Catches the T side off guard of Mad Lions, gets that opening pick, and he has a pretty deep position here, so that will allow his teammate on the B side, Nodius, to rotate through to connector to hit the A site for a better defense there. So this is pretty ideal for CPH Flames. Mad Lions executing that Ivy default, so 3 players going through Ivy, and this is everything.
Was the barrel of the gun spotted? I'm not sure if it was showing there for Hooksy. Outline being what it is. Big defense around the A-bomb site. Farlig's got so much info above B now that this is somewhat telegraphed. Big flashbang. Hooksy forced away. Tessa's creeping through the smoke, but I don't think there's a grenade for him. So this might be one and done for Tesses. Might be even worse now as Buffy takes a better angle. Some spray through the smoke. This is a high variant situation, but he gets 2, of course. Shush and Acor remaining now versus 5. 38 seconds to turn things around. Acor showing plenty of presence. Needs to play off Shush, but he's given his position away as well, so it might be a little bit more difficult. They've smoked off a choke point, but how do they get this bomb planted? He's just going for it with no check of the actual bomb site. They don't get taken out for free. There was time to have a look at least. Now Acor's alone, 1v4. At this point, he just has to save. 6k in the bank, but don't want to lose it. He will. Maybe trying to make it more expensive for the Flames. That won't work out for them.
I like to test this. Has played quite a lot around the smoke, especially these days, because you do get that advantage as that smoke goes away. You get that little cheeky one-way, and because this team had the numbers advantage and they had so many strong positions, it's pretty nice to get that early kill before the T's can really make their way out the choke point. And he actually got 2 as well, so even getting like the best case scenario. And that's if they're going to come back, it's got to be off. these kind of things have to happen, and
Yeah.
and it's happening. So maybe it'll be like that first half that we saw on Dust 2, where Mad Lions were getting abused. Then the script kind of flips as CPH Flames now here find their footing, and you can really see how key that kill, how impactful that initial kill was from Farlig, because as you say, he gets to post up on the long angle, feeling fairly safe, which allows a 4-man rotation to A, and it's really quiet on the map, which gave CPH Flames loads of time to work out what was going on.
7-round deficit for Copenhagen Flames. This is a big round for them. It will take a lot of money away from most players. Asilian still has 7k in the bank, but outside of that, the T's might be a little short. A bomb plant would be a huge bonus, worst case scenario for Mad Lions. Farlig delivers the first kill, but he is indeed traded. No bomb spotted. 4v4, that favors Mad Lions.
Yeah, I think it's there. If Farlig is going for that aggressive of an angle, you kind of need the rifle support, because you actually can't fall back if there's 2 players there. You will get traded. And so if you're going that deep, and given that Nodius is on the site anyway, why wasn't Nodius with him? That's the question. Why, James? Why?
That's a good point. Nodius with an off angle, upper B. Gambles have to be made. There are holes in the defenses now for Copenhagen Flames. No sound cues from Mad Lions. Does Shush go for the dry peek? It seems he does. Nodius staring at this for so long. I was going to ask if he's ready, but he definitely is. With that, he'll fall back. No rotation from Copenhagen Flames. They're confident with this situation. Molly on lower B. Mad Lions still wondering if anybody's in Ivy, in ladder room, sorry. Hooksy watching Ivy with AWP, so this is going to be really hard for Mad Lions to turn this one around. Very nicely placed Molotov though, but Tetris has a better position. 4 versus 2, bomb on the floor, 20 seconds on the clock. Plenty of advantages for the CT side now. Roy creeping, Tess says by hell, underneath heaven rather. Acorn now by E-Box, 1v3, again. Need to save the AWP, just fall back, not much else he can do.
So after that kind of 1-for-1 from Farlig, and then Nodius picked a good off angle. If you know how the angles work in this game, in terms of the geometric advantage and the right eye and left eye peaks. He was on the left eye peak against the right eye, but he picked an angle that was very far away from the angle of engagement. You can see it right there for a split second. And he won that kind of 1v1. And winning that 1v1, if he had lost it, I'm pretty confident that the round is just over for CPH Flames, because the B-bomb site's so open. But he wins it, and then this Mad Lions can't do too much. So CPH Flames are hanging on by a thread here, but they are hanging on. See if they can do more here. Fast round, mix up of the pace for Mad Lions. Roy once again trying to get his way through around that smoke. Tessis is just... Oh, he's a nightmare to deal with, isn't he?
Things are turning around. Copenhagen Flames running hot now to look to wipe out Mad Lions in round 13. Bubsky, though, has something to say about this. So many more players to deal with. Asilian goes for a peek, and that was very costly indeed. Bubsky creates some space, but he's still feeling claustrophobic. Makes his way out, however, but there's so many plays alive. Even now, he'll get traded eventually, and he does by refresh. 3 players survive for Copenhagen Flames, 1 AWP in tow, and the Krieg, of course, and they've made it to 4. 4 rounds in a row. They're only 4 rounds so far.
Yeah.
And the money's been broken for Mad Lions. Bubsky's the only person who can afford to buy right now, and Asilian.
I think one thing that's really weird to me is that Hooksy, who's kind of anchoring around Ivy with the orb, Farlig has been moving around with a lot more with his orb. It is very worrying that after having a really solid Dust 2 performance, Hooksy, that he's dropped off entirely, and I think that's a lot of the issues that they've been having. But here comes a fast play. Farlig was spotted. Nodius padding those stats. Can he get the 4th one? There's 1 more to go. Oh, it will be denied. It's denied.
Well, what more can we say about this one? Shush getting wrecked, though. That can be heard by the CT. Still gets a kill, though, somehow. Shush with 5 HP, looking for an ace. He's committing to the bomb plant. I think he's accepted his death. He's come off it now. No bonus money. I thought he was committing and just accepting his fate. But maybe he thought the CT was close and he couldn't plant that bomb, and maybe he couldn't. Either way, that's the 5th round in a row for Copenhagen Flames. Last round now in the first half.
Yeah, that's so huge. They're actually making this look like it might be possible to turn this map around. Nice damage, though, from I mean, obviously, we're right at the end now, so it doesn't really matter, but... So I'll ignore that point, in fact, entirely, and move on. So we have no AWP here for Mad Lions. They might go a bit faster again. They're kind of forced to play 2 men around halls if they want to take that position, because Farlig has been AWPing this. Huxey's actually going to replace him this time around, which leads Farlig towards Ivy. I think that's a good decision. This is, Inner's going to be less traveled, and Huxey's been off, and Farlig is much more on than he is. So I think, having the playing, more dynamically A with Farlig makes more sense, and then Huxey can play more defensive towards B by himself. Look how passive the setup is for CPH Flames. They want no business towards the front of the bomb site with the double AWP setup.
Mad Lions being real careful in this last round. Side flashbang, not to Team Flash's teammates coming through main, but Tesses gets off to a roaring start once again. Doing big damage. Not sure if he saw anything beyond that smoke. Farlig's being taken out once more. Refresh gets burst as well. Shush is ready for a 10th round. Tesses and Huxey remain versus 4. Smoke rolling on the front of Tesses. Both have kits. Huxey making his way towards Old Bomb, but not fast enough to save Tesses. He gets taken out. 1 versus 4 now. They don't know where he is just yet, but he needs the round of his life here.
Yeah, he's 2 for 10. He has been by far just... He's on the struggle bus. He built the struggle bus, and he's going to get eliminated. And that's 5 rounds at the very least for CPH Flames at the end of the first half. They've given themselves something to work with, but surely, James, this will be simply too hard.
We'll find out after the break. Stay tuned. Copenhagen Games to make a comeback. They got 5 rounds out of their CT side, and that kind of sucks. They moved to the T side, which Dan thinks is stronger for them. Do you think they can make it, Dan?
It should be stronger for them. We'll see. I think Train, obviously, we can see as a weaker pick for them.
Whoa!
Their CT side...
There's no faith from Pinnacle whatsoever.
Like, this is the CT for me in a nutshell for CPH Flames. Their opponents were crushing them by running set pieces, and then they just let them do that. They didn't take any forward map control. They almost never really got any information to respond with. So they did basically the worst possible things you can do against the style that Mad Lions were bringing to the server. So that just tells me that CPH Flames, they're just not that well prepared on this map, generally speaking. So, I mean, and it makes sense to a certain extent. Mad Lions, this is their pick. This is where they're going to find comfort.
They've both played it 9 times in the last 3 months, and the percentages are reasonable. They're worse for Copenhagen Flames, as we said. They're about 67% for them and 78% for Mad Lions. So they're no strangers to the map, but we'll see what they're able to do. No P250s for Copenhagen Flames either on their T-side pistol. Smokes, flashes, and an incendiary. But where will they go? Mad Lions have got 2 players around Ivy, 2 players on the A bomb site, more or less, one of which is in connector, with Shush spotting on B. So they've got 1 B on the pistol. They are expected towards A, and it doesn't look like they're going to be wrong, but Copenhagen Flames are taking their sweet time about it. Looking for a push, looking for a seeking of information, but there is no such on the pistol from Mad Lions.
Yeah, just that classic B retake setup is always a good one.
What do you think the go time is? 40 seconds?
Well, they can wait
35.
a long time. It just doesn't give them any time to like mid-round if something goes
And what
badly.
time do you think they're going to go? That's the question.
Probably 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Okay, I'm saying 40 seconds.
Because if you're going to wait this long, you're really just hoping that the CT's
See, look,
push
40
something.
seconds. I was right. You owe me $100.
Oh, okay.
In go the grenades. But there's no one behind them just yet. Copenhagen Games are playing this slow, but now they come. The sudden burst with a flashbang. Close the distance with the... They've got the bigger magazines now, but can they put them to work? Just looking for something, but Bubsky's the first to find something. That bomb needs to get planted now. Those smokes will soon be gone.
It's quite chaotic. Farlek getting one from the flank will make all the difference. The trade comes through, though, on him from Roy, but more trades to follow. 10 seconds to get the bomb planted, and, well, looks like maybe they left it a bit too late here because it's now getting really dicey. Have to force the plant. Can he make it? Oh, he just barely made it. But Bubsky, indeed, is going to get the pop on him, and there you go. They didn't really give themselves time to really autocorrect.
They handicapped themselves. They put the stars up on Street Fighter.
There's an argument where you can say, you know, how long, if you want to play it slow because you want to catch aggression, you don't want to get caught by pre-nades, all that kind of stuff, how long do you need to wait? Well, if the CTs haven't pushed you by 1 minute, 1:10 even, and that's already 30 seconds of them just standing around, they're probably not going to push you 20 seconds later or 30 seconds later, you know? So that's, you know, one of those things you got to think about in those situations.
I hate holding an angle with something like on a CT side for ages.
Yeah.
It makes me tired, makes me react slower.
Yeah.
I already react slow enough. Copenhagen Flames have gone for the force. They've got 3 AKs on deck with the 2 Deagles looking to take that Twix. But it won't, because Shush and Bubsky have got the MP9 play. They're ready for this. Mad Lions want this train. They want to make it quick. Tessus Farligan for a fresh remain. And only 1 rifle now. Asilian will wield the AK, as will Bubsky. And now it's Farley with the Deagle. Mad Lions getting a hell of a lot of upgrades now. Acor won't, though. Oh, through the smoke from
Just
Roy.
walking through
Yeah, that didn't work out for him. Maybe the comms weren't quite there.
Yeah.
That was very costly. That was an unnecessary death. But they'll win the round, Mad Lions.
Yeah.
12-5. Copenhagen Flames have so much to do.
Yeah, I almost think it's better for CPH Flames to just kind of like get out of this map sooner than later, just because it seems like they're really uncomfortable here, especially against Mad Lions. And I think Nuke is a map where I know that Copenhagen Flames are comfortable in there. We know we've seen them playing it, you know, a couple times now.
Yeah.
And you know, against Chaos, you know, Chaos were able to. So Chaos struggled massively against CPH Flames' T side there, but they managed to kind of rectify things in the second half. But CPH Flames looked like they were comfortable. They had a game plan and all the rest of it. So here I'm not really seeing much comfort or a game plan.
Nuke is, if we make it to Nuke, that's going to be really interesting as well, because looking at the stats, they're like 50 and 56%.
Yeah.
So that is a very strange as well. Copenhagen Flames with the 56% with 16 games won. Mad Lions 50% with 10 games. 10 games played and 16 games played, not 16 games won. There we go. CPH Flames on the pistols once more. We've got a flash and a smoke on Nodius. The smoke goes towards Ivy, and the flash goes in the middle of the site. He's running distraction because there's a charge up Ivy. So that's to run through the flames. Oh, that's painful. HE to boot as well. There we go. It's a quick wipeout. Fast Deco's a good one. And Mad Lions are 3 rounds away from Nuke.
Indeed. That's looking pretty good for Mad Lions. I wouldn't expect even them to drop a round here moving forwards. The Cast of Curses might be coming through though, we'll see. But I mean, I am at least curious to see what Copenhagen Flames have in terms of whether they default or whether they want to go for like Mad Lions, what Mad Lions are doing, which is like more of a set piece space style. They do have the AWP on Farlig. He is moving towards inner. Quite a lot of players towards inner him. There's set up a trade that's going to be pretty beneficial for CPH Flames. Roy, oh my god, he's absolutely punished Huxi so hard. Farlig dropping in the smoke, trying to get the trade. It's not going to work out though.
Desperate times. Akol he's looking for the feet. He's a footman, foot fetish. But you won't find what he's looking for in that IV position. And now it's a 3 versus 3. Tefsa's creeping around that A-bomb site. Might catch somebody by old bomb. That's Sicilian taking him out. Immediately looking for a trade fragger towards ladder. And always indeed there. Now he's not. He's history now. Bubsky walking up, but he can't quite get the spray. Copenhagen Flames with a rare round on train. They're first in the...
Yeah, for sure. And it's interesting too, because if I was Mad Lions, I'd like to just play really passive on the buy rounds just to see what do CPH Flames do. Because if they're a team that has mistakes or inefficiencies in the way that they run their set pieces or the way that they run their defaults, then you get to basically just exploit that. But here what we saw is a situation where there's an aggressive setup from Mad Lions, which gives CPH Flames an opportunity to get a trade kill and get like a mid-round situation that they can more easily play off of. So I'd like to see just like a passive approach from Mad Lions, and then just see what CPH Flames do if they get more map control. Like, how do they use it? Some teams don't use it very well. So we'll have to see what the case is.
Absolutely. Tactical timeout from Mad Lions has come and gone. We'll see if they can turn things back in their favor. The 2 AWPs. A little light on utility, but they've got a bunch of junk to throw. The mollies, the flashes towards T-Con, T-Main. And off we go. Let's see what their approach is then, Mad Lions. And if Copenhagen Flames will go for something fast. 3 players coming out of connector surely means junk will be thrown towards Tetis' position. It'll be the molly to start off with. Not too many HGs to be fearful of. We saw some nice ones yesterday from the likes of Dig. There's the flashback. Here comes the swing, and it'll almost take out both. I thought he was good for both there. But Roy will take control of main and put a smoke up. That will slow things down for CPH Flames. Now, the only person watching main is Farlig. He has the bomb as well. So this is an awkward position for Copenhagen Flames to deal with.
I love that Mad Lions did that maneuver, just trying to do a 2-man take with the flash, because that's something that CPH Flames were not doing on their CT side. They weren't playing aggressively around those choke points enough, and Mad Lions were exploiting it so heavily. And so now you're in this really weird spot, like you say. It's a problem. T-Main was taken as a smoke. There could be CTs there, maybe there aren't, but you have to treat it as though there are. You have to either play a pop flash or you've got to take a big risk. And Roy still is in the vicinity, and here is a flash from Farlig. There we go, and the peek comes through. The flash is not bad. Roy, though, able to get one. They're going to spot the push coming through. Kill's going pretty well here so far, though, for CPH Flames. It's a 2v2, though, as they speed things up.
Bobsky creeping around the site. Got to be careful. Does he pick his time well? Trying to play with his teammate. Falling back into connector now as time is on their side. And they've got great positions. How do you plant a bomb if you've got 1 CT in connector and 1 CT at the IV position? There's nowhere that's really safe to do it. Bubsky will take Nodius from the back. And that's 14 rounds for Mad Lions. Very strong on train. No consecutive round for Copenhagen Flames. They've got money to force up the AKs, though. Light on grenades. We'll see if they do that. There'll be some sacrifice. I see a Galil coming out to prioritize grenades. This one's been a non-starter for Copenhagen Flames. At least we saw a comeback from Mad Lions in the first game. But on this one, no such luck. Copenhagen Flames taking a tactical timeout to discuss their options. 2 players haven't bought just yet, so it might be a question of what grenades they need and what their intentions are for this round.
Yeah, absolutely. I think already we're seeing, though, a better strategic approach from Mad Lions on the second half. Obviously, they have won most of the rounds, but just like, regardless of whether they're winning or losing the rounds, just what they're doing makes more sense in terms of how you play the advantages, how you get the advantages, how you make life uncomfortable for the T side. Because there, Mad Lions, although they obviously ended up winning the round, but it was like this close 2v2. what they did at the beginning to the mid rounds was really strong. They were always like getting information, they were pressuring their opponents, they're creating spots where CPH Flames wanted to do something, but then part of that plan gets kind of foiled and they got to work around the pressure from their opponents. So good stuff I'm seeing from Mad Lions. Can they keep it going?
More harassment in the main position. It will be heard from Copenhagen Flames, who are above, and maybe they can use this to make a fast play towards B. But look at the reaction from Mad Lions, putting a second and third player towards B in case of a fast response. They are very prepared for this. Shush has to consider his position so he doesn't show a shadow. And indeed, they are trying to creep down the bomb spot immediately, and it's a shooting gallery for Mad Lions. What a great proactive response from them. They put a player in A main, they see no one, so they immediately put 3 in the B bomb site. And what is there for Refresh to do?
Well, he's got a cool skinning, at least.
The Chatterbox.
Yeah, the best Galil skin, I think it's fair to say. Would you agree, James?
It's a nice one. It would go well with my gloves. I don't have it, though.
I've got this one. It's nice.
Maybe I'll pick it up.
So yeah, as you say, there's not really a lot for him to do in his position.
So now they know exactly where he is. But no one's bothering to flank because they've got the bomb.
Yeah.
I think he wants someone to flank, but now he's picked up an AWP. He's got 30 seconds to hide. He's worried about those showers. And we just have to bear witness and see if he can survive. The scope will be heard, of course, so they know he's still there. Oh, they're going to push him as well. They know he's got an AWP, so he can't kill them all. And they're not too concerned in terms of money. They'll take the AWP away. So, again, that's a very nice proactive play from Mad Lions. He's got an AWP. Let's rush him. Take the AWP away for the next round. Maybe he kills one. He's not killing all 3. That's a very nice... And it's a very fast response from Mad Lions as well. They know what to do immediately.
Yeah.
I guess he's concerned that he's going to get hunted once the time starts getting low and he might not get any loss bonus at all. Refresh. Which is why he's still there. Another tactical timeout from Copenhagen Flames. Maybe their last of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where, as well, whereby it's really hard to get your firepower doing stuff and getting kills and getting your team in a good position if your general approach is bad or you don't have a good routine to the map, because then you're always feeling uncomfortable. Like every single player is feeling uncomfortable. It's kind of like when you play a pug and even though, let's say, the players on the other team you know that you're individually like way better than them, you just can't get into a spot to kill them because your teammates suck. You know, or like people aren't flashing correctly. There's no strategy. Everyone's just off doing their own thing. It's so much harder to do well. It's a team game, so you've got to set your players up. And I think CPH is having trouble setting themselves up for success.
Refresh has made his way in. The odds now 20. Some of the worst I've seen, and maybe with good reason, as they've already lost 2 players now. Copenhagen Flames struggling to have any success through these choke points. Roy just waiting for more victims, waiting for someone to stand on the right like the angle. Find Texas and hunt him. Got information as to where Hooksy is, or where Hooksy was now. Quickly made history. And there's the instant trade. 16-6, a very one-sided game of Train. A wipeout by Mad Lions.
Yeah, absolutely. CPH Flames were never in this one. They didn't have... I think it's the strategic approach. That's what they need to go and look at. They've got the players. We saw what their players can do on Dust 2 when they know what to do.
Yeah, they got absolutely smashed, and the desk will detail that after the break. Not much else to say, really.
Welcome back. We have now finished 2 maps in this Mad Lions versus Copenhagen Flame series. As a reminder, the loser of this is going to end their group stage in Phase 1 in 4th place, so it's all coming down to Nuke next. But let's go to Train, because as bad as a performance Mad Lions had in the first map, Potter, you rated them a 10 out of 10 on the bad look scale. What was their rating between 1 and 10 here on Train?
You know, it's hard to give Lions a good rating on this train, although they did win such a handily. I do think that Copenhagen Flames were a little bit out of their depth on this map on Train. On Dust 2, you saw them really thriving in those chaotic moments, and really the key thing is choosing where to take those duels. And on this train, outside yard specifically, Copenhagen Flames seemed like they weren't willing to take those duels towards that T-con in forward positions, towards that ladder pop room. So I think their defensive coordination was kind of off, maybe a missing slight piece, but I do think that Lions, hey, they showed up and performed exactly how we thought they should have in that first map.
Damn. It's a tough crowd over here. It's like, brother, I'll get 10 T rounds on. Can I get some love?
That 1-on-2. I mean, I feel like Asilian did everything he needed to do in this map. This is maybe what we expect out of Lions moving forward, right? They come into a map that they know they're going to pick. They have prepared strats and things to run, and it takes the thinking away from Asilian. So he could just play his own game, call these cookie cutter strats. They had tons of executes on the outer bomb site. And then they sprinkled in inner hits here and there that worked really well. In addition to that, Pooksy, the man on the bottom of the screen right there, obviously had a rough game. He was playing the outside bomb site towards Ivy, and that was an area of contention for Mad Lions. Bubsky, he showed up in this game. I called him out for not showing up so far in the event. He was the lurker. He had success through Ivy, so that's the difference in my eyes.
Is this sort of map 1 versus map 2 a worst case Asilian versus best case Asilian for Mad Lions? Are we seeing the possible floor and ceiling here? What do you guys think?
I don't know. It's hard to tell, because Train is a map where I think you can run just pre-planned tactics, and the 3v3s and mid games aren't that difficult to read or play. So I think he's a lot more comfortable in the mid game scenarios on Train. Nuke is one of those maps which we're going to get into. I don't know. I think we saw them struggle previously. I think versus Havu on Nuke. And historically, I actually liked watching Mad Lions play Nuke. I thought they had very fresh approaches to the map. So I'm not sure if he's going to be able to mid-game so well on Nuke. And it's also difficult to predict how vetoes are going to go when it comes to third maps. So this will be the test in my eyes.
Yeah, the thing is, Train is basically the diametric polar opposite in terms of Dust 2, famously the most loose. You can pog on that map. You can play off individual skill. Obviously, Tessez was going ham for Copenhagen Flames. The other end of the equation is a map like a Nuke or a Train, which are way more about. On the CT side, you've got to have all the spots down. You've got to have amazing rotations. On the T side, as a result, it's really hard to get rounds. So I think to win double-digit T rounds like that, it's actually pretty big bounce back. I also think it shows a lot more. You can have more confidence in the actual team of Mad Lions, because Shush having such big frags as well. This is another player who's in the entry pack, who's going to be on that end of the equation. So that's actually one of the factors that I looked at under Hunden and said some of this has to go to Hunden, because people like Acor, people like Bobsky, individually they just show you the highlights, like you see the great rounds. But the guy Shush, I'd never even heard of this player before he was in the tricked line at Mad Lions. So if someone like that's coming out and having big performances and big stats, it shows that the actual talent depth in this squad is really impressive.
Yeah, and as we look at our in-game feeders bracket right now, the winner of this will advance, still be alive and able to contest for the first place position in this group. Loser will go home in 4th place. That means they only get 15 playoff points. And remember, we've got 2 phases. You combine your playoff points from phase 1 and phase 2, and the top 8 out of these 12 teams will advance to the double elimination bracket. Let's talk about Nuke, though, because I know, Potter, you were pretty high on Copenhagen Flames' play on Nuke in their previous match.
Yeah, and I do think that this Nuke will show Lions, are they able to adjust, and is Asilion able to actually get W's when things get challenging? On Train, it looked Sure, they had converted some nice rounds, but it did look a little bit easy. On Nuke, Copenhagen Flames should put up a lot better of a defense. I think Farlig, as I mentioned, down lower in that secret, they had some nice looks. I'm looking at Tessis. He's their entry fragger on Copenhagen Flames. It seemed like his aggression on that Nuke match versus Havu earlier, or was it Contact? It was actually versus Contact earlier on. His aggression really caught off the Contact members. So if he's able to find his groove, which it looks like he has in this series so far, it should make things a lot more challenging for Lions.
I'm looking for Acor to go off. We saw them play Havu. He picks up all the roles with the AWP, right? So you'll see him upping in secret. You'll see him upping outside. He's very successful when he ups ramp. He even drops into the upper bomb side, plays aggressive hut. You know, he's very hard to read for in-game leaders. So I'm expecting him to have tons of impact on this new game. We're just saying a lot because I don't think he's shown up yet in this series. So he has to have a big match. Same thing for Bubsky. He's the lurker in lobby. So if the team does like a 4-1 split, he'll be the guy in lobby, potentially vent bombing, going late into ramp. Those two players, their star players, need to have impact on Nuke.
Yeah, so Thorin, who is your biggest player who needs to have the impact on Nuke on either side? Who's going to be the pivotal role?
I agree with Sean, actually. I think this particular map as well, it's another one where you could see, actually, that Mad Lions, at least under Hunden, had a great setup because Acor was having mad impact. As you can see, you can move them all around the map. He was very good in yard. I thought the outside area when he was opening there could find all the angles through the walls of smoke, etc. So I would still put it on him. I think he's someone who can definitely carry the map for you.
Very good, very good. Any other really big points that you guys want to talk about on Nuke? How has Mad Lions performed on it in the past?
Ooh, in the past, I like their Nuke, but when they played Havu, they fell flat. Like I said, Havu is a very good Nuke team. I was impressed with how Asilian was able to play in the upper bomb site because Hunden played the upper bomb site on Nuke, and I think Asilian just straight took that role. And I liked, he came into that match prepared. I think they had like a retake on CT pistol right off the bat, if I remember correctly. So I think Asilian will have a solid Nuke performance. It's hard to just completely bomb Nuke as the upper inner player. You will get engagements.
I have to agree. I'm looking really towards that lower. I think Lions have a counter to the lower aggressions coming out of these guys on Copenhagen Flames. The crossfires, Asilion, you mentioned that upper player. He's the rotator as well, so he's going to be going down lower, setting up those crossfires. If they did watch that first match, then they're going to see the gimmicky boosts to be able to for those looks. So if they're prepared, then they should have an answer for that.
Excellent. Well, it's time to get into Nuke, our last game in this series. Remember, loser will be eliminated from Phase 1, will end in 4th place in in-game feeders. Who's it going to be? Dan? James?
Yeah, that's a really good question. It's so hard to know what to expect going into this last map. This is definitely a better map than Train for CPH Flames, but pretty much anything would be. I mean, honestly, that was a really bad performance from so many different angles, strategically, individually. They were lost. They were completely lost. But maybe they found themselves again on Nuke, James. They need to, because otherwise they're done.
Yeah, I would hope so. Again, it's like 50-60% for both of these teams on Nuke, so I think it might be a bit flippy. I feel like, I don't know, it feels kind of swingy, even though we saw a comeback on Dust 2. I feel like each map has gone strongly in favor of one team. Looking at the odds very briefly there, we do have a quite a significant favorite, I would say, for Pinnacle, but it doesn't really feel that way for me looking at the numbers on paper here, but maybe the game will tell us something different. Mad Lions will be defending to start off with. Copenhagen Flames, the aggressors. We're missing. Oh, it's the knife round. Okay.
Aha, you've done it now as well.
God damn it!
Yes. Now you can't hold that over me.
Third map has the knife round to decide who takes what side. So I was thinking to myself, there's something wrong with the HUD. There's no weapons on the HUD. But no, it's the bloody knife round. Where are the knives? Why they got no knives?
Well. Ooh.
Oh, he's
winnable.
Oh no!
How's that happened? Anyway,
right clicks by both.
That's pretty rough. This is definitely one of the maps where you. Well, you know what? Actually, this might benefit CPH Flames in some respects because the best look that I've seen of them on this map has been their T sides, and I don't know. I kind of not sure what to expect given what we just saw. However, one of the things I mentioned on Train, I think, which is worth noting here, is that if your team actually has a game plan and comfort behind that, your individuals will start to show themselves. And so I'm hoping that that's the case here. We'll find out sooner than later, though.
Tesses has been made the raid boss. He's been dropped to P250 to go along with his Kevlar, looking for those peaks. As you can see, he is the leading man outside. Of course, the USP is more accurate over range, but
he's actually sick as well.
There we go. Starts off the proceedings with that P250, Bubsky taken out, and now you can see Mad Lions moving around, trying to react to things. Roy is going to push lobby with his teammate, but Copenhagen Flames are getting the best of it. 4 versus 2. They've sent 2 players towards the B-bomb site. Nodius going for that plant. So far, so good. How can Mad Lions turn things around?
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy one with that bomb planted. Gonna have to find some fast headshots, but CPH Flames, if they do this responsibly, they'll deny peaks for as long as possible and put Mad Lions in an impossible situation. Just milk the timer on the bomb as much as they can. And that seems to be the case here. The smoke will go down. That might force a peak or two, as the Ts do need to get some idea as to where the CTs are positioning for the defuse. I don't know if they have a kit as well. Acor does have that kit. There goes the defuse. Can they find him in time? They will straight away. And that will be the round for CPH Flames. Definitely the start they needed, you know, considering that last map was such an atrocity. They can hope to, you know, wipe that memory clean with a good performance on new gear now.
Well, we seem to have quite the investment from Mad Lions. Not for Acor, of course, he'll be holding on for the AWP, but for the rest of them, they've gone for the full force. They've got some smokes up as well, the Mad Lions players. 3 smokes on deck. Copenhagen Flames looking for something fast, perhaps. Hooksy makes his way. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Just blast him in the head, so that's failed. Okay, we've got a response from Refresh. Not sure where Bubsky was going with that one. Now we've got a 4 versus 4. There's some information. He saw a lot on the kill cam. But what can he do with that information?
Acor's going close, but he will find so many players. Tessus with the traits. That's looking pretty good there now for CPH Flames. Just Cillian remaining. Actually, a 1v2. This is doable with the Deagle, especially. He's got the smoke in as well. Here's some steps. They don't know where he is. Will there be a good timing for Cillian? They might be here. Not quite, almost. Ooh, down to 2 HP, indeed. That was a bit costly overall for CPH Flames.
Yeah, but it's less of a deal on the T side than the CT side. Mad Lions were on the force buy, which puts them on the eco now. And see that Deagle from Shush from up high. That was quite nice. Okay, so we've got 2-0 for Copenhagen Flames. Very likely to be 3. We've got a CZ and a Deagle on Roy and Shush respectively. Rest on USPs. Let's see if Copenhagen Flames have their head in the game now after that battering on Train. Quickly moving forward. I'm sure they'll spot that gap in those smokes. They'll have to make sure those are on point for the round to come. Less important on this one. Pixie will get taken. It doesn't lose too much though on B.
They can just go to the vent now. Yeah, they have all the information. That's why this is so strong. Because you get that first guy who's forward, who does the vent drop with the Mac 10, and then all of a sudden, if he can see if all the CTs like commit to the rotation. If they do, you just go up the vent, and now the CTs are out of position, and you've won the rounds. I say that they won the round, but if there's some cheeky Deagle, shoes with this Deagle, man, he's doing some damage.
And now he's picked up an AK-47 with 30 HP. He may consider saving this. Acor, though, has got a Mac 10. Can make some bonus money for himself. 2 versus 1 now. They're going to go for it. I don't think Nodis has an angle for the bomb. He's got to hope this is the best molly of all time. But no one's on the bomb just yet. They've got to get on it because there's no kit. So they'll leave the rifleman to do what he can. The molly is going to land perfectly, actually. And HG to follow up the combination meal deal, the Hunger Buster.
I just want to mention something, James. Did Nodius pull out the smoke first before the Molotov because he scrolls his nades? Because if he does, I'm very, very sad.
Yeah.
No one should ever scroll nades. They should all be on individual binds.
The optimal way to do it is to have a grenade on every key and have the HE grenade on the number 4 where it doesn't cycle through the grenades to take away the bad habit. So for example, on my setup, I've got T for a Molotov, got 2 buttons on my mouse for flashbang and smoke.
Yeah, same.
And then the only the HE is on a number 4. And it buys them as well when you're in spawn, which is really handy. Farley taken out by Squeaky. Maybe there's a trade. Not though, because there's a smoke from a smart Bubsky. Will spray through that smoke. Got to be careful about the traces though. Lucky to be alive now, 6 HP. Really got to be careful about those traces. Don't want to outstay your welcome going for those sprays through smokes, but he's alive.
The question now for CPH Flames, and this will show, you know, the preparedness. You know, they've lost somebody. They're going to go into the outside smokes now, it would appear. So yeah, the test is, how do you bounce back from a situation like this? As mentioned, the outside smokes will come in late. The timing of these tend to vary massively round to round. You want to keep it unpredictable. And teams tend to do it differently, the pacing of it. And you can always fall into it, even if it wasn't the initial idea. If something goes wrong, you have the smokes, of course. And there it is, outside smokes. That should force a rotation. If not there's not already a player down there, which there is. Bubsky's down there. Will they go for the vent drop here? All coming through Squeaky. Shush is there. He's been pretty damn strong so far. He's going to hold it down with the help of Acorn.
TeSeS and Refresh remain. This is a painful one for Copenhagen Flames. Mad Lions looking good for their first, and they might survive with everyone. Indeed, they will. 3 players pretty damn tagged, but that is very important, very key for them to build their money at the beginning of this half on the CT side. A strong first round from Mad Lions, the first buy round for both teams won by the boys in blue. And where's the money from Copenhagen Flames? All that damage done in the rounds prior has cost them. They're straight into Eco Town after losing just 1 round, having won 3. That's not a good sign.
Yeah, agree. There's a chance to try to reset the situation. They only have pistols, but they got a boatload and ace to follow it up with. It'll be a ramp rush. Initially, at the very least, they don't have to commit down low if they don't want to. Holding the flank by Squeak as well. And they force Sicilian down. They've taken away the ramp control, which also might rotate a player towards the lockers or have someone, you know, come down from the upper bomb site down the ladder. And they've left TeSeS in a deep position there as well. So they're looking to reset the situation. They did also actually burn a lot of their utility. They've only got one smoke remaining now at this point, which will make life somewhat complicated. So I'm quite curious what the plan is here. They've, as mentioned, messed with the CT rotation slightly. Sicilian's now wondering though. So all the work that they just did in taking ramp control, it will be undone if Sicilian can get into position without dying.
You can see he's very aware of what could be possible, but it's a deep peak. Does he think he's peaked it deep enough? I think maybe the answer is yes. Or is it? You can see him moving to the left. But I think he may have been just trying to go the barrel of his gun to base a shot there in case somebody was watching the angle. So I don't think he knows that somebody's there. Well, we've got trouble elsewhere. TeSeS starting to swing now. Cillian taken out. We've got to push through the smoke, and Roy is going to deal with it. But there's so many targets for him. Running out of bullets. Switches for a CZ. Doesn't realize that another player is by Squeaky. Shush waiting on the B bomb site. Reload is heard by Nodius, who's waiting for a repeak. Oh, he's made some steps now. He's lost all of his position. TeSeS last man to fall. Mad Lions make it to 2. 3 players alive.
I gotta say, James, I didn't see this from some of the previous games from CPH Flames when, you know, they were playing on LAN, but TeSeS looks way better online right now. I don't know if it's the online/LAN difference.
Internet.
But he looks actually really, really far and away the best individual on the team in terms of rifle and pistol play.
Internet service providing. 2 rounds in a row for Mad Lions. CPH Flames on pistols. All Glocks, the crappy Glock, the potato gun. 5-man on road, and Cillian's alone now. He's got to run for it. There might be a bomb plant in the future here for Copenhagen Flames. Oh, but they've gone elsewhere. They're trying to pull rotation towards B, actually. They're storming the outside. A goes down to the pistol, and he's making it work. He gets 2. He's got help now from Roy, and there was so much potential for carnage there for Bedlam. But the police came and calmed everything down. People got tased, generally abused. Police brutality, and it's 3-3.
We're now waiting to see what is the next decision here from CPH Flames, because this really feels like one of those moments where, okay, Mad Lions, they're getting a really good economy. It's all the money's flowing in quite nicely at this point. They can take a loss or 2 potentially, depending on how things go. And CPH Flames, you know, they're gonna get their, big buy here to contest what Mad Lions
big buy
are going to be doing in this round. The AWP will come out for Farlig. So this is where CPH Flames, if they have a couple really strong rounds, this is where you want to throw in one of those. We haven't seen kind of just straight up defaulting from them just yet. You know, we have seen the outside smokes once, but it was, when they're in a 4v5, they'd already lost players. They had no utility after that, and it was a bit desperate. So we'd like to see either a set piece or a proper default coming out from them, see how that looks. Get that outside control. Pull a player down secret. Molly for hut roof.
Get off the roof.
Ooh, far leg. Look at him go. Opening pick is huge, but Roy's outside in a deep position. That could be a problem.
So quiet, so early here on Nuke. Looks like wall of smoke may be lined up outside. Refresh being real careful with the Galil. 1:20 What is the go time for the smokes? Let's see. Is it a minute 10 perhaps? Looks like it might be. Minute 12. No Molotov being deployed to make a hole in the smoke grenades, but Roy's going to go straight through with a flashbang, and no one's close to making a play on the outside, so they have to be expectant that they're going inside. You see the pre-fire already towards Squeaky as the communication comes in, but Acorn makes his way down to into the vents actually. Maybe it's because nobody's on the ramp as a safeguard. They're focusing on the A bomb site for the most part, it seems, Mad Lions. One of the CTs, I think, looking towards Hell just in case. Copenhagen Flames keeping them guessing with no sound cues though.
30 seconds left in the round, not too much time. They really need nothing to go wrong as they push this bomb site. Shush with the first, Asilian with a bit of help there for him to get a second one, and now it's looking they're just not timing this very well at all, James. They all swung together, but there was no trading. That really was anticlimactic for Copenhagen Flames.
Mad Lions continue their march. Their 4th round in a row, all by elimination. Only one bomb plant so far. So maybe back to the drawing board for Copenhagen Flames. They've got a round to discuss things, as this will be an eco. We've got a flashbang collected by Hoopsie. Kevlar for most of the players. Farlig, of course, will prioritize the AWP above all. Keeps 3100 in the bank. 3 Deagles and a CZ. Numbers are the main thing going for CPH Flames at present, trying to overwhelm a choke point if they can. Some smart jiggling by Tess. Sees the information. He knows Mad Lions are expectant of the eco. They're playing far back for the most part, so as not to drop a rifle. But Asilian might be at risk here. Again, he's been entrusted with ramp alone, so that might be a common target for this T side. There we go. He's taken out now. They've seen this before, him playing alone there, and they'll exploit him this time. 4 versus 4.
Nodius has picked up that 8 and 4. Oh, refresh saves Nodius, which is huge because Nodius has the one rifle that they have at the moment. Roy will try to make his way. The sound cues, though, it doesn't matter. It seems like he's just going to burst his way through. Full confidence from him and Shush. As Hooksy remains with the CZ, and he can't really get too much done from this position. Oh, he finds a headshot. Oh my god, the damage is actually really absurd. So he falls through. What the hell is happening right now? He can get to the gun, he can. He's got to the AK, James. Oh my god, he almost pulled that out of the bag. That would have been absolutely absurd. He has no right to do any of that.
So much damage done by Copenhagen Flames, but you can see they're absorbing information. They saw that Asilian seems to be playing ramp alone most of the time, so they chose to target that with the numbers, took him out. He was way too close, unfortunately for him. And I do wonder, is that going to force Mad Lions to put a second person more dedicated towards ramp now? We saw that AWP was in the hell position.
I feel like with a situation there also where, sure there's some exploitation, but you can kind of play that solo position a little bit better. You can see that Asilian was caught on the reload there in a spot where he was just like fully exposed, and they timed that as well. They heard the reload. Also, if they want to burst before the flashbang goes off, that's a really good time to do it. So definitely some more value in these rounds to come from that position. I think you're right.
Quick replay of the action here. Great work with the CZ-75. Lovely bursting. So awkward as well towards the end with the AWP in a fight like that. It's not the fight you want to take, but delivered the round for Mad Lions with the P250. Now Acor will continue with aggression towards the lobby, going through the hut. He'll stand his ground. Fake the dev cam that he was falling away, but he will eventually. No need to outstay his welcome. They have the advantage, and they may get more as somebody's stuck in the vent, so that's Nodius. I was going to say Squeaky, but he was a bit lower. Anyway, those are 2 unresponded frags. Mad Lions with 500 HP at present. Make it 400. Bubsky's taken out by Secret.
Oh yeah, that's a really big kill too, because there's a timing now. If there's a player there that you know that the CTs haven't responded yet, that's the one guy that's supposed to hold that spot, delay it, so they know that they can get really fast forward ground towards that lower bomb site. Asilian will make his way down from ramp, so that creates an opening there as well, which they have to be cautious about. But now the question is, how does CPH Flames kind of develop the round now from this point forward? Because they've got to make a push to a site, and Mad Lions have that man advantage on them, so it's going to be difficult. And Roy's in a really dangerous position. He might actually come out. It seems like Refresh understands this. He's got the angle. How does he not get the kill? That's so painful. Great reaction from Roy.
Cillian almost delivering, but not quite. He's done damage though, and maybe that'll be enough. We'll have to wait and see. And AWP on both sides still. Farlig and Acor still in play. Rotations coming in from the CT side towards the ramp. 2 of the 3 players. Acor's on the side, and the distraction is going to be enough. Acor gets both of them. And Mad Lions make it to 6. Copenhagen Flames are overwhelmed once again. Beyond the pistol rounds, they haven't really won a round.
Yeah, it's so brutal, that 1v1 outside. I think that's such a big moment because, you know, Refresh had the angle and Roy didn't really know. You can see that Roy had the flick to that shot, and the crosshair didn't have to move for Refresh. If he gets that kill, his teammates can wait a little bit so he can at least get to the vent and help them out. But 6-3, Mad Lions are just storming through these buy rounds. The CPH Flames making it look pretty comfortable in most cases. What is the next play for CPH Flames? They've got to find a way to break Mad Lions.
Yeah, you start to wonder if this is going to be another lopsided half. Things go quiet once again as the smokes are lined up once more. So they got caught short last time with Roy being flashed through those smokes. Saw that nobody was going to secret. This time there's more presence and more awareness from Copenhagen Flames. Refresh making absolutely sure that no one's creeping. Will offer more presence towards secret, but once again it seems that their intention they had last time is also the same here. 3 players around that squeaky area as Shush tries to reposition. Quick spot, not fighting to the death, but he knows he's in trouble. Moving towards lobby now. Nodia's taken out in the hut, and he goes back to the site to do more damage, and Tess is suddenly all alone, and Acor's here to trade. Mad Lions are all up in this. They're all over it like white on rice.
Yeah, you got to credit the way that Shush has been playing that upper bomb side. He's been handling things really well. Just getting information, getting kills, the multi-fragging situations, and Acor as kind of a support act has always been reliable as well. It generally just been such a good look, and CPH Flames are just not trading kills. They're just not trading the kills. It's one of those fundamental aspects. If you want to get position, someone's gonna die, but you got to get a kill from it as well, so you can solidify that forward position. Tessus has been the one bright spark, I feel like, for CPH Flames, but even he has not been able to find enough.
Whoops. Some sound cues heard by Cillian. Still entrusted with the ramp alone. They're not going to change plans despite the issues previously. There's no molly on the ramp this time as there was previously. He's already had his bell rung. Can he do anything else? He's going to drop this rifle, surely. There it goes, but he's bought some time for his team, and Bubsky's there. The rotation is here. Cillian's the only man that gets taken out. Even though he's vulnerable alone on the ramp, the teamwork is here for Mad Lions to clean up. The damage is minimal.
Yeah, Bubsky's been the guy playing that secret rotation most of the time, so he's able to get that pretty quickly. Right, 8-3, it's not over yet for CPH Flames' first half. It is, of course, looking really grim, but so far we've seen a trend that if the story is to change, this is the kind of timing for it to change. Yet to win any buy rounds here, really, CPH Flames. Roy is in a forward position around T-Red. This can be a really dangerous setup if you don't have experience dealing with it. We'll see what kind of ways CPH Flames will deal with this. Right now they just have Refresh outside. He's been the outside man. The flick is there, but the connections are simply not.
Now Roy's got his teammate to work with as well. You can see Cillian is in secret, but Roy's able to fall back somewhat behind the smoke. And Cillian's like, no, we're good. He's going to fall back now, but he's been spotted and swatted Roy. And Cillian goes straight back towards secret, because surely you would not expect another player here so quickly. He could get so much out of this. We got a blind. Oh, no. That was a chance. I think he wanted to go up a few more steps first, but such is life. A chance for Copenhagen Flames to get their first buy round win. Nodius gets his bell rung. Mad Lions trying to work together. Hasn't quite worked out, though. Only 2 players remaining, both on the upper area. Cillian's short in terms of money, but the rest of them are good for the time being, so we'll see how much they want to risk. They may want to take weapons away from Copenhagen Flames here, but AWP is a very expensive purchase. Acor on the roof may just be hanging out there for a while. Finally, Copenhagen Flames have found some success. They'll be 4 rounds away. But this could be a turning point for them.
Yeah, and if you look at what it took to get to this, it really was all about Farlig, you know, getting the first kind of a really delayed trade. He knew that CT was in a forward position, had to try to find his way out of it. So he's kind of searching. Obviously, he saw that smoke. That smoke is only there for that purpose, to allow the CT to fall back. So he's looking to punish it, which he was able to do. Oh, Acor, very unlucky there. And then Farlig with a bunny hop with very little health is able to then land a shot right off the bunny to Bubsky whilst blind as well. Like that's just like such a low percentage situation. They can't rely on such action like that.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Mad Lions, and I think Pop second, he might get 2 or even 3 people in that situation. So that isn't necessarily something you can replicate. I'm surprised Mad Lions didn't go for a timeout here, just because it's the first round Copenhagen Flames won, just to take any semblance of momentum away for them and just make them wait, even if you have nothing to say. But nothing doing on this occasion. We're back into it again. Mad Lions didn't really have any issue buying in this run. Plenty of money with all that success they had, but that money could quickly disappear if Copenhagen Flames can string some rounds together. They could have a strong finish to this, as bad as it's looked so far.
You can see in this round, Copenhagen Flames are really paranoid that there could be another push outside, but Mad Lions are not doing it. So Copenhagen Flames have burned a lot of their own time trying to search for that push, and eventually they're going to go for those outside smokes and get their way across. But the 2 players around ramp here, they want to burst ramp, as Acor might have to rotate. If the players go down secret, that's when the ramp players can go for the push. But they have to wait for the outside players to get down secret, force rotation. And there is Bubsky there, or Asilian actually this time. He's going to try to fall back. Will this cause a rotation? Acor really has to hold this ground.
Yeah, finally we see that change from Mad Lions, waiting for Copenhagen Flames to win their first round. Asilian spotting. Oh, that's an expensive one. Well played to Hooksy. Maybe he saw a jump earlier, I'm not sure. Maybe it was a sound cue. Now what is the response from Mad Lions? They weren't expecting that. They were expecting time to be bought, but they haven't got that. No luxury for them. Acor now by control. We've got stereo frag for Mad Lions. Can't get a flick though on the ramp. And down they go. The CTs into the vent. Roy still in the lobby. Bomb has been planted. Moving towards the ramp. Bomb's planted.
This is such a huge 3v3 right now. CPH Flames desperately need this round. They cannot afford to give this one up. Hooksy might have a nice flank timing on the player's decon if he decides to move, but he's actually made the right play here in terms of just holding his position. He's got so much control, he can hear everything. And they're going to rotate back. They're going to just go for the save, it seems. And their money is actually not horrendous, but they don't want to have a weak buy at all or anything but a full strength buy, so they're going to fall back with those guns. Hooksy's now searching for them. He doesn't want to let them escape with the money. Bubsky's ready for it. And there you go. CPH Flames will pick it up. And that's what they were doing in this round, in the way that they were trying to, you know, push and pull the CT rotation, and then, you know, the way that they understood how to respond based off of that. You just need to see more of that. That was a pretty huge pick. That was the pick.
Yeah, that pick was way more exposed than it looked like from the other perspective.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 rounds remaining now in this half. 8-5 for Mad Lions. Finally, we're seeing some rounds won by Copenhagen Flames. We've got 2 in a row. And again, there's still money for Mad Lions. They are taking a timeout now. They've got 2 AKs on deck, so maybe that makes a difference. First bullet wins in that respect. But Copenhagen Flames on that late catch-up. Mad Lions have been there as well. And now it's Copenhagen Flames' turn in the last map of this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, and given the fact that they did win that pistol and convert the following 2 rounds, even though they've had such limited success in the buy rounds, the chance of a respectable scoreline that they can work with on the second half is you know, happening. That said, I feel like they do need at least like 7, probably all the rest, because I think Mad Lions are of course the better team.
Oh no! Wow. Okay. Kill streak. Roy falling back outside. Mad Lions storming into this one. That is quite the timeout. 5 on 2. Make it 1. Tesses denied as well. CPH Flames victimized in round 14. And their money is quite ropey, actually. So Mad Lions might be good for 10 here. They're definitely putting the right foot forward. Noyes has the bomb. He's also eaten a big flashbang, but has not conceded his position just yet. So he has some element of surprise. You can see how rough it is, alone versus 5 players, jiggling every single corner. You just have no idea where anyone's going to be. Could be diagonal angles outside. We still see A-Core and CT spawn. He's barely pressed W, and it's 9-5 for Mad Lions.
That was explosive. Great stuff from Mad Lions there, keeping the scoreline dominance. That really shuts down CPH Flames and their chances to have a really competitive chance to be into that second half. And honestly, if I'm CPH Flames, I'm struggling to even think like what has been the most successful way for us to open rounds, because it's been very few and far between. A-Core opening things up, taking down Nodius towards with that squeaky peek. All too common. Oh my god, just so exposed, James.
Big head mode. And jam. 5 versus 3. Unresponded frags once again. Copenhagen Flames in an awkward position. Refresh he's afraid, he's paranoid. He thinks he's being watched, but he's not that deep just yet. Mad Lions comfortable in their positions. Tessis now executed. 5 versus 2. Refresh has conceded his position, but what choice does he have at this point? Roy spotting, but he doesn't need to fight to the death there. They have position, so he doesn't need to frag out, but now he's going to the point of no return, and he won't deliver that kill. So Farlig has the bomb. He's keeping quiet while Refresh runs around, shows presence, and tries to make this potentially winnable for the Flames.
Yeah, time's becoming an issue here. This peak as well is a big problem. Strong off angle. Refresh was just simply not expecting. I don't think he even was checking for that position. Now Farlig has it all to do. He has the bomb on his back, so that is something. And he doesn't have time to go anywhere but this bomb site. He's walking back here, but again, there's just simply no time. He gave up some additional time to walk there. Trying to catch some CTs, and he's going to get a chance to plant. Great frag, going for the plant in the smoke. There is a way here for Farlig as he tries to make his way around, but he comes out the wrong side of the smoke. It's just very hard, isn't it, to know where to go. And that's going to be a wrap for this half. 10-5. Mad Lions looking fantastic on the third map of this series.
Police brutality in Los Angeles. That is the story of the first half. Will it be the same in the second? Only time will tell, and it's not too long to wait. We'll see you after the break.
Oh, it's been a grim story since that first map for the Copenhagen Flames, but redemption is still possible, James. They're moving on to the CT side, the favored side of Nuke, a map that they do play, but they've got to be lights out now.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see the odds from Pinnacle. They're at 3.16. Austin 316 day. That was last Monday. Well, there we go. We'll see if they can make those numbers work for them. Copenhagen Flames, all of 5 rounds on the board. Plenty of glass being smashed at the beginning of this round by Mad Lions. No P250 for them, as we saw from Copenhagen Flames. That was a brief highlight in that half of them. Very brief indeed. Refresh pushing through Squeaky, feels the urgency, and he spams that USP, and Asilian's taken out.
Wow, he connected a lot of body shots there. That was nice. It's a good early edge. But speaking of edges, this is a great position, such a strong vantage point for the T side to play into that upper bomb site with. And the bomb is by Mini, or main, depending on your region. It is alone, though. That could be a problem. Roy is very alone. Looking to burst through that heaven position. And there they go. Roy make his way across. God, this cuts the bomb down. And they can fall back a little bit. There's lots of time to play to try to retake this bomb. But it's a 5v3 now in favor of the Flames.
Just waiting. T's trying to use the numbers, but Refresh is deleting all of them one by one. Tesses trying to contribute as well, but Refresh is there to trade it. He gets 4K in the pistol. Copenhagen Flames with a much-needed round victory. Now they need to not get reset. We'll see if Mad Lions invest in the force buy. There's no bomb plant, maybe not.
It's so rough that the T had the bomb there alone. Because imagine if the bomb was with the players in heaven, they get a plant there. They get a plant behind the silo. They're fine. But because the bomb drops in a choke point, the entire team is basically screwed at that point forwards. So that was a pretty rough one, having the bomb be alone. And now it's a full save. They actually look to use those Glocks with a single flash. We'll see if this is the God Flash. There it goes. No one is blind. Looks like he's chasing after the bomb there.
Yeah, well, they got something out of it.
Yeah.
Made $100 profit.
Nice.
3-round lead now for Mad Lions as we move into the first buy round. This one comes earlier with no force buy. Bubsky pulls out the Krieg, the cameo Krieg. 4 AKs along with the Krieg. Not much in the name of grenades. No HE just yet, which means no fast play into A is likely with no HE to blow off that squeaky door. So what do they have in mind with 5 smokes? Maybe we'll see the wall outside. Saw many walls on Copenhagen Flames' T side. Got early grenades here. Got to wait them out. Those... Oh, that's a T-Molly in secret. Someone, I think, has made a terrible mistake.
Oh dear.
There's an enormous gap in those smokes, and somehow Secret is smoked off. This is not the start they were looking for, I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah, not sure what that's about. Off angle trying to be played here with the scope from Refresh. You can see the A-Core is kind of looking for this one. But Refresh, you don't want to go too deep necessarily with this. It is quite risky, and it's also unnecessary. Your job is to hold as they go into Mini and they charge check the Mini position. Your job is to shoot them in the back from that spot, generally speaking, if that's the position you're playing. Because now, then he's going to peek into the open. I'm not sure about that, James. I think that he's trying to do way too much from that position. And now they can get full control of wherever they want.
Oh, shush, I thought he was going to do something crazy there. Tesses looking at the vent. Down he goes. Only man downstairs so far, but that will soon change as Mad Lions... Look at them. 3 of them moving together. How do you deal with that? All but guaranteed to get traded unless you are able to fall back from this position. Playing a headshot position is Tesses, but he's soon in for a nasty, nasty surprise. Because this next peak, it's going to be a brutal one. But he does get a sneaky frag, and he knows at least one player is there. Maybe he realizes 2 because the traces came from somewhere else. Nodius is here to help out as well. Copenhagen Flames now have got even numbers. Hooksy flanking the control position. A-Core's taken out. This is falling to pieces for Mad Lions. 10 seconds for them to really go for elimination. Free fire from Bubsky. There's no time to plant the bomb. Surely it's not even picked up. They know where Hooksy was. Can they find him though? Oh, he's gone for the bomb actually. Oh, that's not going to work out for them. Thought they might have known. They get him after time, but that doesn't give them much value.
Yeah.
With the flank on control, the comms should have been there. I mean, he could have moved, but I think they had to go for the elimination.
Yeah.
There.
That's a weird one, yeah, for sure. It's amazing that they could save that round as well, because again, like Refresh should never be making a peek that committed unless there's like a flashbang, at least something from a teammate. And to be in that position where they're down players, I think Mad Lions are converting that almost all the time. Tess has played it really well to help them save that one. And it doesn't bode well, I gotta say. Their money is going to be so wrecked after that. If Mad Lions get a couple kills here, this is going to be actually pretty helpful for them going forward. Just keeping that CT economy really fragile. That's I think one of the biggest objectives here. Do enough damage to keep that CT economy under control, because they lost every single player in that last round. It's a good pick from Farley. They're yet to lose anybody here. This is perfect for CPH Flames so far.
Cillian manages to rescue the AK-47. He's one of 2 players now of Kevlar but no helmet. He was carrying the bomb as well, so that was really important. He survived that situation. But Copenhagen Flames, they've got the numbers, they've got the angles. So any play really is suicidal at this point for Mad Lions. We'll see the shadows soon enough. There we go. Refresh knows it's a free kill for him. He actually almost dies there somehow, even though he knew the player was coming, but he's alive. And that's 4 rounds in a row for Copenhagen Flames. They are marching towards tying the score. We had the Hero AK in the previous round. Didn't quite work out. Obviously, it was saved from the round prior. There'll be a Galil for Shush. Currently 14 for 7. Cillian almost opposite, 5 for 15. See if he can turn things around on the T side. And we ride with Huxi going up towards the A-bomb site. Copenhagen Flames hungry to get to 10 as well. Roy fast outside, and we've got some proper smokes this time.
Ah, he's going straight into garage as well.
How about that?
What a beautiful just risk from Roy. That's really strong. It's a nice gamble, especially with such a fast timing. Tessus is going to have to hold things down by himself from Mini, and there's so many potential problems here because they can try to go for like an upper split at this point. They can go down secret. They can go out and pressure heaven. There's so many things that Mad Lions can do here, but they're actually just holding. And look at this. It's going to work out potentially because the info play comes through,
beautiful.
And Bubsy's got the punish for the info play into lobby. That's so good.
That's really awesome. It's great awareness from both teams, really. CPH Flames know they have to do something because Roy's presence outside is a problem. Just hiding in garage is great. Tesesto trying to hold on now after the lobby push. Is there going to be a trade here? There is. Noidius is the only man standing now. He's the last man to fall for Copenhagen Flames. Roy just staying alive in garage really compromises a lot that Copenhagen Flames can do. Roy can't really pick, but he doesn't need to. His presence is the problem.
Yeah.
And it forces the hand of Copenhagen Flames trying to push through hard, trying to find an edge somewhere because they're so compromised with that presence. But that angle from the roof was glorious.
Oh yeah, it really was. It's just such a strong setup because once you put the CTs in a spot where you've taken away like huge amounts of information, they they either have to take the huge risk and just like hold their positions, which on Nuke is really devastating to do, or you got to try to get that info somehow. And just like so they had that setup within the game plan. So yeah, you got to credit Mad Lions massively for that round. They worked like so hard and well for that one. And that's the kind of stuff we didn't see from CPH Flames' team side as much. CPH Flames' T side relied a lot on just the individuals like connecting their shots. And already I have confidence that Mad Lions are going to be able to take this just off of the way that they won that one round. So we'll see if that is going to be the case or not. This is all the money for CPH Flames. They need to win this round if they want to stay ahead of the game.
Smoke straight into Mini to deny more information, but Roy will be eliminated this time. He's been a nuisance outside of late, but that won't last very long. Nodius quietly falling back to a more secure position. Nice flashbang, and the start to emerge now. The bomb's been dropped immediately, and he can fade away with that. Far leg will make it even worse. Looks like it's CPH Flames' turn to have a strong CT side.
That was really well played. That was really well played. You can't really find fault with how that went at all. That was so clean.
Dismantled.
Yeah.
Okay, Shush could do something. Now he can't because he's dead. Copenhagen Flames make it to 10. Finally, just the one round so far for Mad Lions. Having a really rough time now on the T side. The struggle is real. And so are the monetary problems. They call a timeout, Mad Lions.
Look at this, the way Nodius played this. He just held off just for long enough with the peak, lets a couple players go by, picks off the last, can insta drop down and molly himself safe. And there was no trade for Farley because the T's didn't want initially to chase him. They wanted to just Molotov him off. So then they can't actually get a trade because of that too. So that can't actually work out better. And but the problem is for CPH Flames is that there's still money for Mad Lions. They can still hit him hard here. So they got to win this one too. I don't think there's at any point this game will be easy for them.
Yeah, this will be a key round though, because someone gonna be broke after this. And we don't have long to wait to find out who. Bubsky down to the UMP. Slow rate of fire. Slow arse reload. That reload is painful on the UMP. Maybe he won't need a reload. We'll see. If he gets one frag, he'll get a fast upgrade if he's in the right position. And we've got that forward smoke from the Flames outside. No one's behind on this occasion. Refresh gets the cheeky route into Secret very quickly indeed. Pixie with an angle on Secret. The ball's been blown off as we can see. So that's a threat for the, well, throughout the round for the CTs. They've got to be real careful about someone trying to creep through that.
Looking to get those outside smokes going. No idea what is out here though in terms of the defense from CPH Flames. Refresh will drop down. Wants to make sure that he can just keep a handle of that secret position and get the info too if they go there, but they're going for the upper split through Mini. Tessus, oh, he's got to deliver here. He already has to deliver something. Nodius will deliver something, taking down Roy, but it's up to Tessus. They know exactly where he is. He got no value from that position, and that might just be the round over with. There's nothing left for them to do.
Yep, that was a very, very quick play from Mad Lions. Strong. They want to retain their lead, and they'll do it with force, it seems. Farley quietly moving towards B. Well, he knows exactly where the bomb is. The sound isn't a good spot in the game at the moment. Still hard though when you have a map like this to figure out what's going on sometimes. It's cool that they change the beeps on the bomb depending on what site it is to try and help with that. Not too many wallbang attempts do you see through the floor these days. Again, there was one in the qualifier from a Brazilian team, I want to say, who got a deagle kill from A on someone who was trying to plant a bomb on B behind that little silo thing. That was pretty cool. I haven't seen one in Flashpoint 1 just yet. 12-10 now for Mad Lions. 2 of the last 3 rounds have been won by them, which will be painful for Copenhagen Flames, as reflected by their bye. Yep,
it's not looking good. But they've got to do it. At least they do have that saved up as stated. It's just such a nervous situation because the game's still winnable, of course, for CPH Flames. It's winnable until it's over, but it just feels like Mad Lions are pulling ahead. Their T side is looking like so much better put together right now. Now, CPH Flames, they don't see anything just yet. Once again, Mad Lions are kind of slow playing the smokes outside. There goes the wall of smokes. Last time, they just went for an upper split through Mini and Squeaky and Huts. And now they're actually walking players behind that smoke. Only 2, though. Will we get an info play from CPH Flames? Likely not, into the lobby at least. You've got Refresh here just playing it safe, trying to delay with the smoke.
That's the old angle Shocks used to hold. Pixel angle with the smoke. Sub 1 minute mark. Mad Lions waiting to make their play. They still have 2 mollies. 3, in fact. I can't count. Well, I can count, but like a moron. Flashbangs and smokes as well. There goes one of the mollies. There's a flash, but Refreshes ahead of it. He's got to jump. He might catch Brazilian with a grenade in his hand. No. Pulls out the AK again and blasts him in the face. That's the opening frag now. 35 seconds left on the clock, and it all falls to pieces for Mad Lions. Copenhagen Flames delivering frag after frag. Bomb at their feet. And Roy's the last man standing behind a smoking Mini. Not much for him to do here.
Yeah, it's looking rather desperate. 15 seconds to try to get some damage. That's a good objective, I think, at this point. Just get a kill or 2. Keep that CT economy limited. And he's going to get shot in the back. So good setup there. Really good response. I was a little bit worried with the action down Secret. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Mad Lions targeting Secret more, with more players. in some of these future rounds, but that's certainly a great one to win because they're breaking up the momentum of Mad Lions. Mad Lions can't seem to get a grip of this half just yet, and I feel like, again, as I mentioned, Mad Lions are having some good T side approaches.
Cillian's not really got himself in a game just yet. 7 for 18.
Yeah. On the struggle bus.
Yeah, he is driving the struggle bus at the moment, maybe off the side of a bridge, but they are still in the lead.
Yeah.
That may change quickly, though. I don't know how much they'll get. Oh, they're going for the 4-buy. So we'll see if Mad Lions can string some more rounds together. They seem to be trading rounds at the moment. No one really getting those consecutive ones. And we're getting into the late stage of the game now. So one of these teams has to take this game by the reins and right to victory because it is the last map of the series. And it's a pretty important one. There's a lot of points on the line. One team will make a step forward. One team will be going nowhere fast. Mac 10 out for Roy. This is going to be a rough one.
Yeah, I mean, if Mad Lions find a good timing, though, with these guns, and you'd probably want to see them find a fast timing, just dump all the utility in at once and just go for it, because they don't have much firepower. They don't have, as much utility as maybe they would want to. They've got a pretty decent and respectable amount to get somewhere, but they can't really afford for it to go wrong. We've got 2 players outside, 3 in lobby at the moment, looking for that pick towards the ramp position. You see Nodius playing the dangerous game.
I wonder what the bullets are like on the Mac 10 versus the CZ. I might do a comparison there because before they nerfed the CZ at close range, it was better than a FAMAS in terms of the damage and so on. But they changed that slightly. But I wonder, in a situation like this, if you could get just the CZ and more grenades, I wonder if there's an argument for that, a reasonable one over the Mac 10. That said, there are 2 players without helmets here for Copenhagen Flames, but on a map like Nuke, you must be limited in where you can use the Mac 10, and got some struggles with the KZ on the outside. The Mad Lions are moving in now. Will they be going for another fast pace towards the A bomb site? Well, apparently not, because Refresh will not allow them. Great burst when he's low on the magazine here. Finally traded by Bubsky, but it's too little too late, surely, for Mad Lions. Bubsky with the AK and Shush with the Krieg. They've got 20 seconds to make a play, plant the bomb and clutch around versus 4 CT players.
Yeah, Bubsy's looking for kills. He's looking for a way to get down to that lower bomb site. The trade comes through, though, and it's just such a rough spot because, Shush, do you want to save this Krieg? There is an argument to do it because your teammates probably need to save the next round, so you can have that hero Krieg, which you can recycle. So there is actually a lot of value to just keeping this Krieg alive here, as opposed to maybe going for damage or trying to do some kind of a play where you might end up risking your life. So it actually makes this round interesting because his teammates can buy a couple pistols and so on, or nades around this Krieg, and it's a Krieg. You can certainly make some plays with this. It's looking like CPH Flames are getting some more comfort, James. Honestly, I've been on edge this whole game with how they've been playing, but it seems like they're kind of getting there somehow.
Yeah, but maybe when Mad Lions' back is pushed to the wall, when the pressure is a bit higher, when they're on the back foot, maybe they will find a way to win some more rounds. They've lost their lead now. The score is tied. And it doesn't look like they'll be going much further in this particular round, unless they can get this Krieg going. Got some dangerous pistols with it as well. Double CZ. No flashes, but there's a Molotov on the hands of Roy, which is deployed towards Secret. So they can make some inroads. Again, they've still got some problems with these smokes. There's been a gap in quite a few of these rounds. Not punished, though, by Copenhagen Flames. Should be playing more passive as they know that their opponent's economy is broken. Don't want to be close to these pistols if you can avoid it. But eventually, they won't be able to because they're heading towards the B bomb site now.
This is actually a problem because CPH Flames don't really have a strong rotation down here. I don't know that they know even that the Ts are making their way down. And look how passive. I'm really afraid because CPH Flames are being so passive here. We'll see if Mad Lions can get onto the site because they might just be playing retake and thinking, okay, well, we'll just be able to bombard it with our nades, but...
Here we go. The reinforcements are on the way. They would have heard Shush fall off of that boost attempt earlier on, so they would have a little clue that there was 1 or 2 players here. But the numbers game will certainly help. Bubsky now trying to do what he can with the season. Got to be careful with these bursts. A long reload as well. He's got to make these 2 bullets count, but he's falling back. 4 on 4. 20 seconds for the bomb to be planted. The pressure is on Mad Lions, but they're making a pressure for Copenhagen Flames as well. But they can't quite thin the numbers out. They found a Molotov to deploy towards Decon, which will certainly help the bomb get planted. Bubsky waiting for a flank, but will he pick the right timing? Is spotted and swatted by Tesses, who's still at decon showing presence.
He's doing some good work here. This is really tough, but he'll eventually go down. His health was too low. And this is really biting CPH Flames in the backside, playing so passively, and this could be an AWP indeed in the hands of Mad Lions. Roy's going to go and just pursue, and he's going to find one kill. The trade comes in, and maybe that's going to convince Farley to maybe go for it, but maybe not. Problem is quite ticked here, and again, James, like, I don't understand why CPH Flames were so passive here. You're just giving up so much of the map, and this is one of those classic spots where you're trying to play it safe, but playing it safe is actually extremely risky. If you
Too
get,
safe.
you know, yeah, exactly. Like, there's no such thing as a play without risk in this game. If you want to play like the bomb sites and not risk yourself by being peeked anywhere, then the risk is that you're giving up enormous amounts of map control, which means you have the most limited time to get information, and therefore the most limited time to rotate and respond, which obviously gives advantages to your opponents. So that's a really big problem. They had one guy on the lower site when the push came in, and even when the reinforcements came in, because the T slowed it down, still, you know, it was a huge issue for CPH Flames. That's not the round to lose. They're in trouble now. They're in real trouble.
Yeah, it was the Hero Krieg save from the previous round. Our expectations were low, but again, Mad Lions backs to the wall, as I said. They've found a way to just push forward, just eke back into the lead once again.
Yeah.
And this is a really bad time for Copenhagen Flames' money to be on the bitter edge, on the brink of collapse, of disaster. If they lose this round, they may lose the series because they've got no money in the bank.
Yeah, it's a rough one. There's always time to come back. As you say, you know, they've got something to work with here. It's not looking that bad. But their money's absolutely gone if they lose this round. And if they lose the round at this point in the game, it's probably over. They're going for this lobby play, and oh no, it's a replay of what happened before. Bubsky, he's looking for this. Does he get any Qs? Yes, he does. Oh, they're not checking for this. He only gets one. Is that enough, though?
And they've got Heaven already. Look at how quickly Mad Lions have advanced into this round. It's like they're on a roundabout that's just swung and put them in Heaven. They were up there so quickly.
They kind of have to save their guns, James. They're in this really weird position where they can't actually win.
But look, where can they save? They've got nowhere to save them.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's just nowhere to go.
Yeah, this is quite a round that we're seeing. Mad Lions about to make it to 14, and Copenhagen Flames. There may be more casualties yet for the counter-terrorist side. That was so fast towards Heaven.
Yeah, again, like it comes back to this idea that they don't have any control of the map. Tessus looks like he might be able to hold on to this gun, but yes, they don't have any control of the map. They don't know what's going on. And they go for a 3-man push into lobby, which, given that that's the timing where the attack was coming into upper, maybe they're expecting that there's a split from lobby and Heaven.
They lost all of outside so fast.
Yeah, they just lost so much map control, and that was the reason when they lost the previous round against the CZs. You know, it's too passive, so maybe they can remedy it. They've got the AWP, they've got an AK and a FAMAS. You can make MP9s and shotties work on this map, so maybe they can fashion a comeback here. But I think Mad Lions, they're kind of figuring out where the holes are in this defense.
Do they spend all their money for this round and have nothing left for a potential match point? That is the question. They haven't spent any money just yet, so we'll have to see. It's a weird spot. Do they give themselves 2 chances to win, or do they put everything on this one? Hooksy has left 1,500 in the bank, so I think they're going to try to buy together for the next round. So they're taking the conservative approach, not wanting to have absolutely nothing left. Which is interesting, because with AWP and an AK, like, you had a good chance to do something here, but it already starts to get worse. I think maybe the force buy was the way, especially with an AWP in tow, because you won't have one next round if you die. And die they will. So, yeah, I think this is a painful route for Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah.
Now what do you do? You're not going to be able to... You'll be very, very lucky to save AWP now. So I feel like this is the round they had to win.
Yeah, I know, I agree with you completely. I think you ship it all in around the AWP. And you try to... you try to play more for map control.
Because if you can't win with... Oh, no.
Dear.
Well, if you can't win with these weapons and a force buy around them, what hope do you have in the next round where everything's going to be worse? Is how I look at it. So.
Yeah, it's one of those things again where like you gotta know when you just gotta take the L, one of the L's, which is you can't have a great situation. You pretty much have to just ship it all in.
Just a quick note: this is likely the spectator client are not happening to players on the server itself, so don't get too worried. I remember when this happened at a major.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Remember that? That was quite like in multiple. Everything just died a few times. That was quite something. We were commentating. Well, it wasn't just us, but it definitely happened when we were commentating. That was a crazy one. The match is still live, so it is just a spectator thing, and we're back in again. Nodius is still alive. He might actually save to say WP.
That would be pretty huge.
But again, in my opinion, I don't know what the guys on the desk think, but in my opinion, I think he made an error there. They made an error in that. Again, if you can't, with an AK and an AWP, if you can't like ship it with a force buy in that situation, assuming you all died, then what are you going to have to fight with in the next one? That's how I see it.
Yeah, you got to get it in with the best chance, and I think this has been interesting for me as well, as we get more data on CPH Flames, and I think in this series I've seen a lot more holes in their game than we have seen previously, in terms of their strategy and otherwise. Like just losing that round to the CZs with the one creep that was saved, that really was the point where they would win the series. If they win that round, they're set up so well to actually have a strong advantage to win. And by losing that, by playing it so passive and just giving up the entire map for free and having no communication or information on the map until a bomb site's being hit, they screwed themselves. And now they're just trying to scramble to pick up the pieces.
See what they can do. Hopefully we will be able to connect for what might be the last round. I believe the AWP was saved. Mad Lions did indeed win that round, so fingers crossed. There seems to be some kind of observer issue. We can see on our screens down here what's going on. They're trying to reconnect to the server at present with the observer computer. Maybe everyone's preloading Half-Life Alyx.
Maybe, yeah.
Comes out on Monday. So that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
So we both bought it, right? We both bought a Valve Index.
Yes.
If you bought it before the end of December last year, you would get some content in CSGO, which we still don't know what it is. But I guess we'll both get that. So I'm thinking maybe I think a lot of people think it's going to be those gloves that they use, which would be interesting.
That'd be pretty cool.
That'd be interesting.
I was something that they promised it and then forgot about it until the last minute. Like, oh crap, we promised you all this
I would rather have a Combine skin.
Ooh.
A Combine CT skin with the radio commands, which are just indistinguishable words. Okay, so
we just got
back into the game, and Copenhagen Flames somehow won with whatever they had in the last
5
round.
players alive. I think at the end of that round. Yeah, I think so, right?
This is almost like a really weird kind of detective story where we have to just use the clues now because we disconnected again. So God knows what happened in that round, but they still have the LWP.
There's plenty of money for. It says 15-13, so this might be going to overtime. There's a potential.
We got a pure issue. Oh well.
Yeah, well,
maybe there's a verification that needs to be done. Verified in files.
This still isn't as bad as the DDoS days, James. It's never going to be as bad as that.
No, nothing will ever beat that. I remember Pitt, PYTH. He was the super sub.
Yeah.
He ended up being the super sub for, I feel like, 3 to 4 teams.
Every continent.
Because people would get DDoSed off the server, so they'd have to call subs. The subs would get DDoSed.
Everyone had him on the quick dial.
Yeah. He was, Pitt was the man who was always there. Man, I'll never forget those days.
Yeah.
No. I was still working full-time in real estate, and we'd be up at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and there's DDoS for like an hour. We just paused. That was insane.
Yeah, that
We're
was
on the
rough.
server once again, guys.
Trying to stay awake.
We are on the server once again. I think it's giving a second to make sure everything's fine with the observer client, and it seems so far so good.
Okay, so both took a...
I was just going to say, sometimes when you're on the cusp of winning and you're in a really strong spot, sometimes it's just like you're almost hesitant to win, you know? You play not to lose instead of playing to win.
Well, I think that's the position. I think that's what happens to CPH Flames. Like they just force their opponents to that eco, and then they're like, okay, we can do this, guys. let's just make sure we don't make any mistakes, which translates to
Yeah.
no one could do anything. Just let the entire map go for free.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it was. Because that you're right. That is a thing. You know, people get kind of antsy not to make a play because making a play is like taking a risk. If you die, maybe you've messed it up for your whole team, and if there's a lot on the line, definitely an experience thing, that's for sure. And you can forgive CPH Flames more for making those mistakes than you can Mad Lions, right? So if that's the case, and I feel like CPH Flames have made more mistakes like that than Mad Lions, which makes it insane to see that the game is this close with that context.
Well, the observer client seems to be lasting about 10 seconds on the server and then disconnecting. Nice. Might be worth verifying the files. It does tend to take a few minutes though, but why not? Why not do it and see what happens? That is so weird. It just randomly appears.
Yeah.
This is what coronavirus does to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least we're fortunate that we're able to continue. That's quite something.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like there's nowhere I would rather be than here doing a show. Basically, that's. I think it's needed. So hopefully we'll be able to do that throughout the season. So it seems we are back, maybe with a different client. So let's see then. Let's see if Mad Lions could close this out, or if CPH Flames are going to take it to overtime and then maybe something else.
I really want to see this go to overtime because I think it just makes the story really fun if they get to overtime and then somehow, let's say, win in overtime, CPH Flames. I think that's going to be just daylight robbery. Obviously, I predicted CPH Flames. I don't know if I'd be confident to do that again, but hey, man, they can still do it. So here they go.
Okay, Mad Lions outside. CPH Flame just waiting for him to make their play. We've got Refresh downstairs. He was very pivotal for Copenhagen Flames on the outside earlier on. That 3K was so important to keep them in the game. And yet more is required of Copenhagen Flames if they want to survive this. Nodius on the ramp with the Krieg. Stolen from the previous round.
It's such a good gun for the ramp as well. And this is so dangerous. Refresh is in a really dangerous position. I don't know if he wants to be going close to the smoke. He's going to be falling back, but he needs to get into a defensible position. He's holding an off angle here, and I think you want to... This is you're playing to get frags in that position as opposed to be able to stay alive for your teammates to rotate. So I'm a bit worried that he might bite off more than he can chew here because here comes the whole team. He gets the first goal. He's going to get more though. He can't die for one and then 1 for 1. The T's will make their ground now towards that lower bomb site. And Bubsky gets one on the flank. That's horribly problematic. Xenodius is looking at the flank here and he's going to go down as well. That might be a wrap here, James. There's only 2 left.
Excellent work by Bubsky. The lurk towards the ramp. He has really done the damage now. Copenhagen Flames with a 2-man retake. Got Molotovs towards Secret. Not sure if the sound cue was there. Akor holding the angle for the time being. Huxi and Tessis, they both have a defuse kit. Now, how safe will Mad Lions play this? They can play the bomb depending on where their position is traded. Surely there, he's got one, but on the other one, Huxi now will get traded eventually by Bubsky, and that's going to be a wrap. Mad Lions take it 2-1. A long game of nuke, a long back and forth, but they did finish off the job.
I think it's a really strange game in many respects, I think, James, because Mad Lions, I think they should be able to make this look a lot more convincing. So I think they've got a lot of work to do, and they would have learned a lot about themselves from this series. There's lots of good data there for them to make improvements and iterate on what they have. And CPH Flames, I think exactly the same story. I think this played out as it was supposed to in that sense.
It was a war of attrition, and Mad Lions came out on top. It is break time. When we're back, the thoughts of the death before we move into the second game of the day. They will see you very shortly indeed.
We finished our first match of the day here at Flashpoint, and it results in Copenhagen Flames going down into 4th place. They have been eliminated now from the in-game feeders group. They are out of Phase 1. They end with only 15 points, which will make the road to the playoffs quite difficult right now. Mad Lions barely staying alive in this. What did you guys see on Nuke?
I'm trying not to do that, like, pretends to be shocked meme, you know, like just... Yeah, this is what we thought would happen, right? We thought Mad Lions would end up taking the series. I thought Copenhagen Flames had a really good series here. I was impressed that they managed to come close on this last map where I thought Mad Lions would. But I think part of that was due to the fact that they won both pistol rounds, and in the end, experience on the Lions guys showed, and they were just able to close it out.
I think the experience on the Lions guys definitely showed. I am impressed with how scrappy Flames were able to actually make this as close as they did. But Lions, I gotta admit, if they were to just polish up their rounds just a little bit more, just thinking on that T-pistol, even with Roy at that connector alone with the bomb, just these sorts of small rounds that add up at the end of the day in what essentially became a BO1 in this third map, you've got to be able to convert those rounds, make them a little bit cleaner. And to me, it definitely looked like Lions were clearly the better team.
Is Lions still a challenger for the Flashpoint titles, Thorin?
Yeah, I think so. Like even the better teams and the highest ranked teams in the tournament so far have had rocky moments, at times that look shaky. So I think for me, winning this particular game actually was the most key for them, because they're guaranteed top 2 points now. Worst case scenario, they can come second. And that means that no matter what, assuming they actually can improve with Vasily and get more time under their belt, work with his system, they could be better for Phase 2. So this is actually all on track at the moment for the Mad Lions guys. It doesn't matter whether they actually win this Phase 1. As long as in Phase 2 they're in good form and then they get to the playoffs, they can still be a champion by the end, I think.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about a specific moment on Nuke. Potter, you wanted to discuss a boost that happened in round 13.
Yeah, this was the boost that we talked about a little bit during that pregame. But to show you guys a little bit of context, we've seen a lot of teams and a lot of players utilizing this boost down in secret, but not to quite as much success as Flames has seen throughout this tournament. They've used it 3 times and they've gotten 3 picks. Prior to this round, they lost 8 rounds in a row. Then after this pick, they were able to put up 2 more rounds on the board, ending it at 10-5. So I think small gimmicky plays like this, those desperate plays I was talking about, doing whatever you need to do to put a W on the board, a round win on the board, that's what makes these underdogs more dangerous.
And what is the value of that boost in that position tactically? What's it going to get you? What's the advantage? What's the disadvantage of executing it?
It's that high ground, right? The player was at the door jump spotting, and he wants to have an edge on the spacing to be able to reposition once he gets that spot, communicate it to his mates, move his teammates around on the map, but he just gets popped one shot because of the angle in which they double boosted. And like I said, most teams and players don't find quite as much success as Flames did in this series, but it's one of those gimmicky plays that you keep in your back pocket, and once you're in the position to be able to actually utilize it, hey, you use it, and they certainly used it to their advantage, and you can see how advantageous it can actually be.
Yeah, kept them in the game, but not quite enough to pull it out. Let's go ahead and take a look at our in-game feeders bracket, as we do have Mad Lions advancing. They will play the loser of Havu versus Contact. Chance to stay in it, chance to still get a top 2 position. If you finish 4th like the Copenhagen Flames did, it's going to be very hard to make the playoffs. You got to be competitive, got to maybe get a 2nd or a 3rd place if you want to make sure you could end in that top 8.
Yeah, and this is a rough Mad Lions has been, actually. I think Havu Contacts have looked the best. Sneakily, this is the hardest group, in my opinion. Like, all 4 of these teams could have advanced through in one of the other groups, in my opinion, but obviously now, I don't know. I don't even know if Mad Lions is capable of beating either of those teams in the upper bracket of this group right now, because they haven't shown me they have the cohesion they once had with Hunden.
Oh, fair enough. It will be hard considering they already lost to Havu. They're going to have to change things up if, in fact, they play them at some point in this tournament. If Havu loses their next match, obviously that will be their first and next opponent. We are going to take a quick break, guys, and then we are going to talk about our next match, Chaos versus Gen.G. Up next, we have our winners match from Snakes and Ratters. It will be Gen.G versus Chaos. And I think we have to start with discussing Gen.G, who is our third seed coming into Flashpoint 1. They were fresh off a win at DreamHack Anaheim, where they didn't even drop a single map. And yet, they dropped a map to Envy, who got banged out of the server yesterday, or a couple days ago, by MIBR. So where are we with Gen.G as a team right now?
Hard to say still where we're at with Gen.G. It really depends on if Bentet and Som show up, right? In Anaheim, they showed up every single game, and they won very close games. I think every map they played was like a 16-13, 16-14 OT game, right? It's not like they blew everyone out in Anaheim and had this amazing debut. It's fantastic. It's a shock that they won the event, and yeah, they didn't drop a map, but I think now they're kind of coming back down to the level we expected them at. With that being said, they're playing a Chaos team now without Smooya, so this should be very easy for them. And if they disappoint, I don't know what to think about that.
Let's focus on Gen.G's individual performance right now. What were the big differences that you saw between the DreamHack win and what we saw them in terms of Flashpoint play when it came to their match against Envy?
It's got to be the individual performances, right? Sean just mentioned that those matches at Anaheim, they were very close. It was gritty, and that was one of the impressive factors that we spoke about on the Gen.G squad, being such a young lineup getting together so recently, but being able to convert rounds that just came down to the wire, being very cerebral players, automatic daps. We know these two have the experience and the veteranship to be able to lean into those cerebral types of plays, but it is curious to see how Bentet adjusts, because we spoke a little bit about that dip in performance once he kind of buys into Dap's system and incorporates himself into a team play. You know, he's an individual that really thrives in his individual performances. So it's going to be a testament to see how he actually utilizes his skills within the squad.
You have to remember as well, as a piece of trivia, obviously Daps, while he's still playing in the team, is going to be playing from home. So unlike all the other players who have 10 ping or whatever, he comes partly from Eastern Canada, so he actually could be on a much higher ping. The upside of that is he wasn't a very big fragger anyway in the team, although to be fair, he had actually a pretty good performance in the first game that Gen.G played. So if the team works as everyone planned, it won't be the end of the world. They can still be a really good team. But it's certainly a concern when you go from having everyone on land to having one guy potentially having a high ping.
I think Som and Bentet succeeded so much in Anaheim because of the fact that teams weren't able to anti-strat them. They didn't know what to expect. Now at this event, people have some demos to work with. They can see how these guys play. They know the communication probably isn't perfect amongst their team right now because Bentet is taking peaks when he shouldn't, according to Daps in an interview, right? So that's why we saw Kust and Daps have huge breakout performances in their first best of three. Now that Daps has high ping and, you know, Kust is kind of, is he going to be reliable? Is he going to be, you know, a star player on this team? That remains to be seen. I think he has more of that support role if I were to judge based on someone watching them. But he can come up big, but that can't be a long-term solution for this team.
And speaking of those communications, Bentet, we saw specifically on Inferno, he's that secondary B player. He's the man that rotates between B and A. And being that player, he's got to be able to decipher the communication coming towards him, the information that his mates are feeding to him, and be able to determine exactly the timings of when he's going to peak out and when he's going to capitalize on the aggro that his mates are garnering towards them. So I think it's really important for Bentet to incorporate himself, immerse himself into this American culture as fast as possible to be able to be one with English.
Yeah, the crazy thing actually about this matchup is we've got a great contrast because we've got these two veteran in-game leaders with really storied careers going all the way through CSGO, but they've got totally different tasks because on the one hand, Daps actually has all this talent, some younger talent, some foreign talent. He has to integrate the talent. Steel's basically the guy, he's going in the bargain bins looking for treasure. He's having to work with literally absolutely nothing at this point in time. The one big name player he had's gone home as well, so he's
tragic.
He's trying to just find a miracle somewhere.
All right, well, we are going to have to go into our vetoes for this next game. Chaos obviously is going to be subbing in Voltage, whom we talked about in our Get to the Point pre-show, but I do think it's time to see where exactly these teams are in terms of the map draft right now and what we can expect from them. What would you expect right now from Gen.G? They're going to go ahead and ban out Overpass straight out.
Yeah, and that's a map that Chaos loves playing. That's going to really hobble them because Chaos wants comfort picks. Gen.G, they can go anywhere on this. Honestly, they're the team, right? Chaos has a stand-in. I would take them to a tactical map. Now, I'm not sure how deep Gen.G's map pool is. So they're going Inferno. I think every team at the pro level knows how to can play Inferno. So if I'm on Chaos, I like that, obviously. But Daps has always been a solid caller on Inferno, and it's a map that Sam and Bentet play the B site, like Christine said. They can do a really good job there.
Trade and pick maybe for Chaos? No, they've gone with Mirage, actually. You'd think, actually, Gen.G would like that. That seems like it's decent on the other side, though.
Yeah, that's what sucks for Chaos right now is because they're a PUG team. They want to play PUG maps. But those are the maps that actually Gen.G likes playing, even though they're a tactical team.
What does Gen.G not want to see from Chaos as Chaos takes Train out of the pool?
They don't want to see it. I don't know. I wouldn't want to play Nuke if I were Chaos, even though that's a map historically they're very good on. Subbing out your Opper, things can get really weird on Nuke. And yep, that's there you go.
Good call. Good call.
Let's hope we don't see that shit show.
So could be disastrous if Chaos can't 2-0 is what you're saying. Like if it goes to the third map, Chaos is gonna really struggle.
Yeah, I don't think they stand a chance if it goes 3.
All right, I think we're ready to get into our predictions right now. Let's send it over to Anders and Moses, who will be bringing us the action here in our last game of the day.
All right, that was very forceful. They will be, like we were going to somehow, shrug that responsibility and not do it.
That's right up your alley.
Yeah, just try and avoid work.
Yeah, pawn that off on someone else.
You, basically.
Yeah, definitely. I'm taking Gen.G. I'm with the guys on this. I actually think Gen.G probably has.
Wow.
This isn't going to be any kind of groundbreaking prediction, but I think Gen.G is probably the favorite to just win the entirety of Flashpoint.
I'm kind of shocked. You've known Josh for a long time. I know you guys.
I know that one hurts.
You just leave him like that. You just don't even have his back or anything. I'm picking Gen.G as well, but I'm just saying.
Again, just pawning it all off on me. I think Josh is obviously phenomenal, and I wish he could have some better fortune in his career. It's just so painful that Smooya's gone away. That's such a heavy portion of this team. I do want to say the desk made one mistake. They said all the pro teams knew how to play Inferno. We know MIBR has no idea whatsoever how to play that map.
They also said pro teams. It's I'm picking Gen.G as well. We'll send it back to the desk. Please take it away for us.
All right, Thorin, you're up next.
I mean, you heard when I set it up there, Gen.G has vastly superior players. They're a better team. Chaos is working with scraps. I'm not just going to tell you one thing, lead you to believe in it, and then just go completely the other way. That's for Astralis management to do. No, I'm going to go with Gen.G to take this map. I think they probably actually win 2-0. I think actually it's a pretty good... Unfortunately, the veto for Chaos didn't leave them much options, so Gen.G 2-0.
Everybody Gen.G?
Short and simple, Gen.G 2-0.
I'm going Gen.G as well, but hey, I think Steel does do well with scraps, and we know Steel has yelled at every single player within the server in an FPL at one point or another, so he's pretty familiar. If there's one player that's going to be able to convert a surprise win, it's Steel.
All right. Well, Anders and Moses, get us into the action.
Oh yeah, we'll do just that. We'll try and get it underway. I can't wait for this. I mean, so everyone on Gen.G's side, even though he wanted for Steel to make that work. I don't know.
Yeah.
The viewers, I'm guessing, will be in a similar kind of a mood. I have to imagine. Audience obviously can vote us, along the way. And yeah, it is. I don't know, 80-20.
It should be
pretty predictable.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any real doubt that Gen.G is going to be just massive favorites in this, especially with Smooya being gone. So that's painful. I think for me, this Gen.G team is just super cool, and I have two big things that I want to keep my eye on, and one of them isn't even Kusta Anders, which is pretty cool. I really like Bentet in this team. I'm excited to see how he's going to play. He's mentioned in a couple interviews his dream was always to come into an international roster, get away from the Chinese scene, and actually compete at the top tier. And it's obvious he's been deserving of that for a while. So I really am interested to see how he fits into this team as we go. And the other one is obviously Automatic. I think someone who's supremely underrated in the North American scene, and obviously with all the issues towards the end of his tenure in Cloud9 after winning the major, really dropped off. Even with some strong performances there, but he's spent some time as probably one of the best players in North America through stretches. And I think he's just so talented at bringing a team together.
Yeah, what do we call him sometimes? The North American Sipniks. I think he's got that similar
with a little
kind of
bit more power to him, though. It's not just the clutches, is it? I mean, he's a very well-rounded player, so I'm excited to see him. I want to see him get back in action, and we're going to get right into the action. Chaos versus Gen.G. Opening map Inferno here at Flashpoint, and Chaos have a big task ahead of them starting on the CT side.
Yeah, I can't wait for this. It's going to be, I think, it's good news that they're starting on that CT side. I think that might help them out a little bit. Obviously, still need to win the pistol round, but if they can get off to a good start here and get some of the grenades on their side, maybe that will work out. They've got the 4-1 split, which again has become so common in these pistol rounds now. There's going to be a smoke up, and it looks like they won't even... Oh, they do slow it down. No, there we go. Just waiting for the grenade to come on through. They're not going to respect it. Again, that 4-1 split on this CT side is so common. That's a monstrous grenade.
Yeah, it might not matter, though. Look at the stack. Oh, what is this? Cam just running around with his knife out, I guess maybe trying to bait, but they did not expect two players to be set up ready to watch the flank, and I think now the retake is near impossible. The two players coming from spawn have to wait for this side of the retake, and now they're smoked out. It's turned into a real bad situation.
Very, very tricky retake, if not almost impossible. Sort of trying to see if they could get a boost over, and...
It's over.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it is. Maybe just getting the exits and saving the kit at this point in time might be... Even if it's a bit disappointing to have to play that way in a pistol round, you almost always want to try and go for it. It is not possible. And even getting the exit kills, there's nothing is possible, apparently. It's not doable.
That smoke at top banana right at the half wall was just a gut punch. That was pretty brutal for Chaos's ideas of a retake. So, I mean, you got to admire it. They're trying to catch him off guard, trying to get up banana and start that flank very quickly, pushing down mid. You're trying to beat them to the punch. Maybe you can overwhelm one player, but the fact that two players are set up, and remember, when Cam turns that corner and goes down, the other two players with him, they stop. Watch this. He's got his knife out, so he's thinking they're in the bomb site. He's thinking they haven't fallen back to watch the flank, and the other two players really needed to follow up on that, because at least the very least thing that he did, which isn't much, was at least take the attention away and at least reveal the positions of the opponents. They're just not able to capitalize on any of it.
So, a bit of a shame. But I mean, I think this is just, we talk about this every once in a while, right? The nature of those pistol rounds where it is, you have to make a bit of a gamble. You know, you have to try and do something. It's, if they'd actually respected the smoke, if they hadn't, run through it into the bomb site, could have been some time for more rotation, could have been some other stuff happening. But a lot of the rounds that are pistol rounds are coin flips in a sense,
I think a smoke like that on a pistol round, though, I'm glad they didn't respect it, because we're actually starting to see teams utilize those smokes to set up a contact play with like one flashbang through it. So that's almost like a smoke that the Ts are starting to learn how to use as well in response. And especially with Glocks, especially with the mobility and being able to jump through them and get into close range, if you're the defender there, even if there's two, you have to hit some pretty stunning shots to stop that hit.
You know what happened that one time? Some AKs, a UMP and a MAC-10 being picked up for Gen.G. And they should have a pretty good time of it here, although there are a lot of grenades, especially a lot of HE grenades that are being picked up there. One of them and a second one, and they were just a bit too early, but that is kind of a gamble, isn't it? It's what you know when you find it.
Bit of a gamble. Sick. Speaking of gamble, ooh, he's got to peek right into it. He even gets the tag, but Kusta had the information ahead of time, so good job from him. Aggressively taking control of Halls, a bit risky on his own. But he's given them some control, he's given them some information, now going to back off towards Banana again. So it's going to be a 5-on-2 here at the bomb. So it's going to be 4-on-2. Nice shot from Vanity.
And look at the damage that's been done to Automatic and Kusta.
It's gotten sketchy.
Yeah, this is within range where it could definitely turn the round, not in Gen.G's favor if they just make a single mistake here.
Look at the read out of Chaos.
Yeah.
This is perfect. Someone has called for them to rotate all the way back to the A bomb site. They're going to stack it.
Well, this is where I think you can rely. This is where I mean, we don't know yet, but Steel is very good at these kind of things, and I think he's probably got the right read at the moment. Only 30 seconds on the clock. They're starting to make their way up middle, and Voltage just hiding. So, yeah, hiding in the corner, waiting. They do check it and he still lands a headshot. That's more damage though, and because the stack inside of the bomb site, this can still work out in their favor. They make a jump around from that's a pretty nasty little jump. Oh, almost put the bomb out in time, but Vanity was not quick enough to react, and the bomb will be planted here. Good headshot for Cam, but they needed a couple of more kills, and they could have had those kills as well. It felt like Chaos maybe... They surely would have heard them running at the end. I'm a little bit confused.
Weird thing is they had the stack, but they didn't actually have any great setups to stop it. No one wanted to fight at all.
Yeah.
Daps is able to enter into the bomb site. No one's peeking from any of their corners. I'm amazed that they didn't swing to try and take some of those fights. And obviously they don't necessarily know the damage that's done, but I think if they actually just all take a fight as Jax is trying to entry, they probably win this round. Everyone's hiding.
Yeah. Which is, I don't know, that's not something we generally like to see.
Well, Christine has mentioned that Steel, very vocal in his displeasure at times during, FPLs, during rank S and everything.
You're really sugarcoating it, Jason.
That's one of the rounds, I think, where he's that first player in the bomb site that Daps turns the corner and he's like, why have none of you peeked? That's the thing that'll set him off.
Yeah, that's how he'll say it, for sure.
One of the other things we have to mention as well with Smooya being gone, not just like Smooya's ability and how well he played with the AWP, but just as an energy person. Like, just as someone to bring some life to the team.
Yeah. I think that's...
He's just a fun personality to be around. And I hope he's not listening, because I don't want him to, think I'm complimenting him.
No, definitely don't do that. Pretty good entry over on this side. I mean, it's a nice headshot for Cam over at the pit towards quad, but ultimately that B-bomb site's pretty much fallen apart.
Yeah.
I like it. You said at one point in time you could have had a career in, like, advertising or something, and I think that's true.
PR, worked for PR.
PR, yeah. There we go. Like, I think that would have been a natural kind of thing. I've never heard anyone describe Steel as being vocal, It's like... It's fair enough. I'd be,
all the clips are out there. Everyone can make their own judgment.
That is
just trying to help my boy out.
I appreciate it. I mean, this is one of the great pleasures of watching Steel in general is that side.
Well, this map, this series could actually be a pleasure as well. I mean, even if he makes the right calls, I think Gen.G has the teamwork and the ability and the skill to overcome, most of the obstacles that we put their way tactically. But it will be fun to watch Steel. You're going to have to bring a lot of cheese into this battle, into this engagement. If you're Chaos and you want to try and win, you're going to have to bring a lot of trickery into it. You're going to have to bring a lot of stacks, a lot of brilliant reads. And I think, if that starts coming out, I mean, that's going to be mostly Steel making those calls.
You have to imagine, yes. Definitely not an easy kind of scenario either. Because, as you said, it's going to have to be, sort of back-to-back calls, right? Like, it's not enough to have one lucky stacking around. You need to do it over and over again. Voltage will pick up a kill with the AWP, and he'll fall back around the corner. Some pretty good defensive grenades coming up here to try and slow down the incoming Gen.G T side that was almost, I think, trying to see if they could revenge that kill.
And that's actually brilliant for Chaos, because look at Gen.G's utility. They wanted to hit that. They've got 4 smokes on the board. One just faded right now. They have one smoke that I think they picked up off of Kusta's body, but man, they do not have any options. This has got to be a hit towards the B bomb site, and the longer it takes for them to walk their way up Banana, the closer Vanity is going to start rotating to CT spawn towards that B bomb site. At the moment, it's as ideal as it can possibly get for Gen.G, but they're going to be in a world of trouble pretty soon. Vanity's got a flashbang as well to help Sick.
And they smoke off towards CT spawn. It looks like there's a huge gap in that smoke. Doesn't even matter. Spray comes through, and I can't believe Som actually lands that headshot, and the gap still comes back to haunt them there as Steel will take down Som. That's a... I mean, if you only have one smoke, you better make sure it's actually a really good one, and that one definitely wasn't. So that's a 2-on-4 for the afterplan. The bomb goes down, and it's Ben10 and Daps trying to hold on to the bomb site. Vanity just at the edge. He'll see the shadow, and great double spray down for Ben10. That was absolutely perfect. Daps will pick up a headshot, and now Steel in a 1 versus 2, and he's already taken care of Daps. He's got a kit, but no smoke to try and force Ben10 into the fight, and Ben10 is just silently waiting on the inside, going to be treating right into it. A nice triple kill for Ben10, and that saves a round that they should have never won.
No, well, you have to say Ben10, that's an incredible performance towards Rapside. Actually, a pretty decent stack altogether with Daps at first oranges. They're able to double up in that fashion. So really cool setup for Gen.G in a 2 versus 4, but obviously Ben10 just delivers the nice peek from Daps as well onto the op. And again, that's what I meant. Chaos. I feel like they're going to be able to get the right reads, do some cool things tactically, but Gen.G just has this ability to bail themselves out through individual skill, and that is something Chaos cannot fall back on themselves. That's a brutal way to lose a round when everything is going in your favor, and you still get nothing out of it.
I think they've tried maybe 3 or 4 different patterns of bombing that that banana position with different grenades, over the top, a little bit forward.
And they've never selected the right one?
Never once. Which is in itself, man.
That entry from Psalm blind. Previous round, we saw him get 2 anti-eco kills while blind as well, so he's just fragging despite all the flashbangs being in his face. Gen.G has walked all the way through these A-hulls despite the fact that there was a stack in Boiler from Chaos. 2 players, Voltage and Cam there, finally involved, and it just doesn't matter.
I think anyone has ever tried to make that part of their practice, just to blindfold themselves and try and do aim map, Jedi style, just.
Oh, like to take the blaster shield down?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No one's ever done that. I remember once trying to do no-scope AWPing at range as a point of practice.
You actually mentioned that went a lot better than you thought.
It's way more efficient than you think. Like, it's actually kind of disgusting. Yeah.
Well, some people just have that gift, Anders. Maybe you're one of them. You should have been an AWPer.
But without the scope only.
Oh, speaking of nade stack, that's a nice one on the stick. Force him away. Automatic's got an angle. That is not a deep enough Molotov, and so quickly. This defense crumbles. Steel is rotating over, but he might not want to fight for it. Maybe just see if he can have a miracle. But they're going through that smoke. That smoke covers absolutely nothing.
It really doesn't. In fact, that almost just lures him into certain death there. I think even the grenade to blow away the weapon in case anyone wanted to pick it up, that was not going to be possible. Bomb goes down, and it's just Cam and Voltage trying to obviously hide across the map. But this is an incredible start for Gen.G at the moment. Psalm at 6-1, Daps at 8-1. So they're having way too much of a good time.
Yeah, I think this is mostly what we'll see out of Gen.G as well. I think they have to come into this realizing even with the stand-in for Chaos, it's going to be even more puggy than it might have been previously. And I think it's just going to be default round after round and see what you can get. And obviously, if Automatic's going to provide entries like that, or if anyone's going to provide entries like that, it's going to be a quick half.
It's shaping up that way, isn't it?
Yeah. 6 rounds in. Still got some time, but...
Steel might have to, increase the volume on his microphone, just up the gain ever so slightly.
Oh, they're going for it. They want those weapons coming in a little bit late. This is beautiful. Obviously, Vanity has no idea that Automatic has taken the angle. That's a Molotov thrown by Gen.G, and Automatic just very nice positioning behind the flames.
6-0 in their favor, and this is playing the T side of Inferno. It is the map that they picked, but still, probably not going to be much easier down the road as the desk we're talking about. The fact that Nuke is the 3rd map might also be a huge problem for Chaos.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't even want to use any brain power on Nuke quite yet.
No?
Let's wait until we get a feeling that Nuke is even a possibility.
How did the grenade blow up the chicken in that range? Just one little piece of shrapnel did it.
Should have bought Kevlar.
Yeah, I don't know if they make Kevlar for chicken. I'm not sure if that's. I know they make little vests for little dogs. We have one for our pug. Like
Do you?
Yeah, we have
Kevlar?
Not Kevlar.
Okay.
Until they start shooting at her, I think we'll just leave it.
You have like a utility vest for your pug?
Not a utility vest. Just a little. We have like a little Christmas suit. We've got little things.
You're one of those people.
Listen, my wife, not me. Listen, I'll hide behind. I'll just throw her under the bus.
Yeah.
As you know, I don't really take responsibility for things that...
What a beautiful relationship.
She's real lucky.
Psalm is going to push up Banana. Bentet, Daps, and Automatic with that low HP joining in. Voltage, the only defender here, so it's all on him. There's the shot baited out. Ooh, and he gets stuck. I think he's going down, but he gets back enough to scope in. First kill, but certainly not a second one.
Ooh, some shots coming through anyway. I completely agree. He should have been dead without anything. The fact that he got a kill now makes it a bit interesting. Automatic turning around and taking down Vanity. That smoke is keeping them locked in for a bit. Another good kill for Automatic, but Ventet, he's not going to be ready for it. I mean, there's no way for him to know. I don't think they saw the second player, and he goes down to 6. So first round being picked up here by Chaos.
Well done from Chaos. That is nice work, aggressive down mid, picking off the flank with no damages taken, and you're exactly right. Sick just remained undetected that whole time. 6-1. But again, another 2 versus 4 that Gen.G almost comes out on top of.
Yeah, and again, just holding that bomb site alone, as you said, it got stuck. I'm kind of surprised, even just getting the 1 kill there, making a bit of difference, which is definitely very helpful. 6-1 though. Rough times ahead now, Chaos. I mean, if they want any chance of turning this around and converting any of us watching into believers that they can actually make something out of this map, then they'd have to go on a bit of a run. A lot of, like 5 rounds in a row or something. Still with the grenade stack waiting, but see if they want to wait until they actually hear something. You can maybe sometimes you can kind of guess, I guess, by the grenades that go in. Molotov is a big indicator, but
yeah,
again, a little bit early perhaps. 1 grenade and follow-up 3 damage. That's not enough.
That's not great. Return doesn't do anything either.
That was almost playing AG tennis, over the Infernal Wall.
Yeah, close. No one's dying though, which is a bit unfortunate.
There's no glass underneath him either.
There's no glass underneath him. Steel's rotating over now, so a good read from him as he cheats in towards CT spawn. He's going to be quick with the flashbang all the way back. Som's going to turn the corner, though, and no flashbang comes in. Finally, I don't think that bothered him, but he still misses the opportunity. 3 players here. They're going to crunch, certainly. There's Steel coming through the smoke. 1-for-1 trade. And you still have 1 final defender, Vanity, waiting around behind the smoke. The bomb is dropped deep into the bomb site, so Kusa has to be aggressive to go get it.
Yeah, he took a bit of damage there, but I mean, that's a pretty good defense once again. In spite of all of the grenades that were put down there from the T side, they still managed to actually kill a couple of people through, and that's not bad at all. A flank coming in as well from Cam. He's almost able to do it here, and the bomb plant actually goes down, which is kind of impressive, but can they do anything behind that? Not really. Voltage with a very fast shot there, and another round where they only lose 2 players. And again, I actually thought that was really well timed for Gen.G in terms of, as the smokes were going down, they were running onto the bomb site. There was really almost no info that was happening, and they still managed to defend it, Chaos.
There was no info was happening except for very little presence over at the A bomb site, and I think that's what's caused Steel to rotate over early, because there wasn't Kusta in the halls. There wasn't any attempt for Gen.G to take bracket control of mid and pressure that A bomb site that we've seen in some of their previous rounds. So I think that lack of pressure at A, he was just like, why not? Let's take the gamble. And we mentioned that's going to be something, Chaos, if they want to win the series, they're going to have to take risks like that from time to time. All the money is gone from Gen.G at the very least. They do have a solid buy here, 1 Deagle on automatic, but overall they've got the rifles, they've got utility to work with. But this is where Chaos can create some breathing space for themselves by winning this round. And going up against pistols in the next nicely timed nade does a lot of damage onto Kusta.
Always tricky when you throw them under the stairs, but yeah, this one was perfect. It's going to soften him up quite a bit. See what they do. Setting up on that balcony at second mid. Smoking off archway, I'm guessing, somewhere. Could do a lot of things from that balcony, including Molotoving, well, the canopy right here. It's all good. Is kind of a standard way to take that, but still.
Yeah, locking a defender in underneath the balcony, underneath the porch.
That's a good return grenade on Voltage. Just bounces around the corner.
And you could see the difference here. Here's Gen.G, 2 players. They know they're in Boiler. They've taken control of brackets, and that's keeping 3 players at the B bomb site. Steel can't rotate over the way he did last time, and that's a slow peek into the crosshair of Sick. He's going to love that all day. Som has been challenging and having success. This time he's shut down. Now you can call a fake. Now you can actually turn this into a mid to B split if they want. Look at Daps. Daps is a huge power play. He's got the first on a Steel at the A bomb site. This could crack things open. He's got a lot of information. He's cutting off the rotation. It's just the 2 players to try and take this bomb site. Missed shot from Voltage, but the Molotov is going to slow things and look at the time.
Yeah, that's a huge grenade to be putting down. Daps is going to be dropped in only 15 seconds. The follow-up smoke right on top. He sees just the shadow, and Bentet walks through it anyway. He knows he's in graveyard. I think now he definitely knows the chicken took the grenade. 5 seconds left, and they're not going to get a chance to get close. So Gen.G, man, that could have actually worked out, but just the grenade uses at the end there for Chaos worked out in their favor. That's 3 rounds now in a row.
I'm wondering what caused them to go back to the A bomb site instead of turning that into a mid to B split. Daps had control of Rap side. He could have gone into CT spawn and really put a lot of pressure on the B site. Instead, they decided, I think it might have been the op at the B bomb site, and I think now Gen.G have to realize there's a double op setup in play.
Yeah.
One at A, one at B. Maybe trying to avoid the op, but walking right into the other one. Change of strategy for Chaos works out well, and a deep peek from Voltage provides him Kusta.
Starting maybe even to build a bit of confidence here, it seems. I mean, definitely being on the board in terms of kills, you can tell there. Starting to pick it up, which that was a huge problem early on. They weren't even really getting that many kills. Double op on Inferno, definitely also interesting, not something we see all of the time. Some teams will avoid doing it even if they have all the money in the world. So could be great, could be very bad for retakes. I think that might be one of the downsides. I wonder if they also thought when Daps got that kill on Steel as he was rotating towards Arch, if they thought there was only going to be one person inside of A now, because maybe they thought Steel was, you know, the
it's very possible.
For the second player there.
This is a nice run from Chaos. 4 in a row now, showing a bit of life. Not as grim as we once thought.
No, we were getting ready to you know,
paint this as a 2-0.
Yeah, send them down the river already. I don't know, shoot the flaming arrows at them.
Okay, you're doing a whole Viking thing.
Yeah,
with American teams.
You know, we were here before the Spanish were here, so I don't know what you want.
Nice shooting from Voltage. He's actually starting to heat up a little bit with this AWP. Some very nice plays. He's done a good job with utility as well. This time going to head in towards Halls. And he wants that deep angle down. Actually, he's going to push all the way. He could clear out alt mid. If he's bold enough, he could shrink this map in a huge way.
Yeah, you'd love to take a step and look at the next corner, but it's very, very hard to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we have the mini-map, right? So we know there was an opportunity for him to do such a thing, but obviously it's such a huge risk, especially with the AWP. You don't have as much versatility in clearing out all the different angles. And Chaos just putting up a solid defense at the moment. Gen.G holding on to a lot of utility, still 5 smokes, still plenty of flashbangs, 2 Molotovs to utilize.
And he's pulling Cam over here to actually cover behind him so that no one is going to, you know, end up walking up. So they've got kind of a cool setup. I mean, the only weakness is Arch right now, but what are the chances that they just go straight Arch and don't even ever check the apartments? That's kind of low. So I appreciate this gamble for Chaos right now. They will go Arch. They're going to try and go for a resplit.
Yeah, maybe they saw the opening in the last round. Steel has rotated over. Kusta's going to challenge, but the 2 attackers have split up. Daps has gone a completely different direction, not even there to trade off that kill from Steel, and now he's just turned into a lurker, but he needs to be helping his teammates get into the bomb site. There's a good kill on the Voltage. That's a rotator, holding them back for the moment, but there's going to be 3 defenders here. Steel's coming in. Bentet's got that. 1 player in the back of the bomb site gets burnt out. It's just Vanity and Cam.
Yeah, good Molotov, even if Sick actually did get a kill with the AWP before he went down even. Bomb gets dropped and Bentet is down right afterwards, so we'll see. Cam goes down in return and Vanity shot in the face, long range from Daps. Great turnaround for Gen.G. It actually looked to me like much of that was being read way before it ever got into the bomb site, but they fought their way through. Once again, just some of the shots coming out here for Gen.G are really, really powerful.
Yeah, well, Daps is putting in some work. You know, Duncan mentioned him on the desk, had a good map earlier in Flashpoint. Not known for his fragging ability, but he's sitting at the top of the scoreboard. He's delivered some nice clean headshots. I think Gen.G and Daps and whoever, Bentet, if you guys are taking that B bomb site, at this point, there has to be an alarm bell. We've seen multiple rounds, those fast flanks from Chaos of pushing down mid. It's been effective a couple times, but it's been happening since round 1, since the pistol round.
Well, the advantage for Chaos is they did win 4 rounds in a row, so, you know, losing that one, at least they can still buy. They built up a pretty decent economy back into the double up, and they're boosting, waiting for a smoke, I believe, but not going to see a smoke, just a straight peek. That could have been pretty dangerous for them. And they're falling back around the corner.
Automatic knows there was 2 players at Rap side, so he's going to take the opportunity to push up and get an aggressive angle. 4th player has rotated back now. That's Sick coming over from the B bomb site. So again, Chaos has found a way to stack the point of attack. Opening kill onto Daps. Peek in. That's from Steel. Automatic's going to be forced away. And I think Gen.G once again has been stalled out and stopped.
Yeah, they've got Vanity over on the banana side just to spot with the AWP. Not worried. And he could probably fall back fairly quickly unless Automatic goes for a very, very powerful peek down there, which it looks like he's lining up to do. I mean, if he can win this fight right away, swings really wide, but that's going to just force the smoke, and pretty good play for Vanity just falling straight back.
But again, the strength of that play from Vanity is that it doesn't really give Gen.G anything. They have control of Banana. He's obviously seeded that in a massive way, but they didn't really get a whole lot outside of, you know, just deciding to attack the B bomb site. Here we go, coming through the smoke. Vanity's attention is drawn away, drawn close to him, but Bentet was far back, and Voltage tries to get to a new angle way, way too quick.
That should not be happening in my... That's a round where Chaos actually is getting the information they want and need, and there's only 18 seconds when they go for that execute. So I feel like that's when Chaos should have been able to play that, you know, in a much different way, where they exploit the clock and, you know, try and make it very tricky for Gen.G to ever get a bomb down.
It's also with the way that they've done the kind of rotations to each bomb site, and not necessarily overextending, but stacking one side or the other in all the rotations. Both ops are defending the B site, which is kind of a nightmare when those smokes get put down.
Yeah. Some questionable decisions leading to the outcome of this round. Gen.G loving it, obviously. That's going to be 8 rounds on the board for them already in the first half. I think they're doing fine.
Another buy is going to come in for Chaos, though. Steel's going to drop an M4 over. Voltage will be able to get an AWP if he wants it. And they'll just reinvest. So another obstacle for Gen.G as they try and climb up to 9 rounds.
Some real signs of trouble. I mean, we're being persuaded. We're being slowly hypnotized into believing that maybe Chaos could do something more.
I think with the way that this is going to work out in this matchup, the T side for Chaos is going to be a little bit better than the CT side. So this isn't exactly like red flag yet. Obviously, you're going to want way more rounds than 4 on your CT side.
Giving me the old Moses spin.
I feel like you've raised your chair. Like, I'm short. I'm not that short.
I would never do that.
You piece of shit. You did, didn't you? Or was that Dan's seat? Dan's just...
It could have been Dan's seat as well.
Beetlejuice.
That's a reference. Listen, I like it. So tell me how getting 4 rounds in the first half is a good thing for Chaos, Jason. Tell me how that works out.
Listen, I honestly think if they can get up to 5 or 6, if they get up to 5, there's a real chance. I think the T side is going to be more effective for them.
Maybe it's their lucky number and they just...
Yeah, stop here, play the lottery.
Okay. See how it works out. I think...
I never said it was a good thing. I just said I think they can work with it.
Okay. I don't speak PR, Jason. I'll leave it up to you. Oh! How did they get cheated out of that? How did they not win that fight?
It's that Krieg peek, baby. Powerful from Kusta. He lined that up as well. He was ready for that exact fight. Oh, look at this. This is so dirty. He's going to be able to get 1 free kill on automatic. If he holds the trigger, he can get more. But now, ooh, he didn't hold the trigger, so he's going to get spotted out. 1 frag isn't bad at all. They equalize things, and that's going to throw a lot of confusion into what Gen.G wants to do. Smoke clears. Steel takes advantage. He lines him up. But Som takes out a teammate and Steel.
Yeah, I guess, you know, all is fair, and they just had to try and do that.
He just wants speed. Shoot the hostage.
All right. Rough times here on
Inferno. Cool movie, though.
It is a cool movie. Som and Bentset are going to be back. 2 versus 3 now. Still 40 seconds on the clock, and starting to see if they can make their way over here. Vanity. I like that play. That was a cool little play for him to sneak in behind. I mean, given that they're quite far behind Chaos, that's a good time to be trying to put that kind of a thing into your style.
There's 27 seconds left. Do they check this corner?
Well, I think it's going to be very hard to do that, isn't it? Running for it, but Pentet goes down. That M4 will come out on top, and Som is on the other side. He's pretty good, and he'll win the initial fight, but can he actually get into the bomb site is the question. A bit of a flashbang to set it up on the other side of the smoke is Voltage with an AWP, so he can't just spray through as he hears him running. Bomb will be planted. Oh! It will be planted, yeah, but not much else. He needed another, like, 5 seconds to get out from that plant.
Yeah, get away from it, but he also didn't really have the time to go pick and choose a plant spot inside that B bomb site. So Chaos, I think they're looking for maybe a second op, maybe some extra utility.
Scavenging.
Yeah, like vultures.
Well, they'll get the round. A 5th one on the board for Chaos. That's something, right?
They want the double op. He just called out that he picked off automatic and mid Vanity with that early flank, and that op is actually in CT mid on the ramp. So maybe they called it off.
That's such a great peak for Kuster, isn't it? The Krieg peak.
The Krieg peak.
Much feared.
It's powerful. It's got some attitude to it. 8-5. 3-round lead for Gen.G, and they've kind of stalled out a little bit on this T side. It's been 5 of the last 7 in the favor of Chaos, so they've kind of taken that momentum right back, still riding that fine line of economic disaster.
Grenades to top banana. The Molotov put out pretty much immediately there. And automatic. He was ready for a fight, though. He really wanted them to try and go for that. again, it's one of the charms of watching Tim play the game. He's pretty good with all the rifles. It took a long time before we ever saw him with the AWP, but then when we realized, oh, he could do that too, that's just so cool. Kusta walking into a shot though. Voltage with the AWP over in that angle.
He's been trying to take control of A-Halls a lot on his own. And I think not just, obviously, it's hit or miss here against Chaos. And yeah, these are the information plays that Chaos has to make. And I think, Voltage is going to have a quick rotation. Another fast flank is going to come in from Cam. But that individual play from Kusta in halls, even if it's by design, I think is going to get punished by pro teams when they get to that point. This is a good setup at the B bomb site. And I think this is going to be a calamity for Gen.G. There's no access to B.
They're walking into a pretty big stack again with a presumably very quick flank here. Sick will take down some, and just like that, with 45 seconds left, it's a 2-on-4. Sick just using the smoke very well at the moment. Ben-Ted will finally get one in return, but I don't know how we could even dream of getting bombed down here. As long as they can keep their cool and not fight him, which is kind of what they're doing right now. Just cut that out right now. This is where you want Steel to really get vocal, as some might say, and keep the troops under control. Flashbang and a peek to set it up. So that was all just fine. Another round for Chaos.
Even if Bentet was ready for that peak, 7 bullets in the magazine left would have been tough to get a double kill out of it. 6-8. They've turned this into a pretty decent CT half. Chance to get up to 7 as well, considering Gen.G is going to be really, really rough on the buy.
This is honestly much better than I was expecting.
I think it's much better than a lot of people were expecting, especially after the first 6 rounds. They were down 0-6 at one point.
Some grenades down the middle. And speed behind this one for Gen.G. They clear the corner right into the Krieg, and it's picking them apart. Sick with a nice triple kill. And that is... He was just sat crouched there. Didn't even care at all about how many people were going to be showing up. So that should be the round going in their favor. Vanity inside of the smoke. And that's going to be hard for them to do anything about. They've already kind of almost made it past this point. I mean, one of them has, but... When smoke clears, out comes Vanity, and a good double kill for him. 8-7, though.
Listen, I think this half, I mean, not in terms of score, but in terms of how it played out, was pretty much what the analyst line, what we talked about. Chaos played a much better strategic game, or half, I should say. I actually wasn't impressed with pretty much anything that Gen.G did on their T side. They got bailed out by a lot of skill. They did a very good job on some entries. They had a couple nice, clean, easy rounds during that run, but Chaos just outcalled them. So nice job from Chaos and Steel. We'll see what they've got when they switch sides, when they go over to the T side. And here we go. Stay tuned to Flashpoint.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second half coming up here between Chaos and Gen.G, and it kind of started looking like it was going to go horribly wrong for Chaos. They were stumbling. They had, all the, glasses and, bottles in their hands. It was all falling on the floor, and then somehow they saved it all. They got 7 rounds in the first half anyway.
Yeah.
I'm kind of shocked.
They balanced all the bottles properly. They caught them right before they fell to the floor.
Entire restaurant stands up clapping.
Yeah,
everyone's
everyone
excited.
cheers. Everyone loves it.
That kind of thing.
It's a beautiful display. Ends up on Reddit. 8-7, 1-round lead for Gen.G. They've switched over to that CT side. I'm really curious to see how Chaos plays this T side. I think it could be cool. Odds still favoring Gen.G.
Yeah, and you actually, I agree though. I have to imagine that T sides will be easier to call for steal from Chaos point of view, right? Like that'll be more like, check these couple of things out. Okay, there's no one here. Let's execute on this side. We all kind of know the smokes and grenades. Let's go. Like it's easier to follow through on those kind of calls. And I don't think Gen.G will. I mean, Dabs is obviously is a very, very good tactical leader, but it might be still hard for them to do much on the CT side in terms of that. Like they're left waiting a little bit more. They do have an interesting stack going on at the back of B right here. There is a Molotov on Vanity, so let's just see where they use that. They've already been putting it out, and it's a little bit further forward than they would have liked. So this is a bit of a play. Bentet has to fight and show himself, but it doesn't even matter. They're already checking the corner. Dabs and Bentet, though, hitting some great shots. Even through the smoke, it almost looked like Bentet on the other side, though, the one to pick up that kill. And Vanity now in a 1 versus 5. It has all gone...
Ooh. Hello.
Okay. That's disgusting.
4 more of those, please. Ooh, nice little gush onto Psalm. Psalm's going to have to back away with low health. And Vanity is doing everything he can to find an escape route. And that's a mouse jump. That's definitely a mouse wheel jump.
He's going to have to put some money in the jar, doesn't he? They should make a way to punish that.
What's worse, the mouse wheel jump or nails on a chalkboard?
Oh, man.
There's probably an entire generation of viewers who have never experienced nails on a chalkboard.
What is it? Chalkboard boomer?
Damn it. I've done it again.
Just dating yourself, aren't you? I don't know. I don't have a problem with the chalkboards. I don't like if you put water on a balloon that's already been inflated and you sort of like rub your fingers on it. That just that freaks me out even thinking about it.
You're so weird.
I can't handle that.
There's so many weird things about you that the public just doesn't know.
And can't know.
Can't ever
a lawyer, Jason. You're not allowed to tell anyone.
Double nade towards T-ramp. No one's there, so Chaos is fine for the moment. I like that they haven't really invested a whole lot into this round. Vanity's bought up with Deagle armor. He's fully invested. Little bit of utility, but I think overall saving your money, getting to the rifle rounds, that's where Chaos is going to have to live. Automatic boosted up, looking towards middle. They should be able to handle this pretty clean. That peek from Cubby's going to come in at any moment. Kusta ready and waiting. They line up, transfer over. That's well done. 4 quick kills for Kusta, all with the promise. Daps is taken down. The ace is going to be his, though. All 5 frags for Kusta in the anti-eco.
That was well done. I especially love the fight selection going on there. Very, very often when you see people with that many targets, they'll try and sort of spread the bullets, equally across all of the targets and kill no one.
Yeah.
And it's disappointing to watch. So this is amazing. He's actually following through on every single one before he went. It's quick.
Well,
I like it.
Sometimes you even see the player in that position would just commit to the fights at top mid and just say, you know what, I'm going to try and take 2. This guy's going to kill me at some point, but let's see how many I can get before he turns.
Yeah.
Helpful they didn't have armor.
Sure, but even then, you see people mess that scenario up all the time. It's pretty good. Grenade goes for the fight. Has Kusta very low on health, and that's a good, clean win. Vanity trying to push the angle a little bit. He knows his teammates down the middle, maybe even shooting through the smoke, and that could have been quite dangerous.
That was actually extremely dangerous. Automatic was under a lot of pressure, and look at the chaos it's caused. Psalm goes for an ill-advised, over-aggressive push down Banana. He's picked off coming through smoke. I don't know what the play is here from Gen.G. 3 versus 5, and they've used so much utility to be able to just back away from these engagements slowly. They don't have a whole lot to get back into the round with. Automatic close to death. Definitely dead now. Daps is going to find one in Halls. He's at least still delivering. And Cam, 6 HP. Going to be able to flank Daps out. He's down. So, round number 8 for Chaos.
They're going to be loving that. That was built on just a lot of confusion in the middle.
I'm all down with Gen.G. I mentioned I wasn't impressed with pretty much anything they did on their T side. I think they just played like a loose style, knowing, I think it was kind of like a fight fire with fire type of thing. Like, let's not get super tactical against
Tom
like a
Jones.
pure pug thing. Here on the CT side, I'd like to see them just play, started out with just play pretty standard. See if Chaos is going to be able to actually find some cohesion and do set pieces and know who's going to clear which corner and actually, you know, bust up your crossfires. I think that aggression that Gen.G brought out in this round, if that continues, that'll be their undoing.
Yeah, might want to, I mean, at least wait until you've built, you know, a really powerful bank and you've got the momentum rolling your way.
Or a couple rounds to feel out how Chaos wants to play things.
What an interesting turn of events if they can start to claim some rounds early on in the second half here and Chaos can get back into the lead of things. I think that's where this game would be very interesting. Again, Mirage, the second map that's been picked by Chaos. So this is, again, Gen.G picking Inferno. There was even, I think, Sean was making a bit of a face on the desk when Inferno came up. He's like, oh, really? You know, as a map that most people know how to play, maybe not a...
Well, I mean, Inferno and Mirage, right? Those are like the standard maps. Everyone kind of has the utility usage down. Everyone kind of knows all the different nades. Everyone knows all the set smokes. They're just standard maps for a series.
Automatic trying to get the right timing, but Vanity was up there defending the couch or something. The little
family room?
Little family room. Little painting, little lamp, whatever else is going on in there. Obviously not hired a decorator for it at all.
It's a lot of beige.
An extreme amount.
Well, patience for Chaos. Looking for more pushes. Bentet has the only rifle. That's over in the pit. Stack at the A site for Gen.G with these USPs around the M4 just to keep it safe. It's going to be a B hit from Chaos, and it should be a free round. Question is, how much do they want to chase? How much are they willing to invest in finding this M4 in Bentet's hands?
I mean, they have some money on steel, but
I don't think it's worth it at this point.
No, I don't think so either. Maybe you could leave a couple of people around the map just to wait and see, but you probably wouldn't want to go and throw too much at it. Good utility use over on this side. Again, you'd never know where the stack was, so probably worth trying. Some getting shot down, and Vanity making his way out, and that's definitely important.
Yeah, smart play from Vanity. Low HP, you have a Krieg, you're in no man's land all by yourself, so just back away from it. Don't let Gen.G find the weapon. That would be a disaster. That would kind of turn this round into a victory for Gen.G of sorts. So, 10-9 is going to be the scoreline.
It will be. There's absolutely no denying it. And they've said the USP is hard to look, I think, for the Krieg. They're kind of trying their very best, but he's gone to hide in a little kitchen that's over here with a one of those little fridges that people used to try and hide in case of nuclear war. Remember those?
Yeah, Indiana Jones did that.
That's true. Doubt. I mean, there's a lot of problems with that theory.
Take me through your top problem with that theory. Walk me through it.
I mean, the problem is you have to get out at some point, right? And there's radioactive dust everywhere. Like, the fridge won't help you with that. Okay. I don't know if we have to try and stack it with enough air and supplies to stay in the fridge for the next 100,000 years. Like, what's the plan here?
Maybe someone comes and gets you.
Yeah, when they get radiated too.
Maybe it's the people in the big suits, the big yellow suits.
All right. How would they know you're in the fridge?
Now that's the question. Back to the game. Cam standing in the flames, almost burning entirely. I think that was that extinguished by a CT smoke? No, it was a teammate that came out just a little bit late, but he takes a lot of damage. The follow-up nade as well. 12 health for Cam. And an opening pick for Automatic with the AWP. That's towards the A bomb site into Boiler, where he was punished previously.
So losing Sick and almost losing Cam as well. You feel so useless, don't you, when you're trying to fight a banana and all that's really happening is you're taking damage from enemies you can't even really see, and at the end you don't even get anything. You couldn't have done anything.
Banana's a really, really rough position to play.
Yeah.
Just a gamble.
Your credit to Cam, he's still sticking with it. He's like, you know, I've got a job to do, so I'm going to try and follow through and see if I can make this work.
It almost feels like he wants to even peek into the bomb site, but with low HP, you just can't, even with the Krieg and the advantages it gives. Automatic has rotated away from Rap side. He's still got an eye on it, but he wants to have A quick step towards the B bomb site if a hit does come in, and indeed it will any second now.
Let's see, with the right Molotov on that forward orange player, it could get a bit interesting. It's going to land right on top of him, and it'll force him back in another one to try and make sure he at least can't swing to the right. Now they're both awkwardly stacked here behind the pillar. Pretty good kill, and a follow-up steal. That's beautiful work to take down Bentet and Som. And those Molotovs really helping out. Chaos should not really be having so much fortune over here at the B-bomb side, considering how this round started with almost 2 kills going Gen.G's way. And they are not even rotating to try and do anything.
We talk a lot about Steel as a tactician and as an in-game leader. He is incredibly skilled as an individual as well. Those are some very nice openings with the Krieg. He's going to tie this up. Those entries have just brought this to 10-10. Remember, this was 6-0 in the favor of Gen.G at one point in the first half. This is a phenomenal performance from Chaos to come back.
Yeah. I mean, that is a good point. 6-0, and here we are.
6-0.
6-0, yeah. What do you, I mean, what's gone wrong for Gen.G in this second half more specifically? Because they had a good opening right here. This should have been smooth sailing, right?
Yeah, I mean, you'd think so. They looked primed for it, especially with Automatic and Tim having a quick rotation over. But look, both are just caught. This is good flashbang from Vanity. Both players actually moved into the same position. So probably a miscommunication, I would say, between Bentet and Som with how they wanted to play that. But, I mean, that's just way too easy of a double kill to provide the one entry fragger on Chaos. Nice shots from Steel. But it shouldn't have been in that position.
Should not have been there.
Another dead chicken.
More casualties. Steel. Deep grenade, actually double one, landing right on top of Automatic, and the jump in, a nice entry. That is so powerful.
Did he get legged? Did Automatic actually hit that shot, or was that the Molotov that burned Steel down? He's at 15 HP. Vanity's going to find Daps. Kusta, he couldn't get his gun out in time, and Vanity's even going to take an extra second to destroy and desecrate the dead body.
I mean, on day one we were watching, Chaos play, or at least their first game. I really didn't know what to expect out of Vanity, and he's kind of just been steadily impressing me ever since. I'm liking his style more and more. Some pretty good playmaking coming in this round, and now it's a 2-on-3, and this is where you want to slow it down. They got plenty of time to try and figure it out. Saw him in a very, very dangerous position and almost about to get caught. Did he see that? I think he's making a lot of noise and trying to maybe force it out. That's going to be a quick kill, but a nice return, and they know exactly where Bentet is. Bomb is going to be going down, and he has a smoke and a Molotov still. How does Bentet play this?
Swapped out for a Krieg, but there is just so much time for Voltage to readjust his position. Even with an early smoke, there's no kit on Bentet, so this is going to be near impossible. He's got to hit an incredible shot coming into this bomb site. Still one Molotov as well on Voltage, so if it's not clean, Voltage can just drop the Molotov on top of the bomb and it just would be over.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. The Krieg will certainly help out Bentet. There's a bit of a peep, a nice shot coming out. Good double kill, and Chaos now in the lead. This is such a turnaround, 11-10.
Yeah, well played. Even if he doesn't hit that shot, that's where the Molotov play comes in. Very next one from behind the cover of that half wall, and the round's over either way. This is, Yi.
It's gone all wrong.
It's gone all terribly wrong.
This is so good. This is some pretty... I know you're absolutely right. He would have just fallen back and thrown that right on top.
I think Gen.G's just struggling to contain this kind of very aggressive, loose, half-puggish style. It's almost like Steel is marshalling the troops up to a point, and then they have immense individual freedom to make a play. Good aggression from Som. He's got the first. They want the second. Cam is jumping over the bullets. And Gen.G need this round.
Yeah, they definitely desperately do. Their bank is pretty much depleted. 10-11. It's starting to look really, really good. They're winning 4 rounds in a row right here, Chaos. But now they're down a man. They fought their way out of that once before, and they did it with just sort of returning to the B-bomb site. Very similar scenarios to what we're witnessing right here. They're leaving Vanity over on the A side, maybe just to make a bit of noise. Don't know if he's going to be trying to join up with them, but yeah, maybe just trying to keep a couple of people here.
Or trying to just pick his moment to pounce right through that smoke. He did it in the previous round and found Kusta. He might just try and go back to it. Inside the smoke, it's not fading yet. Automatic's going to roll away, and he hears those footsteps all day long. Now he can cut off the other player rotating over. It's going to cause for a pause in the action as Vanity backs off, but Chaos, they're still trying to hit B. They're still trying to make progression here.
Boost is in, and Bentet able to pick it up. Voltage, who's left there alone, and they actually did want to switch it back. It's kind of hard to know if that's going to be working out. That pit position is very hard to clear out, and Kusta's already got a kill in the middle on Sick, and he's going to fall right back into it. 20 seconds on the clock, and Vanity and Cam, I don't know if there's much they could do. If they get a couple more kills here, it'd be great, because if 5 people stay alive, and it looks like they will, that is a pretty big win for Gen.G.
Yeah, that's going to be nice. They'll have to spend a lot of money getting all the utility back in, getting the kits that they want and require. So still not out of it just yet, but a good first start.
I'm not gonna lie, that actually, I mean, that round doesn't seem like it's close because they get no kills, but if Vanity was able to get the kill on the guy that almost rotated into that arch lane,
then coming back to the A-bomb site is much more effective.
It would have been just Kusta there, right?
Yeah.
I think so. That could have been a huge difference. Well, it didn't work out that way, and Gen.G are going to be super excited about that. Some good shooting coming out from their side, and they'll tie it all up at 11-11. So I think they're having a slightly better time now, at least putting an end to the streak.
Yeah, they've we'll see. They've at least put one on the board. It was 4 straight for Chaos on the T side, looking good. It's actually 4-3 in the second half in the favor of Chaos. So I don't know. This is much more of a test. I even said Gen.G was one of my kind of favorites to win this opening inaugural Flashpoint tournament series.
You did say that.
Yeah.
You still feeling good about that?
Yeah. I mean, it's a long tournament series, this Flashpoint.
Okay, yeah.
We're not even in phase 2 yet, Anders.
No, that's true.
Yeah.
A lot can happen.
But I think this team, more than any other squad in Flashpoint, I think we're going to see Gen.G improve very, very quickly once they start getting things into place.
Yeah, I hope so. I would love to see this work out. I mean, partly because, as you said earlier, Bentet seemed like someone who deserves to have a chance at the international scene, and definitely it's cool to see him here. So with time, you want to see that work out more and more. We've already seen some pretty cool display of his skills so far, but I don't think anywhere near the top of what he actually can do. Might take some time to unlock that. 23rd round here. Got that AWP on automatic. Got one on voltage as well. Still a lot of options, I would say, open for Chaos. I think much of this has been I think they've been happy with how the B executes have been working out. So until that starts to get shut down, they probably just feel like, well, let's keep doing it until they found a solution.
Well, the plan for Gen.G seems don't even let them get close to that, to any kind of a set piece at the B bomb site. Automatic has got a deep angle down with the AWP. Wants that one pick and to fall back. He's even got a teammate Psalm with flashbang out, ready to toss it on contact.
Good timing on the Molotov, I guess. Don't know would have worked out if Steel would have peeked it. Hard to say.
He still has a smoke. Question becomes, how long does he want to actually hold on to it? Again, Vanity going to challenge. He's jumped across, but he doesn't have the HP to do anything. He can just be a nuisance, freeze the rotations, but this B hit, holy shit, it's pulled everyone out of... How is that the fake? How is that a fake whatsoever? Good trade from Steel. Automatic's back in time. This is almost scary for Gen.G.
Yeah, it reveals a very, very significant weakness now. We don't know if Chaos is going to actually be able to capitalize on it yet. The boost up here is so lethal, and you see the result. Instant kill taking down Voltage, and could have easily been a double there. Sick going to try and go for the bomb plant, but they're already coming through with that AWP. He gets the weapon out in time, and that will be a turnaround. Gen.G, I can't believe it. This is, I mean, a strange overreaction and a strange end to the round.
Yeah, that's a lot of crumbling. That's huge miscommunication and misread. One player, and it's Vanity, who was actually just solo attacked Rapside like 3 or 4 times throughout this half. That's like there has really, I can't even recall a second player ever being with him as he tried to take Rapside, and that one jump across Arch pulls everyone away.
Yeah, holy shit, I believe was the choice of words. And
I couldn't stop myself. I know we're allowed to do it, but
Listen, I think it's fine. It accurately summarized the whole scenario, didn't it? Because that really should not be selling it. It's just one guy, you've already tagged him heavily, and everyone forgets what they're doing. Abandons all of their posts. They've all evacuated. They're in the life rafts already. It's too much. Like, the ship can still be saved at that point in time.
Yeah.
But not when they're all leaving.
No, not when you're all leaving. There's no one there to plug the holes.
Terrible, terrible seaman. We'll leave it at that. It's automatic with a deagle inside of the smoke, and some people stacked up over at Banana still. Chaos, again, I think they've just found a weakness in this Banana defense, and I think, or in the B defense in general, and I think they just want to try and exploit that. Now, I do like Daps pushing up forward, and with that CSAT 75 kill over at Archway, Vanity gets caught. He's still playing that solo role, and they're walking into the CCs. Ben10 looking for a quick headshot. Not going to get it, but still almost everyone is here from Gen.G. Saw him going down, I think, trying to wrap around construction and automatic, sneaking in with the deagle. Underneath them, the bomb being planted, and it will go through, and a quick return, leaving Daps in a 1 versus 2. That bomb has only just been planted, so he's got some time to look for the kills, but I don't know, once they see where he is, and yeah, good shooting from Sick, a triple kill for him in the round, and 13-11 for Chaos.
I'm not even sure if the weakness, I mean, listen, B hasn't been great for Gen.G on defense at all, but I think the bigger weakness is just the fact that why is Vanity able to get so much space up mid and up ramp side all by himself?
True.
This is what, like 4 or 5 rounds now that we've seen it in the second half. That's the weakness. Like, you're not going to necessarily lose every single round when you lose that position, but it applies so much pressure onto the B defense, the player who's supposed to rotate and support the B bomb site, and the A defenders who are really stuck in their position and can't move to respond to any situation. Gen.G needs to start flexing and deny that map control.
I like the push down middle for Automatic to try and win that fight at second mid. He did take some damage and coosted it as well, but this has happened so much, though. How many of these rounds that Chaos have won has started with a kill going Gen.G's way? And normally getting the opening kills is the thing that kind of dictates the outcome of the round, or at least, you know, some significant percentage of the time. And Chaos seem to be great at turning it around. Nice return kill, and there's Voltage with a kill on Som, and suddenly it's a 3-on-3 with a heavy health advantage going the way of Chaos at the moment. Ben10 inside of the bomb site, up on those orange boxes with just the M4. And a Molotov, though, which, again, with a minute left, that's a long time to be holding on to that Molotov.
Yeah, well, he doesn't want to use it, doesn't want to give up his position. He's got the benefit, and he can't even win the fight. What an entry from Steel provided again. 14-11 is going to be the score, because, Jesus, Daps and Kusta, they can't go for it. No HP.
Again, I don't, someone should try and keep count, or maybe we'll tally afterwards. But it's been at least 4 rounds, I think, where Chaos have lost the entry fight. They've even had a bunch of rounds, right, where they've lost the entry, and Cam, who's playing that early banana takes, has been really heavily damaged. So they've almost lost 2 players.
Yeah,
and they still turn it around. And again, it's the B bomb site.
Yeah, you're onto something. This B bomb site is not. There's just so many players rotating out of it. Early rotations when any presence at A is established.
They found the weakness.
Yeah, it's pretty frightening.
And okay. Steel not respecting the
bomb,
the perimeter. Gotta be careful with that.
Yeah.
We'll allow it though. They're playing pretty well. The problem is though, this is one of those things that's, you know, it's way more fixable when you're outside of the game reviewing the, you know, the match later. It's very, very hard to fix in the middle of a match, especially because you don't obviously want to overreact. And you can obviously put 5 people on the B bomb side and try and fix it like that, but that leaves some obvious problems.
It does leave some obvious problems.
Yeah, it's not really a solution, is it?
No.
Or not a permanent one anyway.
I think the lack of presence at top mid for this defense, that's what's really obviously, you know, grinding my gears, so to speak. Is the fact that just one player is able to take control. You know, we've noticed so many times how difficult it can be to take bracket control when there's actually a team dedicated to using utility properly, whether it's a delayed take of brackets, whether it's actual counter Molotovs to stop anyone progressing up, whether it's a smoke in place.
Yeah.
Gen.G's not doing any of that.
How is it that Vanity is playing that solo position and he's got 21 and 16? Like, that should be the time where you get slaughtered half the time for no reason, right? Like, that's even more weird and obnoxious in some sense.
I had an in-game leader tell me for an entire half, you're going to solo take rap side of Inferno with no support. I'd be like,
take that under advisement.
Have you lost your damn mind?
Yeah, I'm going to need a huge pay raise if we're doing that. Yeah, that's a good point. Nobody would want to play that position, but Vanity seems to be thriving in it.
Yeah, he's living the dream.
He's got the grin on his face down in that little avatar as well.
I think this is going to be a change of pace tactic. 3 players in halls.
Yeah.
It looks like all 3 players are going to head down this. This might just be an explosion here on the A bomb site.
This is where they're hoping that Gen.G have overreacted and have stacked the B bomb site with more than just 2 players, which is not really the case, although it still could be very, very good. All it takes for this this quad play to work is one good flashbang against any one of the 2 players defending, and it's going to be hell from there on out. So we'll see if they can land. I think that one grenade will make all the difference in the world. Kusta trying some blind shots coming through, but I'm still waiting for them to actually execute on it. It has to be fairly soon because they're all stacked here at the center of the map.
Look at how many people are actually watching Rapside for Gen.G as well. That's a great nade. There's 2 defenders here, Automatic and Kusta Kusta's going to burn. He's going to put it out with the smoke, but he's going to go down anyways. Cam just predicts the evacuation, and now Automatic is even more dedicated dedicated to Rap side. That leaves Daps all alone with an SMG.
In the pit, the grenade does a little bit, but not nearly enough. In automatic, he definitely saw something there, but he can't swing and challenge. He's already been tagged up a little bit. And down in that pit, that MP9 is just not going to be able to do that much. Good shot, but he's just traded immediately. Steel, quick on the trigger to take him down. 15 seconds, and the bomb will be planted inside of the A bomb site finally. Chaos proving they could do it all over the map. Bentet pushing through, but he's so exposed right here. And he'll go down. Cam with a nice triple kill in the round. And 15-11. Chaos have come alive on Inferno.
I'm actually amazed. I said the T-side was going to be better for Chaos. I didn't think it was going to be this much better. Look at the top of the screen. Look at what happens when the guns started coming in play in round 3. It's been 8-1 run for Chaos. That's massive on this T-side of Inferno, and they've been picking this defense apart like it's nothing. Gen.G's supposed to have the better communication, the better teamwork, the better cohesion, and we're not seeing any of that at the moment.
We are definitely not. And now, even worse, they're out of money more or less, but they have to fight here, try and see if they can win the next 4 in a row. Voltage and Cam with great openings, taking down Bentet and Dabs both, and now it's a 5 versus 3. Remember, they've been winning a bunch of rounds where they had the early man disadvantage, so getting a start like this must just feel like pure luxury from their point of view. Wow, I can't believe what we're witnessing here. This is actually very, very cool. 15-11, and they might just be able to clear up the map pick. Oh, well, that is...
He spotted 2 at the A bomb site. 1 in mid, 1 in halls.
That's a good point.
Yeah, now they can just push into the B bomb site. They know no matter what, it's a 4-on-1, but the defender that's here, Som, was rotating back to the A site, so he's not even in position to even try and stop this in desperate fashion. So, Sick presents himself for free.
Gotta wait for that smoke to go up.
It's a 3 versus 3, and here we go. Here's the retake. Steel's got 1, but I don't know if there's anything to do. Som goes down, no HP, and there's Voltage. 16-11. That is one hell of a victory for Chaos.
Yeah, shout out to Vanity, who, when called upon for Steel there at the end, saying, you're taking Arch, but I don't have a knife. You're taking Arch right now.
Yeah, jump through that smoke right now.
Here we go. What a soldier.
Yeah, he was a champion that whole second half.
Yeah.
I mean, you could start to see it coming on their CT side. Put up much more of a fight than I thought. I just can't believe Gen.G got outplayed that hard.
No, that was kind of shocking. Like, there wasn't... We wanted for them, I think, if they were getting beat in some fashion, we were expecting for them to switch into like a second, layer or something.
Yeah, some kind of adaptation. That's where you'd expect some strength to come for the Gen.G guys over Chaos. It never did. So map 1, Inferno goes the way of Chaos. Shocking upset here at Flashpoint. We're heading to a break, and now we've got the desk. Stay tuned.
We have concluded our first match in the winner's bracket here. It is Gen.G versus Chaos. Chaos getting a come-from-behind victory on Gen.G's map pick, Inferno. Thoughts?
This should not have happened. But with that said, I will say during the game, this is one of the things you just learn after watching CS for a long time, is the flow of a game. During the game, even at the end of the first half, we were talking about this, it started to look like it was primed for a Chaos comeback because Gen.G was so unconvincing in the latter part of half one.
Yeah, I think they were up like 6-0. They won both pistols in this game. This is an embarrassing loss for Gen.G, in my opinion. They had everything they needed to win this game. Like I said, up 6-0. They end the half 8-7, I believe.
Yes.
And then second half, they open with the pistol. They get ecoed. It's just, it's a very disappointing performance from Gen.G on their map pick, nonetheless. They couldn't hold the B bomb site. Obviously, they're playing against a team with a stand-in. They're going to want to go B a lot. But it looked like Chaos had more information plays in that first half than Gen.G had as a team. I thought Chaos's rotations were phenomenal, and this was a win they deserved.
And I think this is issues that we saw glimpses of at Anaheim coming all the way over here into LA once more. And it's still over rotations. And it's so strange to think that Gen.G being up 6-0 with all the experience, with Daps as an in-game leader, you're over rotating. And I gotta say, I think it has a little bit to do with Daps' new position. We spoke about it a little bit on the desk in Anaheim. He's the big pit player, the small pit player over at A. And I can kind of see Bentet and Tim having no confidence in that A defense. I mean, 3 defenders alive at A, but you're leaving B bomb site to over-rotate towards A with over a minute left on the clock, no bomb being spotted. These kinds of over-rotations are not something we speak about when we're talking about a top 20 team.
Yeah, for people who aren't aware, just to add to that point, the key thing is, if you play the big pit position as CT on Inferno, the golden rule is you have to, at a minimum, go 1-for-1 when they come out of that balcony. If you're just going to die outright, like the entire map is basically compromised. It's actually the reason, if people don't know, why the MIBR squad with Cold Zera struggled for all those years on Inferno, because he was one of the best players in the world at the pit, so they couldn't move him because it would make the rest of the map fall apart. So even though they had all those problems at B, which ties in with the whole angle we're doing here with Bentet, they couldn't just swap their best player there because you need certain positions on the map to have either good comms or essentially fulfill a certain objective. So yeah, there's another factor, right? The CT side, bear in mind, this was Gen.G's map pick. Kind of a bit ropey on Inferno.
Yeah, there's not a lot of positives to take away if you're a Gen.G fan from this map. I have to say, Chaos definitely outplayed them on the gun rounds of the map, and Vanity did a really good job in this map, if I'm being honest. Like, at the B bomb site, he was floating between B and A a lot, and I thought his late round holds to B were very impressive. And then Bentet, on the other hand, he did end up with quite a few frags, but one that I think he'll want back is the 3-on-3 late into that game. He was top of first oranges, I believe. It could have been second oranges. And he basically whiffed on a kill coming in. And that was the round that decided the map, in my opinion. So that it looked like on the scoreboard, all the players from Gen.G stepped up. But that's actually all of them playing at like a mediocre level, in my opinion.
Well, the story that we came in with, too, is that the assumption, which is very reasonable, is that even with the ping of Daps playing back in Canada right now, he should still be able to IGL at least somewhat effectively, and that was going to be a bigger advantage than losing Smooya entirely and having this sub-player come in, Voltage, on Chaos. And yet, Chaos wins. So what are your early impressions here of Voltage as a player?
I think he looked really damn good. Honestly, I think Voltage made a lot of ballsy plays. He went for peaks. You can see him now opping in porch. We saw him op in halls at least twice. Once when he pushed to the bottom of the stairs and allowed his teammates to over-rotate to B. He was doing a lot for this team. And that's surprising coming out of a young stand-in, right? Normally, you would expect a stand-in AWP player to just fall into the slots, you know, play passively on default. He was going for picks. He was opening up rounds. He was dictating how Chaos rotated around the map, which was shocking in a Steel system.
It was shocking, but I think the Steel system is the key here. Steel was playing balls out so aggressive. The entries that he was getting towards that B bomb site and the forward positioning that he provided for this Chaos side, it certainly made Voltage's job a lot more easy. Being a slot-in opper, when you're coming into a 4-constructed team and you're trying to find angles and openings for yourself, it can become really difficult. But if you've got a rifler that's willing to be forward, open up space for you, your job just becomes a lot more easier, and Voltage stepped up to the plate.
Oh, wait. Wait a second, guys. Actually, I'm just going to have to cut in. I'm sorry, but we're going to have to delay the second map. Voltage has just signed with Astralis as their new 7th player. If everyone in the server, though, could just not take any calls in the next hour so we can get this match done. After that, do you with your careers what you need to do, okay? So, that was a joke.
Obviously a joke. Obviously a joke. But still, it is encouraging, at least, to see Voltage stepping up here. So as a final point, as we look into this next map, which is going to be Mirage, and it is going to be Team Chaos's map selection, so they won on Gen.G's map. What are the adjustments to this aggressive style of IGLing from Steel that you think Daps and Gen.G must do on this new map?
Oh man, that's the thing is I don't think Daps is very much of an anti-strat. Whenever I watch them play, they're very default based and just kind of get map control. I'm worried actually because I think that style does lend itself to being open to being anti-stratted, and I don't think Daps is the type of in-game leader that's going to change his game plan, particularly coming into a team like Chaos who has a stand-in, right? He probably didn't look much into them. Gen.G's probably just playing their own game here in this best of 3, and that could put them in a really vulnerable spot here.
I would agree definitely with what Sean's saying. Another area where I often contrast Daps with MSL is they're both so good at building up the fundamentals of a team, putting the people in their roles, but then after that, they don't go to the advanced level of trying to work in like stuff on the fly, super anti-strike. They tend to be people who their logic is.
Daps has Stand to do that for him.
That's true. He just waits for Stand to walk on later. You're right. Yeah. No, the whole premise here is basically their philosophy is I'm just going to out-execute you with what I was planning to do anyway. And if I can't do that, then I did failed at my job. So I agree. I don't think actually Daps is even thinking on that level. I think he's just going to do what he does. And unless you can stop him, they're going to win the map.
Well, we'll have to see. It's obviously going to be tough, at least for Gen.G to come back right now. Rough showing against Envy. Rough showing now against Chaos. What do you guys think, Anders, Moses?
I mean, we were all surprised at the fact that it actually worked out this way. I can't believe that they've been able to win that first map, and now with Mirage coming up, Gen.G might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, well, certainly worrying signs. I think you're still going to put them as favorite. I think they'll still be favorites. Yeah, they still are. It's just, God, the look was not good. It didn't seem like, it didn't feel like during that Inferno match that they actually wanted to stop Chaos's run in any way.
No, it really, I don't know. It kind of fell apart, didn't it?
Sean described them as just playing their game, and I think that's what it felt like. It was like, we're just going to play our game, but your game isn't working. And they're like, yeah, but that's all we're going to do. We're going to keep doing it.
But we're comfortable.
Yeah, we're happy here. A happy place.
I mean, what if some organization decided to make, you know, an academy team that's run by Daps and then the main team run by Stans? You have them in the same organization. So it's it's meant to work that way.
That might be where the evolution is going.
Now that would be the next level, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You should get Daps to set them all up, make players understand what it's like to play at a high level, and then it works out. Ooh, look at this. This is going to be a really fast right turn into the B-bomb site here through Catwalk, and solo defending it. Some great headshots. That is amazing. He should have been run over by those Glocks. He's not supposed to be getting really any kills at all in that moment. That was so well done. Bentet trying to see if he could sneak in here for another kill, and he can. That is almost nothing showing a voltage there, and Bentet able to take him right down. So Chaos, I think, I'd love the call. I think this is such a cool idea, but they just lost to some really great USP shots here. Maybe trying to bring it back here as Vanity, was kind of the superstar of Inferno, but he's playing alone in a 1 versus 3, and they need to not fight him. The bomb is down to the side. Don't give him the chance to do this 1 versus 3.
Listen, he played 1 versus 3 all of Inferno at that A bomb site, so good chance he was able to do it here. Goes down. Gen.G's got the pistol. 1-0, and yeah, that's all on Som. That's a position where, like, 1 for 1, Chaos is still good. The fact that he gets 2 kills slows everything down. That's a good performance from him, and it had to be. He had no backup. Without those 2 kills, Gen.G likely loses that round.
Yeah, and he's kind of pushed into that, you know, into that corner. So it's like there's no falling back anymore. Maybe the fact that there's no backup sort of almost helps to focus your mind. That you're like, I am doing this on my own. Like, there's no one's coming. I can't wait for it. I can't buy any time. Yeah. It's just going to be me. A couple of flashbangs that are going to be thrown over the wall. Actually, one closer. It's a very, very good flashbang. Kuster is there on the crossfire, and we saw him on Inferno there with the arch side with the FAMAS cleaning up a bunch of people. Oh, the bomb's still going down. That's kind of incredible.
Yeah, a little bit of a victory for Chaos. Again, look at what they invested into this round. Not a whole lot. Everyone's got plenty of money. So a powerful buy going to come out here for Chaos, and probably, well, definitely a much stronger buy than what Gen.G's bringing to the board with the 3 FAMAS with an SMG. Daps is going to have to get a FAMAS or an SMG passed over to him as well. So looking grim when you go to the other side where Chaos is bringing out 3 Kriegs. Voltage and Steel can get whatever they want. There's probably going to be 1 more Krieg on Steel. In fact, all 5. Why not?
Yeah, that is a lot of firepower to bring to the 3rd round.
But Kusta has a Zeus.
Yeah, that could be what makes the difference. We'll probably never find out. When is he going to try and use it on Mirage?
Ooh, they were waiting for a mid-flash, and that gets punished. There's the power of the Kriegs. They were hoping there'd be a few more players down onto the ramp to be more affected by the flashbangs, but 5-on-3 in the first, 20 seconds of the round for Chaos.
Yeah, we're putting everything into this peak in the middle, guys, and it didn't work out. So they nearly line up for him, but Sick will be very quick on the trigger to take him down, and Bentet will drop cam in return. At least there's a little bit of a kill going their way. Daps is waiting up here, which is such a cool position to be in if you don't have an MP9 and you have more players inside of the bomb site that's making some kind of a distraction. It's going to be very hard to do anything from this position. I mean, even if he gets a kill, probably... Ooh, they almost line up for him. That's way more than you were expecting there. Steel and Sick both going down, and that is... Oh, it's like winning the lottery.
Yeah, it really is. Well, Vanity moved out of his position. That'll be frustrating, you would imagine. Now he's going to close it back up. He was watching this Palace play from Daps. Ooh, Daps is doing some work. Almost takes out Vanity, and there's the final kill. Chaos is on the board, but it got sketchy. They'll be happy with the victory, but just a little bit of tension drifts away, and Daps is able to punish.
Yeah, that was some strange timing. They sort of stood on top of each other nearly when he started firing that gun.
That probably caused some yelling in the old voice comms.
Yeah.
For Chaos.
Who the hell is watching?
Well, that was the thing. As well as Vanity played on Inferno, he was watching that whole time from Tetris. We were in his POV, and I mean, he's just kind of managing, you know, a ramp flank, the Palace flank, and he just chooses the wrong one.
C's at 75 on Daps, and the rest could at least buy something, although it's not really amazing, as you could tell, on a defuse kit, and even now, 2 smokes and a Molotov left to try and buy time. That is a pretty big problem, unless the M4s can, win some early fights. Which on Mirage, you fair play, you can maybe get some of those fights in. It's kind of a map where you can try that and be successful.
And be successful. All right, Vanity waiting in halls. 3 players at top mid for Chaos, and again, just much like Inferno, the first 30-40 seconds of these rounds, they played it very patiently. But once they start attacking towards a bomb site, once they start taking map control, they're pretty relentless. They're pretty ruthless in how they continue to move forward. But for the moment, just not wanting to get caught off guard by any kind of an aggressive push.
And
5 Molotovs, 5 smokes.
Yeah, still letting Vanity play on his own, right? Just like maybe they've just carved out that role for him. It's kind of interesting. Sounds stressful, doesn't it? Guess what? You're alone every time.
Sounds stressful. Didn't look too stressful on Inferno, but Gen.G has the right read here. 3 defenders of the B bomb site. Tough the whole way forward. That's a nice opening kill. Traded immediately by Bentet. Automatic is now there as well. 1 more in the site. Bentet surely going to go down now. And again, 1 player in market. 2 on 3. And Daps flanking with just the pistol.
I think he actually heard Vanity running away, so that's why he's so quick on the flank. But again, they needed to hold that bomb site even further for the flank to actually work out. And now, not sure it's worth it here. Kusta with the M4, I mean, it's not a lot to be saving, but it's probably better than just throwing it away.
It's time to save for Kusta. Back away, and you go meet up in the window room with Daps and see if you can catch anyone evacuating. Maybe work with him to get him a rifle in the next round. But at the moment, just patiently watching into the B bomb site. Daps probably won't get a whole lot either on the staircase, looking for the tunnels retreat, or the halls retreat.
Daps, yeah, exit kill. They have a lot of HP, so they actually need to run as far away maybe as they are right now. Exit's not going to be going his way. And a second round for Chaos now, tying it up very early on.
A second round and tied up, and there's no money on Gen.G.
Yep.
How many rounds do you think Chaos is going to get in this second half, or in this first half?
In this first half, I think they're going to be up to 9 total.
You're going to think they're going to get to 9?
9, yeah. And that's a lot on the T side.
Now, if we had
Mirage.
to put something on it, if we had to say, if you lose, you have to shave your head.
Oh, do I have to hit 9 exactly?
No, I'll give you plus or minus 1.
Plus minus 1. Oh man, that's a rough one, isn't it? No, I feel pretty confident. I think we
Okay,
can
you're
do
gonna
that.
stick with 9.
Yeah. Plus
And you're gonna
minus.
shave your head if you're wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
I might have you do it because I've never done it before, so we'll figure out a way. We'll
Phenomenal.
do it.
Why not? Okay, 2-2. Bomb site in control of Chaos. All the weapons as well, and all the utility being dumped in towards markets. They have control of that now too. And that was actually looking like a little bit of danger with Sam with a Krieg, Kusta with the M4. There was something that could have been attempted for this retake, but not now that they have control of market. It forces everyone back.
Sam thought he was clever in that position. It's like playing a little bit of a ninja game up there, but his knee was showing. And that was going to be a problem. And now slow exiting, everyone going out the same way, and no one going to run into anybody. So, I mean, Gen.G going to be happy about still saving the M4 and obviously automatic picking up the Krieg. That's a little bit of a victory.
Yeah.
Still not probably happy that they're now down a round, and Chaos is starting to build a pretty decently sized economy. Vanity dropping for a teammate, and even then I think he's at like plus 5,000, so...
Rich.
Yeah, starting to build that way at least.
This is actually... I don't know when Gen.G is going to start mounting a fight. If you go back to Inferno, this has just felt like they haven't really battled too hard.
Ooh, Cam. Pretty quick with it, with the improvised or accidental run boost. Sure he wants to keep going. Yeah, he's going to be running almost the entire day. They haven't heard up here, so Ben-Tet was playing pretty close to the wall, and he would have heard that running. But you're right, it's been kind of flat, and they lose automatic early on to Voltage. That was in connector right behind Steel. Kusta, the smoke is fading, and Sick is there to take advantage, and he'll follow it up. Long range spray, and almost the last bullet there, taking down Daps, and they have the A-bomb side and pretty much everything they need right here. Again, Som and Ben-Tet might want to be thinking twice about trying to stick around too much longer. Up on the ticket booth is Sick. It's a nice idea to try and reposition, but...
I actually think that was a bit of an overextension. Still a long way away from Gen.G taking this round, but it gives them the opportunity to actually come in and go for it. 2 versus 4, you feel much less confident. So Sam's at least going to investigate. There's a Molotov. Steel's going to put it out. Nice timing. And he's got plenty of space with that smoke to be able to look past it. Here comes the slow peek.
Grenade goes a little bit too far. I don't think they realize that Sam's right on top, but it doesn't even matter. A nice reaction from Steel. Almost getting caught off guard then. Now it's Ben-Tet, and yeah, just try and make an escape here. Every rifle is going to matter right now. They're in it for the long haul here. Chaos definitely... yeah, dishing out some punishment early on in this first half.
Yeah, these Kriegs are just so brutal at the moment, provided the entry onto automatic, and that's something that Gen.G's going to have to be careful of at that point of attack. Automatic, no one there to trade, no one there to help him out in the fight, no one there for any utility. So 4-2, as Chaos doubled it up 4 in a row, in fact.
Did they just get that first kill through the smoke, it looked like?
It's very possible.
I think that was just... yeah, well, that'll happen.
Once in a while.
Not the time for it, though, if you're Gen.G, just hoping to turn that around pretty quickly. They invest into some armor and some upgraded pistols, and really not that much more, obviously saving the M4 from the previous round. We'll see what they could do here in round number 7, but yeah, it's time. Vanity again with the playmaking, which I absolutely love. Now, he's going to walk into the Deagle, but he's really quick. He loves this style, it seems. Open fight here as Daps will take him down. And no return from any teammates. Not yet, anyway. Oh, that's awkward.
Very awkward. Still, so much pressure being applied at the moment. Chaos is pretty content to just sit and chill. Let Cam challenge here. He's going to find a freebie onto Daps, who's, I don't know, ill-advised climb of the ladder.
Yeah, the worst kind of whack-a-mole we've ever seen, really. He's very slow.
Except for the one with
and if you're
live moles.
Well, he was.
Real moles.
Daps the mole. Like, the whole point, surely, if you're the mole in this game, is to try and be really fast, you know?
Yeah, to go down that ladder pretty quick afterwards. Hold the phone. Ben-Tet's in this round. He's got a kill onto Voltage. And Chaos has just been very slow in making this happen. Sick is going to wrap around, and if Ben-Tet makes one mistake, backs up too far, the flashbang's going to do it. Nice work from Cam tossing that out, and Steel's going to find the final kill. So 3-round lead now for Chaos on the T side.
5-2. You thought when I said 9 rounds that I was overshooting, right? And then now it seems like maybe...
I didn't say that.
All
I
right.
just said it's an interesting... I think 9 rounds is a pretty safe bet. It gives you 7. Or, excuse me, it gives you 8. I can do math. It gives you 8. It gives you 10.
Okay. You can't both subtract and add. Now, What if you had 500 million, though? How many millions could you give to each Americans? Daps and Automatic holding the A-bomb side. We've got that AWP. We've got the M4 here in the hands of Daps, but they both go down with pretty much no resistance. That was, I guess, in a flash assist from Cam and Vanity. So double flashbang over the wall, and they just take the defense right out.
Yeah, that's nothing. That's nothing tactical at all. And Gen.G again just getting straight cleaned off of this map. Bentet's like, man, this isn't what I signed up for.
Not at all.
If I wanted this kind of spanking, I'd go back to Tyloo.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that, Jason.
Okay.
But they don't seem to be enjoying it. They seem to be having the opposite of a good time. Just trying to save another M4, but again, we can be excited about people saving weapons when things are going slightly better. At this point, it's not really worth celebrating.
No, not at all. I just can't believe that Chaos is able to bust this out like this. There's just no resistance, no adaptation. And this is just like, I mean, look, 2 flashbangs on those initial entries is phenomenal from 2 different players as well. I mean, but those are just nice fights to take. And Gen.G, even Daps getting that first headshot, just the kills aren't going anywhere close to Gen.G's ways.
This is what you really want. I mean, some of the firepower on this team, right? Theoretically, for Gen.G, Bentet and Automatic, you want to see them just win some fights, just straight up take a couple of people down and then settle the round afterwards. So
it's not even just that. It's also someone like Som, who's one of those young players in North America who's got a lot of potential and a lot of people looking for him to have success. It's Kusta, who, you know, I seem to be a little bit higher on Kusta than most people, but whatever you think of him as a player, got some individual skill in there. You want to see some of the skill start to step up into place. Because remember, during that early 6-0 run on Inferno, Gen.G was getting outplayed, but their players were at least delivering incredible sequences and performances that bailed them out of situations. There's none of that happening here.
No, there really isn't, and it's kind of strange to be watching. Like this almost looks like a team chemistry type problem, right? Like you should be able to feel pretty comfortable in this Gen.G team at the moment. Just say like, you know what, let's, everyone take a moment, take a timeout or something. Let's just have a deep breath and then let's try and really individually get back into the game. And it feels like that's not happening at the moment. They're really not managing to make much of anything work. And again, it doesn't have to be something very elaborate. Just, set up with a cool flashbang, try and go for a bit of a fight. They've won the early one here, and they've got Daps pushed up very, very far into those A hallways. So there's a lot they can do in this round, even with the lack of weapons.
Well, the final decision is to be bomb site, going up catwalk. There'll be 4 players here. How many kills can they get before the rotation arrives? Bentet off angle with the M4 is going to slow him down, take the attention away from Som, and this is all Gen.G. Finally, a little bit of life out of this defense. Cam, the last remaining, but not for long. 6-3 for Chaos.
Yeah, it's about time, and again, a single one fight in the beginning, a little bit of hesitation maybe for Chaos, and it looked like they had the perfect read, partly helped by Daps obviously pushing up that far into the hallways. They kind of know that no one is making any noise on that side, and that will help them out. A lot of money, though, on the Chaos side to be able to invest into this round, and even the next one after this.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's still a lot of money even after they fully invest into the round. Let's see how much Gen.G can build upon it. 4 players for Chaos already at the A bomb site. This might get slowed down, but it's not. Steel's already running, and he knows there's one there. He's not worried about anyone else. He wants the entry, and he's got it. He ignored every other point of danger in the bomb site. Kusa responding. Steel's going to get forced out of position, or he's got a smoke to put it out.
That is some great focus out of Steel, isn't it? He even heard the shot coming out from CT's spawn. He's like, I don't care. I have this one mission, and that's what I'm going to try and follow through on.
There's no nades left on Chaos, and there's all 3 players in CT spawn. Wow. Finally, a little bit of cover. They can get this bomb planted, but it's going to have to be straight up fights won by Chaos.
Yeah, it really will be. Trying to boost over and maybe hope to snatch away someone, but that's not going to be doable. No one really showing themselves. Maybe it looked like Vanity was about to overstep the mark here, but he's hiding inside of a smoke of his own, and they just can't really see him at the moment. The bomb is ticking away, and Gen.G aren't getting the pickoff that they really needed. Som goes down, and now I think they're just risking throwing all the rifles away here, and that might be a little bit too much. Voltage covering the line, and a quick shot to take down Bentet.
The one nice thing for Gen.G, if you want to talk about a silver lining, is that they won the previous round with just the 1 saved M4 and a bunch of deagles, so they've still got plenty of cash to just, rinse and repeat, but this half is getting away from them in a big way.
Yeah, slipping out of their grasp, as it were. I don't know. They've... this is the map pick of Chaos. I don't know if Gen.G just weren't ready for it, but as we said, in Mirage, one of those maps that you should be able to play at least to some level of proficiency, right?
Yeah. Certainly, or at least better than this. What, the first 2 rounds and then just won a couple rounds ago, but they're not showing a whole lot of life still from Inferno. A lot of pressure being applied to B. This is going to be a fake. Good kill from Automatic. That makes the fake easier to read, although Daps is pushed down. Big trade. He spotted the bomb. They know what's coming next. 1 player in Palace, and how does Chaos try and come back into this 3 versus 4? Sick has jumped all the way out. A sneaky play could net him 1 kill.
Especially on those stairs there, and Kusta might be in a lot more trouble than he realizes if he keeps going up for the peak. Cam goes down, that's all the way at top mid. An excellent kill for Bentet. And now again, this is where Gen.G, this is what you want the leadership from Daps, who's out of this round, to just sort of calm everyone down. Like you want to make sure you don't make any mistakes here. Sick, I think, looking through that tiny gap there and getting a kill on Kusta, but he peeks right into Automatic. So now 1 versus 3. Save the rifles here if you are on Gen.D. Just make sure you don't lose too much else. And they're going to do just that.
Yeah, especially with that double op setup. Nice work from Gen.G, staying alive in a tough economic situation. They'll be able to drop M4s over, and it'll be much the same. 7-4 for Chaos, and they still have so much cash to work with.
Yeah, that's the frightening aspect.
I actually like the switch for Gen.G. We talked about, you know, them struggling to adapt on Inferno. I think the double op setup is going to be great for them in the rest of this half. I think they'll be able to rack a bunch of rounds together now because you're watching Chaos be so aggressive, taking fights, just heading out of the choke points very quick. Those ops can just pick them right off unless they get bum rushed. Here's the counter to that double op. Let's see what Chaos can do with it.
Cam, I mean, if he'd actually kept going, the timing would have been amazing for it. No one's made the rotation, and it seems like they've got the perfect read at the moment here on the T side. Those AWP positions are going to get really heavily smoked off. Som is all in on this, and Cam stuck in the window. I think maybe he thought he had already jumped out. Not quite quick enough for that flick, but Automatic is going to be there, instantly traded by Voltage. It's a 3-on-3, and the bomb is going to go down with no interruption, and they are very, very far away from this retake.
That's a cool play from Chaos. You send the 1 player in aggressively. That play has gotten very popular, sending 1 person into the smokes to try and pick someone off or get advanced position. It forces utility out from the Gen.G defense, and you re-execute later on when there's no nades to counter it.
And they're just going to have to fall back. Yeah, they've got no choice.
Ooh.
I mean, I think they were so far away. I think Daps was all the way over the A-bomb side even when the bomb went down, so they're just not even going to go for it.
Oh, saving in a 3-on-3 is never a fun experience.
Especially when you've been losing as much as they have in this first half.
Look at all the utility they have as well, though. They have 2 Molotovs, they have a smoke for the bomb, they have 2 nades, they have a flashbang. They had a bunch of tools that they could have used. Just prioritizing that AWP.
That's probably not an easy call to be making. Yeah, they'll save the AWP, but they could rebuy the rifles, so I guess there's some logic behind it in terms of what kind of money they had.
Well, I mean, at a certain point, you're right. There is that logic to it, but at a certain point, when you're down 4-8, like I feel like you have to fight for some of the rounds.
Just a little bit, right?
So I mean, what they're basically saying is here they'd be content with just 7 rounds in the half, which is fine. We'll see how it pans out for them.
So I mean, you're not happy about that, are you?
No, it's not so much the score. I'm just unhappy with the look of Gen.G.
Yeah.
Like if they
Where's the attitude?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking in my head is like, you know, when other teams and other players are playing, you can kind of like feel the craziness, feel the excitement. Steel just dead focused on 1 player. Smooya in their first game going crazy on the stage and yelling shit out to MIBR. You can feel kind of like that desire to fight back and win. And with Gen.G, I don't really get that sense out of their play style at the moment.
No, they are playing, you know, boomer level counter. It's not acceptable. It's time to wake up.
Why are you using that now as well?
Everyone is. I want to be young with the kids as well, Jason.
Hello, fellow children.
Yeah.
Sumler's got a longboard. You can pick that up. You can recreate the whole meme.
Yeah, because that's what I need, you know.
Your knee hasn't gone through enough punishment. Cam's out towards the van. This is kind of what I just mentioned earlier, just kind of, ooh, this is actually crazy. Look how much space they're being given. Look how much space they have to just walk and march into the A-bomb site. Good kills from Daps, Bentet, and Kusta. They might recover it, but that was sketchy. Sick Deep angle in towards connector.
All they needed to do was win one fight at the A bomb site, and that play over by the B bomb site would have worked out just fine. No bomb plant here as voltage goes down, and Bentet will clean it up. A pretty good round and a triple kill out of him. This is just your sick fantasies, isn't it, Jason? Just shave my head and put me on a longboard out into the street and just film what comes next.
Just push down a hill
and see what happens.
Listen, all I'm gonna say, I know our old mate. You know, it's been a while since we've seen him blue.
Yeah.
He did that. Threw on a helmet, got on a skateboard, took a ride down the street. I want to see you.
I'll point this out. People should wear helmets when they do this. I'm not going to wear a helmet.
Okay. Well.
Just, it's one of those, you know, do as I say, no as I do.
No as I do.
That kind of thing.
That's fair.
Like, Genesis made a song about that, didn't he?
You'd look funny in a helmet.
That's exactly why I'm not wearing it. Rather go to the hospital then. It's all about priorities here.
Jesus. Steel with the Deagle. Top mid. Yes, playing this one very slow. Back to pistols for the first time, essentially, since the second round. Got to be happy, though. Your prediction is perfect. You survive, no matter what happens.
Yeah, you are.
You're gonna get 8, 9, or 10.
You're exactly right. I feel like, but it's gonna be exactly 9 though. That's part of it.
Okay.
I mean, not that it has to. I'm just saying that it will be.
It will be.
That's the beauty of predicting, you know, things from the get-go. We've got 2 Kriegs and some pistols, and you know, Chaos finally have kind of run out of the ridiculous funds they were working off of earlier. Flash to try and come through. It actually works really well on Daps. That was incredible. Good opening. Booster back here is going to get overwhelmed. And again, they don't have much to work with, but it's working way too well. Steel with a headshot of the Deagle to take down Automatic. I can't believe they're actually doing this. Bentet will finally take down Steel, trying to play at the edge of the smoke, but still all the way on the other side is Cam sneaking through, and he's already spotted it. The P250 really not the best weapon for it, and he will go down trying to take that fight. Som with a bit of a victory against Voltage, and that leaves Sick. No bomb plant. 10 seconds, and I don't think he's ever going to even the chance to put the bomb down here. He's inside of the smoke with now 7 seconds on the clock, and he has no idea where to find him. He's realized now time is simply running out. He's making a lot of noise on the bomb site, and now, oh no. He goes down. I'm not sure if that was on the right or the wrong side.
Listen, this is 2 rounds in a row. Bentet's got a triple kill in pretty much a round-saving scenario. This initial defense of Gen.G on both maps at both bomb sites is just getting obliterated.
Yeah.
It has been the players rotating. It has been the players coming over in support who have saved the day frequently for Gen.G. And Bentet's 16-5. It might be the only reason they're in this map. He's the only positive player. All 4 of his teammates stuck on 7 kills while he has 16.
It's worked out right now.
He is back in Tyloo.
Yeah, apparently. It's still his time. 15th round, 8-6, and Gen.G, they need everything they can get right now. They've already lost the first map. Here's Som picking up a kill on Steel. Oh, and a nice 2 for 1. Som continuing the quad kill, but he can't get the ace. I feel like he deserves it. That was a cool display up in those B hallways. Cam goes down at the end to the Molotov, and a 7-8 scoreline. Gen.G bringing it back as best they could.
Yeah, they did everything possible. They win, what, 5 out of the last 7 rounds. It's not bad. Ended on a 3-round streak, so a little bit of life. But again, it's the attitude that's still missing for me. They're going to go on those mini runs. The question is, now that they're switching over to the T side, can they actually exert their will across the map? Chaos looking very strong and looking like they're in much better shape than Gen.G at the moment. They're in trouble of losing this series 0-2. We'll find out if they do after the break.
go. Back for the second half, second map here between Gen.G and Chaos, and they managed to bring it back a little bit. Gen.G, they made us believe that maybe they have something, but as we're discussing this, there's the lack of flex in their game. Like, where's the attitude? What's the point in time where they're going to convince us this is really going to work out?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, the nice 3-round run to end the half, I don't know if it's enough. They've done like the bare minimum to make you feel like they're still kind of alive in this series. Let's see what kind of listen, they can't have a T-side like Inferno where it's just like default. At some point, you have to like see a weakness and actually attack it.
Well, now is their chance, and maybe the last chance that they have to try and convince us that, you know, this reason, what was it, like 80-20 in the audience pick in the beginning? Obviously see the odds here. I mean, actually, it doesn't even change that much. I'm kind of surprised that it's not even more. Vanity with a good opening, but Kusta there with the return, and they have to follow up quickly. Good double grenades to slow them down. See if they could actually get into the bomb site here. It's a 4-on-4 as they're down on the low ground, trying to see if they could maybe a run, and they will take down Steel. That's a pretty good job. Daps with a headshot on Cam, and now they've cleared it all up and are looking pretty good.
Yeah, the double nade doesn't work out nearly as much as they wanted. I think Vanity going back for that second kill kind of messed up that strat they had, the stack towards that B bomb site. If he falls back, 3 players defending, because the 1 player blocked off by smoke on Catwalk was brutal. Voltage doing what he can, but Sick has no HP to be involved in the action, in the fight. And he's just going to try and back away. So pistol round for Gen.G. That's both pistols here on this map.
And that had a lot more power behind. They got caught turning the corners to be hallways, and they still fought their way out.
That's the thing. I actually think if Vanity doesn't hit that first shot, that might work out better for Chaos. But I think because he got a little one tap, his brain was like, "Yep, go back.
Yeah,
go back. You have got the hot hand.
Need more." Yeah, it's true, right? Yeah, he had some backup behind him, right? He had people that could throw grenades.
He had a double nade set up behind him, which you want to lure them in, right? You don't want them to stop and take that fight at range. You want them to try and chase you down and chase you into your new position.
Could have stuck around. Yeah, you're right. I think you might have been onto something there. Some pretty long-range smoke grenades are already raining in airborne as we speak, and they land to block off the catwalk. Cam down here was trying to line up a shot, not quite successful on that. And Sick, I think he maybe have had a chance, or could have had a chance there. Voltage and Vanity are getting kills from inside of the kitchen, and that's a little bit ridiculous. The bomb also taking a lot of damage right here. Daps trying to get out of the way, but Sick will take him down, and it's all falling apart for Gen.G here. It's still a 2-on-3, but you can tell that there's a little bit of panic in their style right now. Benthead goes down, and what a shot coming out from Sick. A nice double kill for him.
Well, this time they got lured into the stack, into the follow-up players. That was done perfectly. And that one hurts if you're Gen.G.
They're used to it by now.
You'd think so.
They've might be enjoying the punishment at this point in time. Otherwise, why are they going back to it all the time?
People out there who do that.
Yeah.
No judgment here.
No. That's just how it is. Gen.G might be some of them. 9-8. They pick up an AK-47. They could buy some armor behind it as well. But they are really having a rough time in this best of 3 so far. We were talking about the potential disaster meltdown if Chaos would have ever got to nuke, and we're like, oh, maybe that's not even going to happen. It could be a 2-0. And now we're seeing something very different. Flashbang for the setup. Steel goes for a bit of a fight. That looked like it was a pretty good timing, but I think maybe the flashbang went a little bit too deep, and Steel goes down.
He just had an SMG as well, so it's now up to these rifles to really contain the situation. Vanity gonna push out. Oh, and they're waiting for it. He's gonna get spammed down. He's got nowhere to go. Sick is here, but they need to start getting some kills. There's the first, but Cam is so blind coming through that smoke, and even Voltage gonna get caught. And Gen.G's about to return the favor. Oof.
All right. Good deagle shots coming out from Kuster, and you're right. They don't even just win the round there. They even steal some guns away in the meantime, so huge victory. And again, a lot more power and decisiveness behind that. I want to see that grow as a feature of this Gen.G team.
Yeah, nice job from Kusta as well. Patiently waiting in Palace for his moment, and he just pops out every once in a while when the attention is elsewhere. And wrecks him right through the wall, straight to the head, straight to the dome. 9-9.
I think Cam he came through that smoke over a jungle and stared right into the flashbang.
Couldn't look away. It's like the deadlights from It.
Ooh. Let's not go there. We're all trying to have a good time.
We're all trying to have fun.
Sneaking through the middle. If they can turn the corner in the catwalk here, there's going to be a pretty cool beat crunch that's coming in. Voltage, the first to try and take the fight, but Kuster will bring him right down. And yeah, beat defense is gone. Just save what you have and run away with the rest. There's really no point.
Yep, try it again in the next round. You've got Vanity with the Deagle and armor. You got the Scout, the All-Gone Steel. So Gen.G finally looking like they can stabilize a little bit. And remember, they won the first 3 rounds of the final 3 rounds of the first half. I think that makes it, what, they've won 5 of the last 6 or 6 of the last 7.
Things have started to work out, yeah, quite a lot better for them.
It's pretty simple T-side so far. Everyone's staying grouped up, hitting the same spot together, making sure you play the trade game, back to the strengths of Daps, the fundamentals.
Well, some of these things that they're doing, right, like a B split like this one, but even just the hallway pushes that they're doing over at the B-bomb side, you can feel a bit more confident just knowing that Chaos wouldn't have any point so far in the second half here have had the money for, let's say, an EWP. So you're dodging a lot of the potential danger that could be and that might be coming up a little bit down the road. It'll be fun to see if that's going to be a feature of it. If they pick up one of those orbs there on the CT side, if that could start to maybe make them second guess it. So far, Scout and Org is what was saved. And a lead now for Gen.G. Starting to look a little bit better. Bentet again at 17-7, but Som is there behind him with 16 kills. It's something that they're working on. They're building it.
Building into it. Nice opening from Kusta and Som together. Again, just swinging wide, working as a pairing, working as a team. Getting that first kill. Now aggression going to start coming in from Chaos as they try and recover, and they do even better. Vanity gets a Deagle headshot onto A-Ramp. He's brought up an M4 as well. There's one more player, Daps and Palace, and Vanity knows it. He's waiting for that peek.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, even if that wasn't a fight, still pretty good read, isn't it? Long range in the connector with the MAC-10. Could still work out pretty well against at least 2 out of the 4 players that are left here, as they don't really have any armor to work to speak of at all. Automatic. In some trouble in the middle. He does get tanked up, but he'll turn around for it. The Org will take him down. It is still a 2-on-2 and over a minute left. So deep breath right now for Gen.G. This is a round that you can't afford to give away. And Sick, I think he's heard the steps out right in front. The smoke is making it really tough, and nice kill for Som.
Yeah, beautiful kill. Scout still in play, though, and it can get both of these guys. 1 shot each. Voltage working on it, doesn't go all the way through. He was on target. Now he's got the M4, and that might actually fool them. They might think he still has a Scout. This could be a creative play. Voltage getting aggressive now. Som's in the open. He's going to go down, and Daps, his position has been known the whole time. Kit on Voltage as well.
Yeah, he could just hold this in, and Daps might just be having to wait for it. He's still really far back. He's thinking it's a fake. He doesn't know about the kit, and that's a rough way to lose a 1 versus 1. But what a play from Voltage.
That's so nice from Voltage, swapping out to the M4. 10-10. What a scrappy back and forth set of rounds we've just had.
This is a really clean shot, isn't it? Yeah, that was a lot of back and forth here. That one Orc ended up doing a fair bit of damage. I think Steel almost took down Kuster in the initial engagement in the middle.
Yep.
But 10-10. All picked up on Voltage, and he's in the middle, not smoked off for now. Probably will be at some point here.
This is a huge round. Both teams' economy is in relatively similar positions. Gen.G's a bit better, much better actually. I take it all back.
Yeah, they have got a little bit building, haven't they? Actually, 5,000 on Daps, yeah.
That's a risky jump from Cam. Almost picked off by Automatic in that op. Still pressuring, still trying to find an angle through the windows, but the smoke has forced him back. It's quiet across the map. Vanity has got to decide how he wants to play window room. Checking to make sure nobody has jumped up quietly into the smoke. And he has one of his own, so if they do Molotov out the window position, he'll be able to put it out and escape, hopefully.
The timing there. If he would have peeked, Bentep would have been with a grenade in hand, and that would have been a very easy pick off here. Voltage has made his way all the way over towards CT spawn with that AWP. Bomb is still at top mid, so it's okay now. Still 50 seconds, so they could do a lot.
This is set up beautifully for Gen.G. They've done this so well. One player in connector, that's Bentet, being able to cut off rotations. Look how much space they have up. Six going to go down for free. He has no idea. They walked quietly the whole way. Not a single player from Chaos checked it once. That whole path. And that's an easy win.
Yeah, even with Bentet just, lurking in the middle means they can maybe go hunting if they really want to. Don't all have the money for it maybe, but it's tempting at this point in time. Yeah, they were just on the bomb side. before anyone even knew it.
Yeah, and I mean, they're even still losing track of what's dangerous now. They know the B-bomb set is lost. No one was watching for the spawn push. These are some pretty long-distance walks that Gen.G's gone on with no issue.
That's a rough way to lose a round if you're Chaos, because that's just one of those rounds where everyone's suddenly calling out, like, how did they get to the bomb site?
And they're the ones with the painful economy. They can't sustain a loss like this. Steel has to stick around because he wants the AWP at the end. But who knows if he'll even be able to get it. Kusta's coming around from behind. He needs to win this fight first. Nade in hand. Kusta, that's a nice peek. 11-10 for Gen.G.
Yeah, the almost panic throw the grenade, and it's just perfect, yeah. Generally speaking, you want more than, you know, just a millisecond of warning as your teammate says they're on the bomb site.
Yeah, not even.
We're in trouble.
I think Sick was actually the person who even spotted it out, and he was the first one making contact.
Yeah.
I had no idea he was
Kind
on
of
the
rough.
pillar trying to drop that smoke. So a little bit of the Gen.G syndrome, not actually challenging for map control.
Yeah, something definitely went horribly wrong in that round. 11-10, and I don't know, that's when they had the AWP. They had it in window, and it kind of fell back to the... And then they just had no mid-control. They knew nothing about what's going on.
See what they can do here. 2 M4s that they can bring into this next round. You have some things. We saw them just win that round previously with the Deagles, the peek down A ramp. So they're scrappy squadron of upcoming players. Young guys just trying to make it big.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd continue with the rhymes, but I guess...
Alliteration.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for that another time. So we got P250s, a Deagle, and the saved M4. In the middle already, trying to take the challenge. Maybe they would have grenaded it, but...
That's a cool setup. They showed the Deagle, and Vanity's got the M4. Unfortunately, Kusta's gotten there way quicker, and even though he's flying into the air for no good reason, I actually think that's a pretty cool way to do things.
That's a smart idea.
Yeah. In another world, that might actually take complete advantage of Kusta.
Yeah, because if he's just a little bit slower and he's turning the corner thinking, you know what, we know who's in window, and he walks right into the M4. Voltage, trying to do a bit of playmaking here, which I think is very risky, but I like it anyway, because you've got to do something when you're 4 versus 5 like that, and you only have the one rifle. Now, it gets taken away, and whenever that happens, it always just looks like you made things worse, but I'm not sure standing around and waiting was going to be a better plan anyway, so I like it. They're about to be up 12-10 here, which is not a huge lead, but with the economy going their way and with Chaos kind of crumbling in the second half here, it's looking good.
This is a pretty wild economic decision to invest for Chaos. Well, I mean, listen, this is still recoverable for Chaos. It's just Gen.G. It's much like the start of Inferno now. They've still it's not super convincing, but they've at least grabbed hold, right? And you can see a little bit more confidence surging into the way they're playing. That is Steel's going to be scratching his head after that bullet goes through the bench. So 12-10, and a couple more chances for Chaos to close this out in 2. Which the desk kind of highlighted that if it somehow got to a third map, like that's disaster zone for Chaos.
Not good news, definitely. I have to agree with that. I don't know, there's some stuff that's missing here from Chaos that I think we were also talking about with Gen.G, but sometimes you don't have to make it that complicated. I mean, they've been trying to go for some fights in the window, but you know, what if you just, instead of fighting in the window immediately, you just position 2 or 3 players around the middle, and you flash in to try and take a, you know, just a 3-way peek behind a flashbang or 2, and just, you know, look for a fight. Don't overcommit to it or anything. Just try and see if you can make that work.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some basic stuff. I mean, we see the same thing when people flash for fights at the A ramp or double stack A apartments. Like, there's a bunch of different things that I feel like we're not really seeing just yet. They have the flashbang this time on Sick, at least.
Well, let's set out one more round. Just Deagles. 4 of them. There's an HE onto A ramp. It does actually really good damage on Automatic, who is just stepping up to the plate and try and find a pick. So we'll see if Chaos has a little bit more magic left in them with these pistols. Sick with that flashbang. Has just rotated over to the B bomb site. This is going to be an information peek from Cam, and he's going to see nothing. Pushing up, and you don't want to go too far. Ooh, maybe you do.
Was just far enough, wasn't it? Perfect. They're trying to see if they could speed it up and punish him as he was falling back mid-air. What a shot to take down Bentet. And he wanted that third headshot. I can't really blame him. That was incredibly impressive. Now it's a 3-on-3, and over on the other side, they're both occupied by Kusta being here. He's dropped low, but they need to get to the B-bomb side, so Kusta almost making it out, but still
Surely not.
will punish him for it. They've already won one of these rounds, Chaos. If they do it again, that might be too much for Gen.G to handle. Another deagle in the sight, and that leaves Daps alone, shot in the face by Sick. What a defense.
It's indecision. Like, there's Kusta is distracting, and at that point, he's on the other side of the map. He's on his own island. Don't worry about what he's doing.
Yeah.
Those two players started backing off, and it just buys time for Sick to get into a perfect position. And it just stopped by deagles, not even utility. There was one nade and one flashbang.
That mid-air shot from Cam was really cool.
Yeah, that's a fair point. There was some pretty disgusting shots from Cam.
Again, setting up the smokes to go for an early B execute. We've got both Vanity and Cam in the bomb sites with some grenades to follow it. One of them already put out. It did a little bit of damage. Good counter flashes coming in, and they're down on the bomb site. And now it's all-out chaos. No one knows what's going on any longer. Cam able to find a bit of a spot to stand on, but he could have already been shot in the back. I'm surprised that he's still alive here. And yeah, I think everyone has lost track of what's going on in this round. It's a 3 versus 4, but it could change in a second with Bentet getting a kill, let's say. Bomb being planted inside of the smoke, and this is a really, really confusing round.
Yeah, this is going to get even more scrappy before it ends. 2 players over by the van. That's Daps and Kusta. You don't want to be there. Kusta, maybe with the death of Daps, can kind of play it off as if he's not in that position. Here comes the retake. Molotov in towards Halls. They've spotted him now. Steel's got the dink in. He's going to be finished off any moment. And utility into Halls to negate his teammate. Someone needs to get on the defuse, but Bentet's going to back off. He can't win this, surely. There's the kill. Kits all over the place on Voltage and Vanity, and Chaos have tied things up. They're back.
Great defense in spite of, I mean, it's very often when those B rushes happen, you either stop them in the hallway, or if they get down on the low ground, you have no chance, right? Because you're just looking in 10 different directions, and somehow they still managed to do it. That was kind of impressive. So yeah, all tied up and cutting pretty deep now into the Gen.G economy.
Actually pretty decent money for Gen.G considering they've just lost 2, and the plants are really helping them still put together good buys and have money in the bank. That's the big factor. Automatic, nice opening kill. That's on to Vanity. That's pushing in towards Palace. Steel is going to get aggressive up mid, but they can tell it's coming. Nade out in his hands, though. Koos is a free frag. And there's another one. A follow-up from Steel.
What a read.
Look at this position. This is dirty.
Yeah, that's got to be hard to clear, isn't it, if your Daps coming up from under. He's not even looking for it. Immediately taken down, and Sick trying to be a superhero, jumping down onto the stairs. It's not a bad idea, but I'm so impressed with Steel and the read on the second player being there. You could see absolutely knew what was coming. That is some good experience behind that kind of a play.
Who's the psychopath on top of the staircase? That's Steel. He has moved away. Now finding himself in towards Palace. Bentet saw it, but if he shoots, I think Steel might know, but he'll give up his position.
I mean, you want to play to let him try and get the bomb plant, right?
Well, the bomb's already at top mid, so Steel, I don't think gives a damn about that whatsoever.
Triple for him. What a beautiful round. I'm super impressed. I mean, the timing of the first one is just great for him, but the fact that he actually checked for the second one is so well done.
Okay, this is where you kind of put a team like Gen.G to the test. This, to me, is like the timeout scenario, because one, you're going to want to talk about what you want to buy, but at some point, this is the point, the part of the game where you kind of say, this is what we've noticed for like the last 10 rounds of this T side. This is where we've been able to have success. This is how they're rotating. This is a weakness we can exploit. And that's where Gen.G can hopefully, you know, find a weakness that they can really get into and stay in this game and keep it close.
Vanity playing very close up. Going to be a quick one fight, and that actually, that's the key part of this push, right? If you do 4 on the ramp and 1 in the apartments, the guy in the apartments has to win the fight or at least make it out. And when they don't, you can see what happens. They get shut down 14-12. You know what they're really lacking here, Jess? I figured it out.
Okay.
Because we know Steel is going to be vocal. I would have said hysterically screaming at his teammates. But that's the one thing that Gen.G don't have. You know, Daps is going to be a gentleman about this the whole way through, and that's what they do right now. Sometimes being a gentleman is not good enough.
They do have a pretty quiet personalities on this team, don't they? Automatic, Daps, Bentet, Kusta are all very easygoing.
Yeah, like a little mellow team going on.
Psalm's young and inexperienced. He's not ready to be the authoritarian figure.
Maybe they could borrow. Maybe they could just voice record Steel, play back some of his old streams. And just, you know.
Well, Steel's tagged right through the edge of the wall, down to 41 HP.
There must be a Steel soundboard somewhere.
There definitely is. Definitely is. There's 4 players in mid. We mentioned, you know, we like seeing teams challenge for mid control from the CT side. There's a lot of players here to do just that. Unfortunately, none of it's working.
Steel's gone down. Cam trying to sneak in a kill on someone in the middle, but there's really no one here. And over on the A side, it's just a Vanity with, you know, towards the jungle. They have almost no defense on the side.
They need to take advantage of this position from Voltage, and you need to take the risk of, well, here's the thing. You either stack a bomb site at this point, or you take the risk and rotate Cam over towards the A bomb site out of B and leave that deep angle for information.
Hard to explain why they're gravitating towards the B side when they have that deep angle, though, isn't it?
Must be a read. They think it's eventually going to come in. Vanity's also playing for retake, being very slow and passive, but he's not going to do much except stick around and probably get killed in a silly situation. So I like this call. You know, it's one of the two things I just, you know, 2 options I just said. You either stack the B bomb site or you get everyone over to A with the deep angle of the op. They're choosing the first. They're just going to stack towards B. Got some players in mid. As long as Vanity just bails out, this is all fine.
Yeah, definitely don't want to stick around and fight for it. Yeah, I mean, it has been a lot of B play, right? Now they get a kill, and when they get that early kill, that's sometimes what can lure you into just a continued fight, and that could lose you all the rifle. Like Cam, oh no, with 9 seconds left, that's the round. They can't do anything. Well, forget everything we said. It's fine.
I'm out.
Yeah, so are Gen.G. Following you, Jason. Club is closed, the lights have come on. You suddenly realize that, you know, you should be going home, and what are you doing with your life?
That wasn't even through smoke.
No.
So Gen.G takes the A bomb site. They have no resistance whatsoever. There's no one there, and they go for that open plant that's exposed to connector, jungle, and catwalk.
Yeah, it's an obscure kind of fuckery going on in that A bomb site. I can't really explain it, but
like, why? What are you doing?
What are they doing? That's a deep question that we'll have to maybe the desk can help us out at some point. We just don't know. 15-12 is the scoreline at any rate, and we're leading into round number 28 with Chaos a chance here to take down Gen.G on 2 maps, not even putting Nuke into play. See if they could bring it back. Flashbang to set it up, but he's not ready for the second one. Who would have been? Grenade landing right on top and does a bit of damage to Kooster, and it looks like they're going to clean it all up in spite of a good opening of Gen.G. It is not enough. Chaos stunning and shocking everyone. Everyone thought they were going to be losing this match, but not so. 16-12 as Steel will get in the final kill. Very, very good stuff. I'm super impressed.
Yeah, I am too.
But
I just can't get the story to me for this matchup has been how trash Gen.G looked. That was an ugly showing.
That was not good.
That's not the kind of showing that a team like that should be putting out.
No flex, no oomph, no nothing. Where's the spice?
That's bad. What we did say would be a 2-0, and I am happy for Josh. I am happy for Chaos. That was fun to watch. I think Vanity's you know, kind of shown that he's a cool player to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Steel obviously still performing tactically and individually. There's some cool stuff going on. That's a fun style of play that Chaos brought in. It's just surprising to see it be so effective against a team like Gen.G. So back to the drawing board, back to the team chat, whatever it might be for Gen.G. Chaos takes the series 2-0. We're headed off to a break, and then you'll get the desk to break down the match.
to the blind spot. Here, our lovely post-match bar. How'd you guys enjoy the giant upset of Chaos 2-0 over Gen.G?
I mean, with some of the news we've had today, I feel like I am permanently in the blind spot at Flashpoint.
Not bad.
Give me a break. Can I get some info? Who's playing? Is anyone in the league still?
Well, at least we have a Team Chaos in the grand finals of their group now. Without Smooya, so that's a thing that's happened. Voltage showed up at least.
Huya?
Yes, Huya.
Huya? They don't need him, man. They lost all 4 pistols in this series and still won. Against Gen.G, who we had as favorites potentially for the entire tournament. Where was Gen.G at? What happened?
That was one of the ugliest showings I've seen out of a team in quite some time. And I know it's not going to be perfect every time out. I know there's some things to work on, but like, this is just like head-scratching stuff from Gen.G. That round on Mirage, I almost just like literally walked away from the casting when they just weren't even protecting the plant from Catwalk. It made no sense. It's just basic fundamentals. You can't just plant in the open when there's still 4 players alive on the other team.
How much did you like
All I'm going to say is Kusta's in that team. Kusta's in Gen.G.
Oh my.
Leave the man alone.
You know,
Has he not had enough problems?
all I'm gonna say about Gen.G as an org is that historically in other games, as soon as they acquire rosters, it tends to just go downhill from there.
That doesn't bode well.
Oh, that's not what we want to hear. That's not.
I just feel like Kuster is this kid that Jason's been sort of like, you know, trying to adopt for a long time, but every time he seems like, I can't stand to be around you. I'm not going to do it anyway.
Wow, why did it all of a sudden turn into my fault?
Don't know.
Jesus Christ.
It's always your fault.
It's your project, isn't he? Now.
Duncan hates you so much, he just has to hate Kusta.
Yeah, say one nice thing about a guy one time 4 years ago, and it follows you forever.
You also vouch for Nickel and I hope. Saying your judgment's not that great. That's all.
Oh my god. Oh man.
Poor Jason.
All right, well, enough focusing on Gen.G's rather disappointing performance.
No, let's do it more.
Okay, what else do you want to say about Gen.G that's negative, Anders?
Just they should have. I mean, look at the firepower. Where it's automatic. Where have they all gone? Like even in an odd round, you just wanted to pick up like a double kill and win a round. Just even from pure chance, that should happen at some point. It was. I'm real disappointed.
I feel like Chaos should have won this game even more than what they did. Remember that round that Cam flanked upper B with the P250?
Yeah.
And Ventet was in connector? They would have ended the first half 9-6. Instead, they ended 8-7, I think, or yeah, in the opposite direction maybe. It was just, honestly,
ridiculous.
This was a horrible performance.
Didn't Mike
by
bottom frag both maps as well? I'm pretty sure in the first map he was bad as well.
He has been struggling a little bit since he's hopped back onto that op. A little bit. I think it was indecisiveness versus decisiveness. I mean, Steel and Chaos, they seem to be just balls deep going into these bomb sites, whereas Gen.G, anytime they had any sort of forward position, they just all paused. They all paused and waited for this defaults to play out.
I'm just confused thematically. Why do you say dang instead of damn, but you say balls deep?
What's the line?
Where on earth is the line? That's all I need to know.
I know exactly why.
I'm a product of the internet, you know? My vocabulary,
No.
I'm working on it.
So literal potential mild curse words, no. Sexual innuendo, 100%.
Absolutely, 100%.
I know exactly why.
100%, yeah.
I'll tell you why this is
Crack the
happening. It's because for those of us who spend any time with Christine outside of the broadcast, we just know that she's just trying not to like pull that little brick in the dam that'll bring it all down. Like she's just trying to hold back. You know, her nickname is Potter.
That's exactly it.
Think about it.
Okay.
It's all right. I think to enable her, what we should be doing is creating a mean Christine segment where she can let out all of her inner rage against teams. So
My
that
true self?
Her true self, momentarily. We'll disguise it as a character and nobody out here has to
Voice
know.
changer
Okay?
as well. They'll never know it's you.
All right, well, here's how things ended up in our Snakes and Ratters group. Chaos, home of the Rat King, who has now temporarily departed, is now in our grand final. So they are guaranteed a first or second position in this group.
And the snake just got reamed out, didn't he?
And they were selected into this group by MIBR, ostensibly because MIBR thought they would be an easy opponent, and now they're our first team.
And then
through to the
remember,
finals.
they were also a team who basically got in just by virtue of happenstance. They didn't qualify. They were a team who basically got another chance, the Chaos team, because they were invited because we don't have 10 founders.
How great would it be if MIBR beat,
Why'd you whisper
beat
that?
Gen.G and then
I
have
didn't
to
want to say it
face
very loud.
them in the finals, Chaos, and
soft
then get
spot.
knocked out by them? That would be
I think
unlucky.
Anders is writing this script. Snakes in the group name. A snake has now advanced to the finals of it. Can't even make this stuff up.
Well, they said snakes and ratters, and the Rat King is on the team with the snake logo. So are they the only team with the combination of snake and rat?
FPX has a snake because Esatag shed his skin on the Astralis skin.
Like it was gonna go
Listen, I was always going
Wrong group,
Yeah,
but yes.
I thought he was going to go at
The crowbar.
There's a snake in every group
Listen,
now.
I take pride in one of the best quotes about my career was Jason Moores O'Toole said that I have a better crowbar than Gordon Freeman.
He does. Ask him about his Pelican
good,
joke.
actually.
Ask him about the
That's
Pelican
good.
joke. It's not bad.
Gotta get that joke in somehow.
I'll force it in.
Okay, so now that we've seen all the teams play in this group again, and we did see MIBR successfully dumpster Envy after Envy played a close match against Gen.G, we now have to ask the question, who is favored, MIBR or Gen.G?
I've never heard
This
of this
point, I'm
MIBR
pulling
in
for
my life.
Gen.G,
Have
yeah.
you guys heard of MIBR?
MIBR.
Who's MIBR?
Bad EPL team, I
Jesus Christ. G.
Oh, no.
I think the premise of this show has unlocked things that we couldn't anticipate.
Right away from
Exciting.
us.
What was actually the question before? The question was like, who was worse out of Gen.G and MIBR?
Who would be
that was
favored
the
in that
question.
matchup?
At this point, it's
Who
still
would be
shit.
favored to lose? Let's put it that way.
Probably MIBR, just being realistic.
Yeah,
Jokes aside.
You would have to, I think, say that MIBR would lose that. But I mean, if this is the Gen.G that shows up, I actually thought, oddly enough, as funny as it's going to sound, that MIBR team looked better in the one online series that I watched them play just yesterday than they have in like the past year of LAN
They did
play.
actually.
So I mean, you put MIBR online against Gen.G online, that's going to be MIBR all day.
Gen.G was popping
that
off.
up,
I think he was. Didn't he carry both maps?
Yes,
They did.
yes, he did.
Duncan's
You guys
Yes,
don't
he
watch
did.
these games.
I
You're all at
didn't,
home.
again, I didn't know you were
Duncan
asking
just
me.
said something nice about Gen.G. Let's all just,
Yeah.
we were all taking it in right there, Duncan.
Letting the moment, well, letting just hang there.
Yeah, we're letting it-
The next nice thing
Red.
he's going to say is about Kusa, isn't it?
Go ahead,
Ooh.
Duncan. Follow it up.
Everyone's calling out Jason.
Turn a new leaf. He has nothing to say.
Can we say something nice about Steel? I thought it was kind of cool to see him. Like we saw about the level of focus in some of the fights that he was going for, and just without bringing up anything specific, he's had a career that maybe could leave him in a position where maybe he would, he have a reason to maybe be less motivated and maybe feel like the world was kind of going against him, and he's playing like someone who's just like totally in the game and still loving it and super hyper focused. I think that's amazing to see.
He had some nutty
shout out to
entries
Steel.
too. He was like running in the B-bomb side on Inferno, just double quick entering, coming out
Great.
of App or Palace on Mirage with the D, killing Daps at Sandwich. There's just so many key entries he had in that series.
I think Thorin said it perfectly in the pregame. He said Steel has always worked well with scraps, and let's see what he's going to actually do in this series. And it's so true. Steel's always got the leftovers, and somehow, some way, he figures out a way to how to use them best.
Hell, at one point the American scene were only leftovers, so that was all you could.
He's talking shit now. That's cool, you use it.
That's fine. Let him have his moment.
Know all about leftovers, right, Anders?
No comment.
About it, their careers.
I know how this works. No comment.
Just saying. Take whatever you can get, right?
So now,
Where's Vince?
so now,
Wait, though, that is something you can tie in, though. That is bearing in mind they're already top 2 Chaos. Like, they could obviously come number 1 and get all the points. They've got a solid chance of making the playoffs now. Bear in mind, they weren't even a team who qualified to the tournament.
Yes.
This will be legendary if they make it without Smooya as well. Like, this line of players, nobody would have picked them to
Yeah, it's sick
make the
because
playoffs.
they secured the top 2, obviously, and all they wanted was to get points probably without their full lineup. So I think what they did today was a huge win for this entire phase.
I mean, and shout out to Smooya for committing so hardly to the rat, like deeply to the rat roll that he just literally jumped ship before. That's next level. He's just out.
he was
giving
wrong.
his
You jump. The rats get off the ship when it's sinking, but apparently the ship is just powering ahead full steam, right? There's
It's more
nothing
like he
sinking
was
about
given
this.
his marching orders on the plank. And he had to get off. Now he's just in the ocean somewhere. We all know rats can't swim.
Have we heard from him since, actually?
Who gives a fuck about him? Whatever. Well, if he comes back to the league, I'll like him. But for now, he's gone. He's dead to me.
Who are we talking about?
Booyah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
All right. We do have an audio interview. Now, we can't have players in the Flashpoint studio right now, but Steel from Chaos is going to join us to hopefully talk about his
Are we
win.
going to hear it, though? We don't have a speaker.
That's a good point. Only I can hear it. That's the key.
The technical problems you trying to solve on the fly at Flashpoint. Shout really loud.
Hey, Steele, you there?
Yes, what's up?
Oh, we can hear him.
Oh, we can hear it in the studio. Technical wizardry.
That Smoothie is really overrated, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so.
So tell us first off why you picked Voltage to be your stand-in.
We were looking for another Opper, and MCE, our coach, he has a long history with Voltage and really has high praise for him. Said that he's really mature, hardworking, can stand in, he's eager to do this, but also that he's like, he knows how to play and he can make his own decisions. He'll not need to kind of be told what to do, and I think that's very valuable. So I think it's good that he's able to get kind of another spotlight on him as a younger player.
I noticed on Inferno he was making a lot of aggressions, particularly towards apps. Was that him determining that, or you?
Yeah, a lot of it was him. So basically, we didn't have much time to talk about things before the game. We did have an Inferno scrim yesterday, but essentially I just told him, like, you're the Opper and you're playing this area, so I will fill for you. If you are going hulls or you are going lane, I will pick up your arch side. I will do this. If you're going for hulls, like, I'll make sure that you can't get flanked. And basically, we will play off of you. If you want to go hulls, you want to go lane, we will back you up, and that's on you how to decide things. So for the most part, it was his decisions.
Steele, do you prefer as an in-game leader to have a strong secondary voice like a Smooya? Did you miss him today in this series, or did you find that you had a lot more control in this series without that secondary voice?
Absolutely not. I love having the only voice in it.
I have a question. Do you have any kind of regret just making Vanity take Arch alone for the whole T half on Inferno? Doesn't seem unreasonable. Just have one guy do the hardest job on his own with no backup.
So for a lot of things like arch side middle, a lot of teams have to respect it and give it up if they want to cheat to B. A lot of people like to favor towards lane side, especially like Tim with his op. He likes to favor towards lane side, maybe even hulls. So arch is kind of open, and for Vanity, I can tell him something, but he's gonna do what he wants. So if he sees an opening, he's gonna keep going there until he gets punished hard enough, I think. So it wasn't that I told him to go there. It's just that as the kind of extremity player, it's his job to know where he can kind of open a hole in the opponents and kind of abuse that. And I think he was getting away with it for a really long time, except towards the end of the game, I remember him saying I can't go. I just went arch 4 times in a row. I can't keep going there. But we did favor Beal up because it seemed like they only had their primary setup, and once we started doing the full exec, which broke that, they started playing CT spawn, coffins, or just around the guys where they buy guns.
That's a long explanation of someone who didn't feel bad at all, man.
Sorry.
Hey, Josh. Can I have time? Do we have time? Yeah, cool. Hey,
yeah,
hey man.
up?
Big fan here.
Hey, dude.
I just wanted to ask.
Long-time listener, first-time caller. Thank you, Jason.
I just wanted to ask, because when we were casting it, we felt like Gen.G was playing like shit. We were wondering if you kind of noticed the same thing, that this isn't the Gen.G that you would normally see on any random day.
I think the style that they play, which is very loose, it demands them to play individually well and hit their shots. And it definitely didn't feel like they were able to do that a lot. They missed opening kills a lot, and they could have really punished us. I feel like we had a lot. It was 16-12, 16-11. We lost both pistols, and I feel like we had to double eco at least one time on both maps, if not twice on Mirage. Or one of the maps, I think we had to double eco twice. So they had a lot of rounds to work with. And that means that they just weren't hitting shots in their gun rounds.
Were you surprised to win this?
No, their map pool, it's not really good for a team like us right now. If we're playing with a stand-in, you would think we have an overpass, a train, a nuke, something up our sleeves where if you don't have set plays, you're kind of screwed. And then it's Inferno Mirage first 2 maps, hello? We don't even need strats.
Do you think that was Gen.G not reading the veto process very well?
I'm not sure. I think this is Inferno's normally the map that they pick first. So I don't think that they were trying to think about what will they be good at. I think they were just playing to their strengths, and they said to themselves Inferno's our best map. We should win it no matter.
So I have a question for you. You came into Flashpoint, you thought you weren't even going to be qualifying, you end up in Flashpoint 1, right? And then you go through your first week, you get this big upset, and then you lose Smooya, who's doing great in the server. So you've hit all these roadblocks. How do you deal with that week to week? Like, how are you adjusting? How is your team mentality these days, considering now you're challenging for first place in your group?
I think I've been playing CS long enough that losing players and having to pick up stand-ins, it doesn't really affect me anymore. It's been way too many fucking years doing it. So that doesn't really affect me. As far as affecting other people, I mean, we've got 2 stand-ins right now, so it's not going to really affect them as much either. So maybe it affects maybe Cam. I don't even think it... You know what? I don't even think it affects anyone, just because like we're so used to just having different rosters at this point that it doesn't really affect us that much.
So do you think you're the best team in Flashpoint right now? How have your scrims been going since you've been in LA?
I don't know. I think we've been playing everyone pretty close. I don't think we've been blown out in a really long time. But
tell us who the worst team
for
is in
scrim
Flashpoint.
results, I don't know. Like I don't
really
play
care about.
scrims normally to win, so it's hard to gauge where we are as a scrim team. Like right now, we're playing to win the scrims because obviously, like we don't have time to fix things. We just need to play to win in practice. But normally, I don't play to win scrims, so I'm not sure. I can't really answer that.
So as Sean asked, who's the worst team in Flashpoint?
Hint: they're in this group.
Are there ties?
Just, throw shade at everyone. Do it the NA way. Fuck it. You just beat Kusta. He was on your team. Throw shade at him too.
He removed me from. I'm not on his team favorite, so fuck you.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you, Steel.
There we go.
I can't believe I'm not on his team favorites.
The NA special.
That's crazy.
Anyone else have any further questions for Mr. Steele while he's on?
I just think it's funny that if Big had actually come to the tournament, because obviously they won the qualifier, it would have then transitioned to online play, and they have Xantares, the most online human being since the virtual representation of Neo in the Matrix movies. But they didn't, so fuck them. Karma. Everyone German, get out.
And now a question for Steele.
Thank you for your contribution.
It's the segment. So, listen, I didn't know it was a question for Steele. I was just giving my thoughts. So do you have any thoughts on that, Steele?
I think that's accurate.
We've lost him. He's cut off.
Unlucky.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us, Steele. Congrats on the win, and good luck in the finals in this group. Snakes and Ratters. Guys have already pulled off a couple of impressive upsets, and we'll see you play in the next few days.
I think he's gone. I heard that.
All right.
Wait, what did you hear? Do that sound again?
All right. Very good. We're going to take a quick break, guys. We'll be back with more in just a couple.
AutoFull, gaming chairs for pro teams.
Let's take a look at tomorrow's schedule. Sunday here on Flashpoint, it will be Orglis, who many of you have said is the worst team in Flashpoint, versus Fun plus Phoenix, who might or may not. Might also be Orglis. Who knows? Who knows what's going on there?
That's that Spider-Man meme where he's just pointing to Spider-Man's pointing at each other. That's just Essetag pointing at Orglis like, we don't have a team.
But I think what we should talk about, as opposed to who is Orglis and who isn't, is Havu versus Contact. Because many of you, as you bounce around from which is the best team, basically what you do is you see every team play, and then you're disappointed by all of them, but you have yet to be disappointed by Contact, so now you say Contact is the best team.
Yeah.
So Havu pulled off the big upset, right? And now they're going to be facing Contact. Let's talk about Contact. How good are they?
Contact's going to bang them out. They have the better players. Esperanto's going to go ham tomorrow. Otto's going to go ham.
Isn't their coach playing?
He's not the coach anymore, man.
Okay, isn't there a former coach now a player?
Yes, that's Emmy. He's the in-game
My
leader.
apologies.
But he's been back in the
disrespectful.
scene, back competing for a while now, Jason.
Yeah, joke's on
He's
you,
in it,
Jason.
yeah.
You didn't follow all those DreamHack Opens. Now you're literally doing a DreamHack Open for a month and a half. So bad news for you. Like, you got to get your level up.
It's okay.
So I've asked you, so before every team has played, before Gen.G played, I asked, who's the best team? You guys are like, Gen.G. Then before FPX played, you saw Gen.G be on the rocks versus Envious. Then you see FPX play, you're like, ooh, I don't know about that FPX team. And then now I'm asking you, okay, you saw one win by Contact, and now everybody's on board with Contact being the best team in this league.
I gotta say, they did have a disappointing first map, that nuke. They almost lost that. It was, I believe, it went into either OT or 16-13, and there was a lot of missed shots coming out of the Superstar and Ships and Esperanto. And although at the end of it, they started to perform and liven up, and in the second map, they just destroyed them 16-5, it was worrisome that they had such a slow start for me personally.
I actually really like Havu. I'm not going to lie. And I don't...
Hoodie Dodo. Wombo combo. I believe, I believe in that Finnish wombo combo. I actually do.
I don't know what's
Quickly divide yourselves into underdog supporters and favorite supporters so that we can actually get a...
What I like about Havu most is that team, when I looked into them, they've played something like 260 plus maps since September together. So, I mean, just right off the back of that, they're the most experienced lineup of 5 players that we have playing together in Flashpoint. And that obviously doesn't always translate into wins, but that gives them a huge leg up against opponents. And I wasn't at all disappointed by the level of skill they brought out. Because the other problem is they played 260 maps, but they still haven't gotten past DreamHack Opens. And that's an issue usually for a team that's played that many maps.
All right, so 2 questions. We had this conversation before. Is Havu the best Finnish team over Ents? Number 1.
How can you say yes because they won 1 game? Like, listen, Ents is pretty bad. I won't
fight
lie.
amongst each other.
It's not like we're going, there's not like there's a big...
How are you getting this upset over ranking
I'm not that mad.
58th in the world and team 57th in the world?
Listen, if I wanted someone to inaccurately and disingenuously rank teams, I'd get ESL in here.
We walked right into that, didn't we?
I wasn't
right
even
into it.
All right. So the second question is, who are the players to watch on Havu? Who are you impressed by? They had one LAN performance where they actually took the victory. Who should we watch?
Everyone's scrambling to remember who's on Havu right now.
Hoodie and Dodo.
Do you even know who's on Havu?
It's Hoodie and Dodo. Listen, Saw is their in-game
It's the
leader.
wombo combo.
It's just,
Sorry.
it's honestly the wombo combo. These two, I saw them in 2 DreamHack Opens last year, and in both of them, they have this synergy, this Finnish synergy that I can't explain because
You missed the Finergy pun, but okay.
the
continue.
Finergy, yeah. I need to learn. I'm writing that one down in my notebook. But yeah, they actually look really good. And as Jason mentioned, they've been a squad for so long that they've got a lot of fundamentals that allow them to explode when the opportunity comes. And they are an underdog. I can't lie. The other three kind of slowly are trailing behind them. But hey, they've got upset potential.
They're also not that big an underdog as well. Like, the big problem here is you have to remember the Contact squad is using a stand-in, has had to change players over time, and the entire premise of that team, as far as I can tell, was just pick up FPL stars and let them go ham. So the downside of that type of team is if a couple of players don't perform, there's nothing there. There's no basis to be a good squad.
But you guys have all changed. When you came in from the Flashpoint teams, a lot of you were saying, oh, the more disciplined, refined style of leadership in Counter-Strike, and now everybody's like, yep, whoever has the best fraggers is going to win.
I still personally actually think by the end of Flashpoint 1 that the best team will be Mad Lions.
In
I think by the end, though, they've got to have time.
Now, in our defense as well, there's about 5 teams that started Flashpoint with a different roster than they have a week later.
That's a good point.
Very good point.
Highlight that one in the broadcast.
Joke, yeah. No.
No, I mean, it is something to highlight. Like, we're in a very strange situation in terms of the coronavirus. We've had we're not on land anymore, obviously. Some people have had to move either their location or drop out of the tournament in Smooya's case. So these are all relevant. It's happening all over the world in esports right now. It's unavoidable.
I mean, I think there is something to it, especially the online situation, right? With someone like Esperanto, maybe Ships. Like, I could see those guys feeling pretty comfortable playing online games. Probably done it way more than some of the other, teams that maybe do attend more LANs and, the DreamHack Open type circuit. So I could actually see that working out pretty well for them. Might just be feeling real confident. And yeah, the fragging power, just even between those two is going to be hard to deal with, I think.
So
I'm still on Havu's side, by the way.
Okay, so everybody is at least like mildly lukewarm on Havu at the very least. Are they the dark horse of this tournament? Is this the unknown team that you expect to go the furthest? Or we also had Team Chaos, obviously, earlier today, advancing to the finals. Who is out of the underrated qualifier teams, the biggest threat?
I guess Havu would be that, but the thing is Mad Lions is waiting for them in the lower bracket. So when they lose the contact and they have to play Mad Lions gonna body them the second time around.
But Mad Lions can't be the dark horse, right?
No, but he was just saying that they're probably going to go out in third place.
Havu has a tough road, yeah.
That's true.
In theory, it's Chaos, right? Based on what we saw today.
Yeah, it would have to be Chaos.
All right. I mean, I will say the recency bias with you guys is kind of
very
crazy.
powerful. It's very powerful.
Look, I think we have to keep in mind that this is a marathon. 6 weeks.
You have to realize we're used to watching an event every weekend. It's always a recency bias in this game.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. That's fair, and especially because the situation has changed so drastically with different players on these teams, with who performs better online versus who has LAN jitters. So yes, I understand that it's problematic, and you guys do have only very recent results to go on, especially since we changed things up. But that said,
yeah, I'm not that lukewarm on Havu anyway. I would pick him straight as the dark. I think I'll still pick Havu over Chaos at the moment.
Wait a minute. If you're going to pick them now, and also I don't know why you're picking them as over that, just go ahead and be bold. Just say like they're going to come top 4 in the whole season. Well, shouldn't even say season, whatever.
Don't get baited into that. Don't listen to him.
Flashpoint 1, Havu's going to come top 4. You like to do stupid things that never happen, so go on.
That is my thing, I think.
It sucks getting called out, doesn't it?
Top 4. I don't know. Oh, that's going to be...
Hey, don't believe in him now, D, bitch.
Yeah, I can't do it now.
There's only 16 teams. There's only 12 teams in the whole
team now. All right. Fuck it. Yeah, let's do it. Top 4. I've been baited into it. Jason, thanks.
I know. It's so ridiculous.
By the way, what are the stakes here? Let's actually put some...
No. I didn't before there were any stakes. I knew that was coming. That's why I bought right then and there.
How about a steak dinner? Literal steaks.
I'll grill the steaks. Yeah, I'll do it. We can do that.
I'd like someone else to prepare my steak.
Anders can't win.
I don't know why I'm getting involved in this bet either. This is
good luck finding steaks right now.
Actually, I was very easily able to find steaks. It's everything else that was out. So yeah, from my perspective, going to the grocery store picking up some fresh steaks is actually quite simple. But anyway, we're gonna do some drunk tweets right now. Most of you guys didn't do #Flashpoint drunk tweets. Disappointingly,
I wasn't drunk.
I was not drunk yet.
When I get drunk,
I don't think he quite understood the segment, did he?
So Jason, it's actually just a joke. So you don't actually have to be drunk.
Well, that's just lying.
Well.
It's okay. That's what we do in esports.
Real joke is this isn't the CS:GO talent group I'd want to see drunk tweets from. The game for yourself at home. Who would you like to see a drunk tweet from?
Use the hashtag.
All right. Let's see some Flashpoint drunk tweets. This is mine. I'm happy to announce that I'll be hosting the analysis desk of EPLNA. Since it's online and it's not, we don't have exclusivity here. Therefore, I will be hosting that as well. I still have a good relationship, I hope, with ESL. The rest of you guys burned that bridge.
Whoa.
Except for you and you. So just Thorin.
He got to him, didn't he?
Usually I'm the one who not only burns the bridge, but nukes it from outer space. But I haven't done that yet. So there you go.
Well, you're working in a game now with Duncan, so he sets the bar very high. Everyone else just gets to fly on.
No. Trust me. Most of the time, I've been worked with Thorin in countless games now, and usually I get the fallout of people saying, "Why do you work with him?" And they somehow think that I share the same opinion. So I'm used to it. Trust me.
Perfect.
Plus, usually in those other games, there's some like one big team that keeps winning that's all evil, and they've got someone who's just an arsehole fucking everything up. And I told Monty, don't worry, that'll never happen in CS.
Perfectly avoidable. All right, so here's Thorin's tweet from yesterday. He was a good team player. Even did it yesterday. Space Soldiers would win the major if it was played right now. Tell us about Space
This is
Soldiers.
both a joke, but also a serious point, which is if people don't know, one of the examples that we always used to give on the analysis team to show the difference between online and offline play, it was the team Space Soldiers that Xantares from Big and Alex used to play for, because the joke was they would qualify to so many tournaments or make it so deep in online qualifiers. They even made it to ESL Pro League finals before. But when they got to the offline portion, they would be like a 10th as good as a team. So the joke is that if you go now to this day and look, Xantares has some of the best online stats ever in the history of CSGO. So if this really was a world where there's no pressure, it's all just online matches, they actually would have been one of the best teams ever.
It's actually true. It's actually true.
Really? You're going to buy into that bullshit?
Online
They were
heroes.
insane.
Yeah, they were good. Best team ever?
Paz. No.
I think Jason still doesn't get the premise
win the
of
majors,
of this bit.
Listening to what this man rambles on about.
You have to understand, Cloud9 won a
why,
major.
though?
You don't have to be the best to win majors. You can fluke it. You can just get lucky.
I think
Right, for
we
2
actually
years.
have to get Moses literally drunk before he actually understands what the point of this is, because trying to put himself into the drunk state.
I understand the point of this. I'm just saying.
Do you?
Yeah, because when Duncan says that Space Soldiers would have been one of the best teams of all times, that's even drunk. I cannot abide by that. We need to put our foot down somewhere.
Some of it was a joke.
Wow, this is what happens when everybody's stuck inside all day. Well, I think that's going to wrap us up here at the blind spot.
Please, yeah.
Yes. You know, normally we play the closing time, like you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You can't stay here, and also you must go home is the new LA ordinance, so we don't even have that luxury. We'll see you tomorrow for more matches, and catch you then.